Welcome everyone. Today, I will be streaming the creation of a full stack application deployed on Heroku using MongoDB. And this one is going to be a basic quotes API. So, if you don't know what that means, basically, you see we have like The Office, for example. Hey, Zybran, thanks for coming on by. How's it going? Just caught us at the start. So there are TV shows like The Office and stuff, and they have lots of memorable quotes, but there's no way to really search them. So if you know a quote, you kind of just gotta bumble through the internet till you find out when it was said, what episode, and all that stuff. The API, my little API, plans to solve that just a little bit. Hey, Mirror Bick, thanks for coming on by. How's your day, evening, or night been going so far? Hey, thanks for coming on by, Brooke. So we're going to be making a little API that essentially, like, you can search for a quote, and it will tell you which episode and when in The Office that quote actually happened. So, famous one is sometimes I'll start a sentence and don't even know where I'm going. So you can find this using like this site, for example, but you can't yet use the search box to find it. The search box don't work, unfortunately. So the goal here is to make it work, and I've tried like 3 different sites. None of them have search boxes. Like, you just enter a quote and it shows you all the places the quote happened. API from scratch. Now the data is not going to be from scratch, so we're going to use an existing data set, but the whole API, not a single line of code has been written yet, Mirror. So all the code is going to be from scratch. Obviously, I'm not going to go through, I'm not captioning, 9 seasons of a show or all that stuff. So I'm going to be using existing data sets, like, not necessarily like this. Hey, Super Sammy, thanks for coming on by. Yes, Zybrant, we ain't going for no, that would be longer than a 24-hour stream, wouldn't it, folks? Hey, thanks for the follow, Super Sam. How's your day, evening, or night been going? But yeah, so if you want to look at the data set, I basically just kind of did a little Google foo, found some places that had quotes. Well, this is awkward. So it was working before. Rewrite the show, yeah. Episode 6, Hot Girl. Yeah, I mean, apparently season 1 ended on a great one, huh? So, there we go. So essentially, I'm just searching this manually. There we go. So we can see I have the data for this particular quote. And if you can't tell what these are caption files. So whenever you see a video, much like this particular Twitch broadcast, where you can just see the captions at the bottom of the screen, this is the format in which they're written on files. So, fun fact, this is how it works under the hoods. And I found basically a free source where I just downloaded all the captions for the entire show. And it says from minute 11, second 34 to second 36, this is what should be on screen. And essentially, I googled The Office captions SRT. There you go, yeah, the show that made Netflix. You're not wrong, Ryan. Thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I'm sure there are more, like, there's an official way to get the proper API that's, like, literally streamed from Netflix, but these are the free ones. So, an improvement at the end of this that I might do, or someone I may open to contributions, is improving the data set by getting, like, official Netflix captions, or trying to figure out where to get those official captions from. But for now, as you can see, they're just kind of user contributed, and they're like, yeah, they seem accurate enough. I just downloaded a bunch of zips, and I was like, they look like they're all here. So this is the data set that we'll be using. We'll have to put it in the database. Then we'll have to do the whole code base in which we query the database for a quote. Like, if they search sometimes Al, we'll have to search through the entire thing, find out when it was said, spit it back to them. And yeah, then we'll deploy all that on Heroku with environment variables pointing to the database and all that fun stuff. Hey, Elevate, Colin Mendoza, Thanks for coming on by. Hope it's going good. But yeah. But with that, we gotta go to Codewars.com. Because ain't no stream that don't start off with a Code War. So let's try to find a good looking one real quick to start us off. There we go. And there's motherboard skyrocketing away as per usual. Love you, motherboard. Let's see if we can find a good one. And as usual, if y'all got any suggestions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm gonna spy on motherboard real quick, see if they did any easy ones. Oh, they did a math one. Spooky. Oh, okay, no, I actually already did that one. A 6 Caillou. There you go. There you go. Oh wow, talk about that. A monumental 6 Caillou. Gotta love it. Let's see. Forgiving numbers. That seems interesting. That's in Python. We're not doing Python today. Not today. JavaScript. Yeah, learning, always learning. I mean, I've seen you. I don't think I haven't seen you. I've seen you up in the leaderboard. You've gained a few Hall of Fame placements. Yeah, look at that. Number 1 of the day. Number 1 of almost an entire week period. Whew. Been putting it in. We all feel like we don't know what we're doing at some part, Brooke. Don't worry about it. There you go. Let's look at you. Yeah, you got quite a few. Oh, you were number 2 of the entire month. Woo! Nice learning. Oh, this is my leaderboard right here. You can... Good bot. Okay, I sweat for a moment there. This is the leaderboard I've been basically maintaining. It's mostly done. All I have left is charts, but I guess the new page was this Hall of Fame that basically shows who has the most honor in this particular period, cute countdown, all that fun stuff. But yeah, I was just searching learning, always learning, and we can see that for the whole month, number 2, only like 400 behind Man with Milk. It's pretty good. Been putting in the grind, huh? Yeah. Watch, let me see if this works, because there's a little bug with it. Little bug didn't work. That's okay, you got manually type stuff in. Yeah, it probably got stopped to maintaining stopped, or Codewars started rate limiting or something, but it happens. Hey, look at that. Looks like you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've gained the most honor 6 days and on one of the weeks. You go, learning. That's looking good. Yeah, I've been chilling on the Code Wars, just doing my 1 a day. Let's see, Blood Moon. That seems a little mathy, but we'll see what Blood Moon is. Evil Intent. Okay. Oh, whoa. Well, where did geometry get involved? No, thank you. Recursion Road. Maybe I'll drop down to 7s. Replace Math Max for our own solution that uses recursion. Cannot use Math Max. Cannot use Kant. Cannot use loops. Wow, okay, this is a tough one. Yeah, Ryan. They came in here like, ha, math. And the image was nice and slow loading too to try to get you to click in. I caught it though. Did not trick me. Okay, so this is some recursion Math Max. We'll give this one a shot. If an array is empty, then return infinity. Just like, ooh. This one might be a little tough one, but I think I can manage. So it's basically going to be, cannot use const. I mean, it says I can't, but can I? I mean, what if I just did I mean, I might pass, but yeah, sort might do it. Turn math max array. Expected 5, got undefined. Well, that's awkward. Why ain't this working? Let's do some console logging as usual. But yeah, sort might do it, and then I return the 0th element or infinity. Cannot read join of undefined. Oh, this test is just being weird out the gate, ain't it? Cannot read join of undefined. Can we not console log? Okay, now that's being that. I mean, let's just go with the sort one, because that might do the trick. Array.sort A, B. I want the largest, so I want B to A, and then I pick the 0th element. Well, I can't use a variable. I'll just pick the 0 element, see how it works so far. Hey, okay, so it's working for all of that but undefined. So basically I can turn my way out to see if it was undefined, then return infinity instead, right? That feels like the right solution. So if equals undefined, return negative or default. What if 0 is in the array though, right? That's why I didn't go with or, but we'll see if the test allows it. Okay, maybe they didn't write the full test. A solution does not contain a loop. Expected true, got false. Okay. Yeah, that was a good one learning. It did pass all the boring ones, but got these fancy ones that are like, huh, you didn't do the thing that you were supposed to do. Okay, so let's see. I gotta read these instructions. Actually, I have to read the instructions now, right? So we can't use math max, but they want us to use math max. Now this is a tongue twister, ain't it? Math max, mad max. Okay, let me think. The title of the kata, yeah, Mad Max Recursion Road. It's got me going on it. Hey, Dumpster, yeah, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I think we go with the base case, because they say they want it to be recursive, so I think the way we do it is kind of similar to our merge sort, where we split it in half, and then half and half and half. Yeah, I'm doing good so far, Dumpster. We're just starting off with Codewars. Hey, Mavi, thanks for coming on by. Just giving a good Codewars, starting up the brain. I think if array dot length basically equals 0, we return the negative infinity. That handles basically the base case. Right? Yeah, and then now we can do this, but they want us to use basically the same function that we're declaring, I believe. Yeah, solution does not use math object, expected to. So I can't use the math object, I can't use the math global, and I can't contain a loop, which must be what sort is detecting. It's weird though. It says don't use a math, but I'm not using math. Oh, perhaps sort. Oh, wait, I have the comment in here. Is that it? Because I saw some Codewars, they literally just check your thing. There it is. So it was the comment saying math.max that threw the Codewars error up. Got that from another one. Yeah, Brooke, it's one of these you gotta know ones, it seems. Okay, now it says it needs to be recursive. Okay, yeah, so good test cases, they're forcing me along. So if the array length is 0, then we return infinity. If the array.length equals 1, there's only one thing to return. So we return whatever it is. And then we have all the other ones. So that will basically be, yeah, Mirabik, that's what I'm thinking. Thanks for the good, thanks for the confirmation, though. It's so now that I've handled the base cases, I essentially need to determine. Well, I'm not going to be sorting this at all, so we can ditch the sort. So at this point, array length is 2 or more. So what do we want to do with this? Well, we can compare the first two and say, basically cut it in half from the beginning to say if array 0 less than or equal to array, because we can't use max, so a basic comparison might do the trick. And if this is the case, then array 0 is less. We want to get rid of it and call ourselves again. So we're getting rid of it and calling ourselves with the remaining part of it. Okay, I think I got it. I think I have the idea. Essentially, the way we do it is if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we see 1 is less than 2, we only consider 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right. But if instead we have like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, then 5 is greater than 4, then we only consider 5, 3, 2, 1. I think this is the logic I'm going to go with. Essentially, removing either the 0th or the 1st number, and then continuing on until the array basically empties itself out. I think that sounds like a reasonable idea. We'll give it a shot, though. It's going to be mutating the original array, so hopefully the tests aren't going to catch it on fire, but we'll see. Array.splice 0, get rid of the 1, then we return max. Pass it the rest of the array. Else, just to be nice and uniform, we remove the 1th element and return max. Well, that's a good sign. Hey, there we go. Now, there's probably a better way to do this. While array length is greater than 1. That's a good one, Ryan. There's a rule there. This is a weird kata. I didn't mean to pick such a weird one, but we can't use loops. No loops or sorting. So that's what I did initially, and Brooke had probably the easiest solution, do the sorting and then pick the 0th. But we got these weird rules here that say we can't. So yeah, oh hey, thanks for the follow, proper function. Hope your day, evening, or night is going well. I don't like the fact that I'm like mutating the original array though. So for this one, I can do array.slice 1 instead of removing, just keeping the rest. But on this one, since I'm getting rid of a middle element, I mean, it works, so I'm just being picky at this point. Can we Codewars-ify it anymore, though, huh, folks? That is the question. I will be curious to see what the other solutions are. Because while this is recursive, it doesn't feel as recursive as it could be. Yeah. Okay, let's see what the other Code Warriors got for us. Okay, yeah, we got the fanciness. Let's check out this fanciness here. So we grab 2 values from the array, the 0th and the max of the rest. Okay, I can somewhat understand that. I guess my way was a little weird then. In comparison, oh, they do the manual. So they manually optimize if they're exactly 2. That's something that could have been done also. That's a good one. see, current max. Oh, oh, this is super recursive here. Oh, they just, okay, when it's, so this is even more recursive that they're calling the rest, calling on the rest of the array, then comparing the 0th to what the rest of the array found. Oh, they're using index of, they're overriding the prototype chain. Look at how crazy bad this code is. I mean, come on. Let's see, if returning if x trip double equals max, then 1, else negative 1. Max index 0. If x, but x is a number, it would never. Okay, I have no idea how that's working, folks. And then they're destructuring manually. Okay, they manually unwrapped it. Yeah, learning, always learning. This one, they're abusing the system or something. Oh, oh wow. Okay, I'm not that deep into, like, I know people's katas by name, but converted index of into a sort. Index of function x. If it's max, then 1, otherwise negative 1. I recognize that part a bit. Just there, say. Oh, got a reputation. And then they did another one for this manual. Whew. I mean, yeah, I do think you're right. Learning, always learning. It is some kind of sorting thing. You know what? Let's experiment a bit. So let's bring this in here, and let's bring this in here again, and we'll console log some of this stuff going on, because I am a bit curious. Well, almost had it. Console log and x, just see what in tarnation are they doing. Okay, so max 1, 2. Let's do 1, 2, and 3. Make it real easy on us. Yeah. We called max 1, 2, and 3, and we got 1. Well, that's awkward. It's supposed to return the maximum value. Oh, there it went. No, what the? Oh, because I overrode index of, and everything uses index of. So yeah, I kind of just browser turned it into mush. I'm just gonna leave this one. I don't think I need to understand it. Yeah, that was a good one there, folks. Okay, so with that good warm-up, we will be beginning into the actual project of the day. This full stack application. So, we have our lovely code repository. It's an empty folder. I got some data in it. As usual, though, we need to initialize our Git repository because I will be publishing stuff on GitHub, and great thing about Git in it is that if you run it twice, it doesn't hurt anything. Now we have to initialize our npm repository, or our npm package.json, so this is recognizable as a Java Node.js package, and we do that with the npm init command. Then it gives you lots of questions, which you can just hold enter and skip through them all. And with that, it generates package.json. The only thing it really pulls from your project is the name, which it pulls from the name of your current folder. So everything else is just left by default. Now, this is going to be an Express application. So we will need to install the Express module to use Express in our project. npm I Express. I is short for install. So you can type npm install Express if you like. With older versions, you had to do --save, but with new versions of npm, you do not. You will know if it has added to your project by whether this Express is in your dependencies object. If it's not, then I guess you do need --save for your version of npm. Now with that, we got nothing else going on here. We need just to start up a server. Now we'll call it server.js. And we're just going to start off with the classic console log hello world. And I just realized I did not have screencasting turned on, but it is there now. Now that we have a JavaScript file and we want to run it with Node.js, we have to use the node command, and then we provide to the node command the file name of whatever file we want to run. Server.js. We already have a version, and the package is update as source. We'll get an update. So that's so what will happen is this basically goes and grabs whatever current version is stable/latest. So currently I'm running 4.18.1, but this little thing here, this little symbol here, I think it means that we can get any version newer than that. So if they come out with 19 and I do an npm install, it will safely install version 19, but it won't update this file until you explicitly run a command or tell it to update. Which is why we have two separate package JSONs. We have this package JSON that says these are the things we need and these are the versions that they need. So like these are the big ones that we care about. We want them to be at least these versions. But in package lock JSON, as you can see, this file is huge. So the point of this is for reproducibility. Basically, if I'm writing my code here and it's working, when it goes somewhere else, aka to Heroku, it should also be working. Now, the only way to guarantee that, or to attempt to guarantee that, is to ensure that the exact same package versions of all the stuff I'm running is the exact same package versions of all the stuff the server is going to be running. So that's why we have package JSON for just a general, these are the things I want, and package lock JSON for you should have these exact package versions, so absolutely nothing could change. Which is why generally both go into your repository. But yeah, if 19 comes out, it will go up to 19 if I run the command, which I think is npm update. Yeah, it did an update, and there was nothing that really changed, I think. Unfortunately, I can't really demonstrate this until someone in the universe updates. Yeah, Ryan. Mostly you don't really need to worry about it though, but when you do get to things updating, you can also come in here and just manually change the numbers if you want to go to the beta, because Express 5 is in beta. So if you really want them edgings, you can update the number or npm install express at say 5.0 if you want to get that version number, but you don't need to worry about the updating. Yep. Now that we have that, we're going to rerun node server. There is our hello world. Now since we're going to be running the server quite a number of times, we'll go ahead and be adding this essentially to a npm script. Now an npm script, they already provide one by default. Sometimes it depends on your npm version, but they're essentially aliases, or they're shortcuts to commands that you can run in this project. So I am making a shortcut to the command node server.js, and I'm calling that shortcut start. So when I say npm run and then the shortcut name start, you can see it tells us what package we're in, which is name plus version. And then it says what shortcut we're running, and then on the next line it literally runs whatever you had written in the shortcut. So this is useful for remembering things because I'm a goldfish and I will not remember it. Plus it's useful to communicate with others what you should do, like what scripts are available, and more importantly, on Heroku and numerous other platforms, these names, some of them don't have any meaning, some of them do have meaning. The start script is very commonly known as, if I want to run this project, this is what I run. So Heroku will actually automatically attempt to run the start script if it exists. Yeah, Brooke, we are all goldfish. I'm not going to remember this. And by the time the stream's over, I'm going to be like, what did we do again? I don't remember. Yeah, but so start is the most popular Node script. There are other ones like build and stuff, but we don't really care about it because we don't need to use it. You'll care about it when you need to use it, right? Okay. Now we have that. We need to actually get Express showing up in the world. Wait, where are you? Okay, where are you, dumpster dev? We have written package JSON. Well, we didn't write it. npm init write it. Ah, dumpster, you've succumbed. It's okay. We add you to the fishbowl of goldfish. Hey, Sanzos or Sanzus, thanks for the follow. How's your day, evening, or night been going? And hey, I'm a GDD. Yes, thank goodness for the VODs. They'll always be there for us. Okay, so we have this working. Now I'm gonna do something a little crazy. I know I've written one line of code. I'm already going off the rails. It's not that much. So I'll write it the old way, and then I'll go the crazy way. So we're gonna do the classic. Const express equals require express. All hail the VODs. Yes. So now that I've required express, now we want to create our application. So const app equals express. Then we call this function, which if you slow down a little bit, it's always good to slow down and read stuff. You see, calling this function express creates an express application that says blah blah blah. So essentially, and I saw this being brought up a number of times, well, we don't need to do that. We can just app. So when we get to the app.listen part, I'll explain why we can't use the shortcut. What port do we want? Anyone got any cool port suggestions? Hey, Honda Civic, thanks for coming on by. Oh, got me with the stretch. Coming with the follow and the stretch, oh boy. Appreciate it. Okay. So we'll just default to a good old port 1337 for no particular reason. And we can see this thing takes a callback that we will just give out a nice console log and something like listening at. Oh, it ain't none time yet. I haven't started drawing. Oh, I mean, my typing might be none worthy. Yeah, listening at HTTP local host port number. It's the only thing my screen that gets blurry. Oh, are we dropping quality at all? Let me check that real quick. It shouldn't be. Let me zoom in. A WoW API. Whew, that's a tough one, Honda Civic. I mean, it literally depends on what you're trying to be doing with it. Like, WoW. I mean, you could do a lot with that. I mean, that's a fully extensive game. I mean, you could pull from the wiki, or I would have no idea what I would even want the API to do. Not much less where to start with it, Honda. Hey, Gene. Thanks, Jeannie. Thanks for coming on by. We're just getting started for our little Express app. Hopefully, it's not it's a little easier to read now. OG. I don't really know what's causing the blurriness, but can always increase the font size to try to compensate. I assume it's World of Warcraft. Is there a World of Wonder? Press a button. Oh, and list the boss, item drops, and description. Okay. Wow. Famous location. It's so nice having internet. Yeah, the internet is good. Yep, refresh always works, but I think it was just a quality. So I do have adjustable quality from like 160p all the way up to, I don't know if I'm up to 1080, but I'm at least up to 720. Right, so we have famous force. I don't know what this thing is. I just googled famous things. I don't want go away. Stop notifying me. This link ain't working. But yeah, I mean, like, this is I guess like, I don't know how, if you already found your data set, but like finding a location and finding all the bosses in that location might be a way to do it. Now obviously this would involve scraping the way I'm showing, but it would be a doable way. And wikis, at least wikis generally don't have much anti-bot or anti-scraping technology in my experience. I'm trying to click this thing, but JavaScript's being like, you don't want to click that. Oh, it's not even an anchor. How inaccessible. Let me see then. Bastion. If you couldn't tell, I would never really got into the WoW. Bastion is a zone, blah blah blah. Tell me about bosses. Tell me about the bosses. Oh, so there's a related thing here. NPCs? Well, it depends how badly you want the data set, Brooke, and scraping is the process of going somewhere and somewhere that has the data you want and essentially grabbing it and formatting it in a way you want. So take my Codewars leaderboard, for example. Like, the Codewars API does not provide this information. Like, this information of, I mean, it does, but it doesn't do so in an easy way of asking what the leaderboard stats of a single clan are. So what I had to do was I had to scrape it from the actual website. And where is blah? Because they're the one I'm scraping. There we go. Yeah, so what I do is I scrape it, which is essentially, I do say that it can be worth learning. To answer the other half of your question, Brooke, it depends on how much you want the data. And your job may never include scraping. It may include scraping. It's essentially parsing data and getting to that data. I'm going to the wrong tab, but you may never use it, you know? So I'm not sure if it's not like a guarantee, oh, you should definitely learn this. It's something that might come up. So what my script does, it comes to this website. It's broken right now because my user script, but usually it's not. And it looks at this page and it grabs all the stuff, using some query selectors and stuff to go through the DOM and pull out names, honor. That's about it, really. Difficult to learn. So there can be more difficult sites that would require you to learn a bit more for scraping, but then sometimes it's not that difficult. So I can show you what the actual Codewars script is. And so it can be an easy as automating a web browser, at which point you have to learn how to use the automation tools to automate the web browser. And then the other half is just doing stuff that you already know how to do in the DOM. Like, your code literally executes in the terminal or in the console, like right here. On the other hand, it could be simpler / more difficult, in which you don't even need a real web browser. You can make an API request to the website, get back the HTML, and then parse it like a string. Hey, Sanzus, thanks for the hydrate. And Nima, _, thanks for the follow. But yeah, scraping, it varies almost directly to what you're scraping. Desktop, active, unknown, code, unknown. I thought my code, GitHub, Codewars scripts. Nope, I didn't do that. Hey, Neptune. I appreciate it, Dumpster. Yeah, it's it's just a little as you can tell, it's kind of inspired by VS Code and stuff. Of course, yeah, Brooke, and like for today's project, I was able to kind of get away with not having to scrape because I literally just went out and downloaded it. So I kind of got away a little easier. But sometimes you literally got to go out and scrape it, or you have to write scripts that go out and obtain what you want. So I'll show you the example of this really quickly. So essentially we have download clan stats. What this does is, first, it makes, so this is all on Node.js, by the way, it makes a fetch to someone's page. Now this is the page, if you can remember, this is this page right here. So it comes to this page, and this page returns HTML. So when you do, instead of response.json, you do response.text, which gives you whatever raw text it was. I mean, nothing's stopping you, Agui, or yeah, Agui, to tell me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, by the way. Nothing's stopping you, there are some like perhaps some legal ramifications. So I'm not a lawyer, all that stuff. If you're gonna start selling this or profiting, get a lawyer, all that fun stuff. But essentially, they could try and stop you through like captchas and stuff. You'll find out when you actually start making the attempt. You don't know until that you run into their defenses, basically. Yeah, Brooke, I'm not a lawyer. I'm gonna pull a Leon. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Do as you see fit. Which is why, like, at least for this current project, it's like I just found some text files that had some text in it. I'm not claiming ownership or anything. I just found some files. But yeah, to this little scraping bit. So first we make a fetch. Nothing new. We set some special headers. That's for authentication, weird things. You might have to learn that. It depends if your data is public. If your data is public, you don't need to set any special headers. You don't need to be logged in, basically. So then once you get the HTML, you need to parse it or turn that HTML into something readable. Now there's a cool library that basically allows us to perform document operations on HTML. There are like tons of them, honestly. I use JS DOM. You essentially pass it an HTML string and it returns basically the browser APIs. OG, okay, I gotcha. OG it is. I appreciate it. I'll try to put it in the Goldfish memory bank. So yeah, what JS DOM does is it gives you essentially most of the browser APIs on Node.js. Remember, this is all Node.js code, but it gives you those browser APIs, aka a document you can do query selector all on to get all the rows, and then from then, technically once you have the browser APIs, it would be the exact same code you would write in your DevTools console to get the data you want. So that's, at that point, it's like, yeah, there's no way around it. You gotta figure out a way to get what you want, manipulate this stuff, extract text content, do some trimming, cleaning up. It literally depends on your data at that point. But yeah, once you got that, depending on the complexity of the data, that can be it. Then you have the data and you use it as you see fit. Or you do what I did and basically put a timer on it to say, hey, grab the data every 3 hours, which is what I did, and then I built the data set from here. Hey, proper function, you found these files after targeting them and bypassing your security. I guess that's kind of what it is. Proper function, I suppose that is kind of what the behavior is. Yeah, Brooke, it can be as complicated as you just go and make a fetch, get the HTML, parse it as a string, do string magic. It can also be as complicated as, so that was the easy way. The little more complicated, more involved, is where you have to create a web browser. And this is normally called a web driver, and there are libraries that do this. So Playwright is one of them. Essentially, you can programmatically control a web browser. So you see, I launch Chrome, I open a new tab, I tell the tab to go to the sign-in page, I tell the tab, hey, find the email box and type in the email. Find the password box, type in the password. Find the submit button, click the submit button. So these things, if you need more direct control or more real human-like control, you can use web drivers like Playwright and stuff like that to automate literally a user's clicks, mouse movements, all that fun stuff. And the cool thing is that when you do it this way, you get access to the full browser. In my case, I needed a cookie that you can't get just by fetching around, so I just grabbed me a cookie, and here you can grab, get the header profile link, get the anchor tag, do string magic, and bada boom, bada bing. Yeah, Brookly, they bots for buying stuff online, they can go both ways. The disadvantage of these Playwright and using a full web browser, it's more expensive as far as resources are concerned, and you can't have as many of them, and they're usually not as fast. So if you can write it with just a fetch, usually you'll want to. The disadvantage of the fetch is that while it's faster and more optimized, it's extremely obvious that it's a bot running, so you might get caught easier, which is where the browser. So you gotta weigh your pros and cons, right? Yeah, RIP. That is the end result. But yes, I mean those are the two main ways of doing it. And you gotta weigh your pros and cons. Do you care if they know you're a bot, or do you want to be fast? It very much depends on who you're targeting, who's on your hit list, basically, right? Then with that, it's just data management from that point. You gotta figure out what you want to do with data. I mean, yeah, you can always have both coded in, and then if one fails, OG, you can have it use the alternative, or like literally run both, measure and compare the results. That's probably a more professional way of doing it, yeah. But yeah, we have ourselves an Express server here, partially Express. Let's see where this is going. So npm run start stonks, yeah, buddy. Okay, so I've ran the npm run start command. We got our hello world console, which is from here. Then we have our listening at thing. Now, fun loop logic for you. As you can see, the hello was first, even though it was last, because fun callback. This callback waits until the server is actually listening. So now that it's listening, I can click it, and I'll close all these other tabs, and we get a cannot get / error. Of course, yeah, I'm not. Don't apologize at all, Brooke. I'm happy to explain. That's what the whole stream's about, you know. There we go. So, as you can see, the server is starting. I can stop it by hitting Control C, or it might be Command C on Mac. If none of the C's are working for you and you're using VS Code, there's a little trash can right over here. You can be like, ha, boom. That can also kill your terminal if none of the C's are working. Then you can come back and restart the terminal. Ta-da. So, 3 different ways to kill the terminal if it just won't die. As you can see, when the server is running, you get a nice white page, error in the text, or error in the title. But when it's not running, we get an actual browser error. So, this is one of the things Express gives us for free, this basic error handler. And now what we're going to do is we're going to just start off with a basic endpoint. So app.get / so this is saying when we visit the root of the project, aka the /, what do we want to do? Well, we want to receive the request and response, and you gotta watch out. VS Code really tries to import some wild stuff. What do we want to say? Well, on the response, we want to send hello world. As you can see, we're doing the basics here. And now when we save this, we go to the browser and we refresh. Nothing happens. Nothing happened because I need to stop and start the server, because the server was running the old code. It was running this code. I had to stop it and start it for it to run this code. And now that it is, we get hello world, no more error. Now with that far basically gone, I will go ahead and I'll move this console log like up. I'll move this around over here and here, and I'll go ahead and get the Git repository actually started. So I'm gonna go to github.com so y'all can actually compare and contrast if you need. So click the plus up here, click new repository. Then what am I going to call this? I'm going to call this quotes. Very great name. I've put a lot of time thinking about that one. There it is. Yeah, I mean it's like all tools, like live share, like the VS Code autocompletes. On one hand, they're useful when you're in professional, and like actually they're useful. They're not useless. But on the other hand, they can prevent you from creating a habit or being aware of things that are going on. So it's good to build that habit once you have it built and you won't you won't miss the fact that you need to restart servers. I'd say personally for me, I'm cool with using automation and tools and node mod and all the coolness. Yep, so let's see, we have push an existing repository. I'm just going to click the copy button and be like, ha, I run all the commands. Git is not a git command. Well, I shouldn't have copied all the commands. We copy them one by one, like a plebeian. And the last one right here. Ooh, does not match any. Failed to push. Ain't this a weird error, folks? What could this error be about? This error is because I've made no commits. You need to have a commit in order for there to be something to push. So we're going to start with git add dot. Then we're going to do git status just to see what's going on. Oh no. Looks like we forgot a special file. We have added all of our node modules. So when you make this mistake, you can say git rm node modules, I think. Or node modules -r. And it removes all the stuff from being added. Hey Lasev, thanks for coming on by. We're just getting into the backend server here. Apparently that command doesn't do what I thought. Okay, so it's a good idea to not accidentally add no modules in the first place, but if you do, apparently the proper command is git rm --cached and then -r node modules. Apparently that's the proper command. Don't know why, but that's okay. Don't need to know why sometimes. Yes, Lasev, I have built Discord bots. I've built them in Python. I've built them with Discord.js. Those are the only two I've built them with. So yeah, I have a little Discord bot experience. Obviously, I have a Twitch bot experience because, hey there, bot, it's alive. There's similar experiences. Yeah, I do know. Well, I learned Python as my first language, so yeah, I already know a bit of Python, Brooke. Now, I'm going to create a git ignore file to basically prevent me from ever accidentally adding node modules ever again. There you go. Now, what git ignore file is? It's just a file name called .gitignore, and it contains a list of different file names or different file paths or different patterns, stuff not to be added. So now when I say git status, you can see it doesn't even list node modules. Let's remove data too while we're at it. Okay, so we don't want to add node modules. We also don't want to add data, so this is good for gitignore. And now we can add gitignore because we actually do want it in the repository. And now we can't accidentally ever add stuff. Yeah, Brooke. I mean, it can be powerful. It is a little different than the rest of them with the whole white spacing stuff and very what do you call it? Very human-like, less syntax, less characters, all that stuff. But yeah, it's fun to work with, and for those who want the extra security, you can add typings to it, like TypeScript does for JavaScript. So it can be pretty safe and such. And yeah, Lasev, I have used the Discord. I didn't know it came out 13, but I have used the Discord.js / commands. Let me think. I've used the boring ones, the autocomplete ones. Yeah, I mean, I've used all the new stuff basically, unless anything new's come out. It's a little bit of an experience on March 3rd. I haven't worked with it that long. Preemptive.env add. I mean, we might as well, right? Good catch there, good catch. We'll get env added here. Yeah, learning, always learning. You know what's coming up. Now we'll go ahead and git add gitignore again, and git status, git commit. We want to give this a message of, very important message, first commit. Gotta have first commit. If it's not first commit, then you ain't doing it right. Now we can see it is added, and if we look on our little source control thing, we see nothing going on. If we look in status, we see nothing going on, and now we can do git push -u origin main, and if we look at that repository, it is there. Well, RIP the bot, it forgot. I don't think I restarted, that's what happened. Figure it out, bot. There we go, and now the bot woke up. We can see this is the code I just started working on. So yeah, there it is. If y'all want to copy or follow along, this is where it will be. Hey King, thanks for the hydrate. And Magic Blue, thanks for the follow. How has your day, night, or evening been going? And same to you, King. How you been doing so far? We just made the first commit. I'm just taking a little peek at Discord 13 to see if they did anything cool recently. Did you do anything cool, folks? Might have already seen this version. Again, Goldfish. I don't remember what last version I was using. But yeah, I think I've already had a little bit of experience with 13, especially the slash commands, lassev. And yeah, with that, we got about a minute left. Might as well slowly roll into the break. So I'm gonna do something crazy now. Here comes the crazy. I told you I'd be crazy. It's about to happen, because y'all did mention this, and so it's part 2 crazy. So there's something a lot of people were like, oh, why not just say express every time? I don't need to put it in a variable. Let's watch what happens. So this is what a lot of people were like, why can't I do this? We're about to see why we can't do that. So when we go to our server, we see error, cannot get /. That's because Express creates an Express application. It's like a constructor, but they didn't use the convention of a capital E and having us use the new syntax. This was in the before times, before the standards, before all the fun stuff. So this is a constructor. You can think of it like a constructor. Therefore, when we say const app equals express, we're not using app as a shorter name. We're literally using app as we'll be taking the break. Catch y'all at the end.
You just said we'd be back in 1 second.
Yeah. feel free to start making our way back, folks. Break is coming to an end. I am very satisfied my little animation did not crash. It was the first time I actually was able to test it, because it needs to be live to test most of that stuff. And yeah, apologize, I didn't catch your answer last time. I have used CSS frameworks, Bootstrap, Material UI, like I've used a few of them. I've used also CSS processors like Sass. Those are pretty fun. I don't know, like they're cool and all. Don't really have a favorite. Like it's styling. I'm not good at styling in the first place, so it's just stuff to get the job done, basically. Okay, I'm looking at all these Codewars. I've already done half of them. I need new Codewars. As usual, y'all got any suggestions? Till then, we will continue enjoying the prolonged searching for Code Wars. Well, I already did that one too, and that one. Okay, concatenated sum. This one looks interesting. Okay, this is an interesting looking one. Let me switch the screen over. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? There we go. Okay, let's give this one a good shot. This is a Code Wars called Concatenated Sum. As usual, they didn't even give us the function. Okay, I was about to guess we're really starting from the beginning here. They kind of already started our prep for us, didn't they, folks? Integers representing original number, and then the number of times each digit should be repeated. Output, true. If concatenated sum equals original number, else false. Okay, so we are going to be given a number, like 198, in which each of its digits concatenated twice, and then sum, the result is the original number. So we're going to write a function that returns true or false if taking each digit, concatenating it n times, and then summing all those concatenated numbers will equal the original number. Okay, let's give this a shot. Function, gotta spell function correctly, folks. Then we're going to be given two numbers. I'm going to use the parameter names that they have indicated. Number and n. And now this is the part where we need to start doing some logic, right? So that logic will be first turning our sum, or turning our number, into a string. And so we can do that by saying number.toString. We can also do this a couple other methods, but that's good for now. Then after this, we need to convert this, or we need to iterate over each digit in the string. So we can do that with a classic for loop. But after our classic for loop, we'll need to be storing these somewhere. So we can say let result equals 0. Then we'll start iterating through our string. We can do this with whatever loop we want. I'll do the classic let loop just for convenience. I less than string length I plus plus. So now we can get the current character by saying string I. Of course, I want to assign that to a variable called car. Now we can start doing some logic on that. So what is the first bit of logic? It is concatenating it with itself n times. So fortunately, there is, after I spell the word concatenated, there is a method called car.repeat. It exists on all strings, and once you give it a number, it will repeat the string that many times. So we can use that, and then that is our concatenated string. So we've written a bit of code. Let's log our concatenated string. Just see what it looks like. There we go. So 222, 999, 999, and 777. That's a good start. So now we need to add this to result. So result plus equal concatenated, and just see what result is. Console log result. As you can see, our result is 0, 222, 999, 999, 777. Obviously, this is not the numeric sum of all these, because concatenated is a string. So it literally concatenated our concatenated string to result. So if we use the unary plus operator to convert our concatenated string to a number, it's now summing the numbers together, and our result is 2997. And the question is to return if the result of this operation equals the original number. And we can do that with an we'll do it with strict equality, which is number triple equal sign result. Expected true to equal false. Maybe I got it backwards. Nope. Okay, so at this point, it's not really telling us why things are wrong. This test case doesn't have good messaging. We will log both of them. Number and result. So the number is equal and equal. Aha. Okay, so this is why we get to see this. And if y'all never seen what I'm doing here, we can also do number comma result. But when you do it this way, the goldfish memory is like, what are these two numbers again? Which is why I usually console log things as objects using the shorthand object notation. You can use that to basically get free labels. So you get, like, well, it's technically keys, but visually it's basically free labels. So we can see the number is 2997 and the result is 2997. All's good there. This is where things go bad. So we get not a number. So we can logic our way through this, or we can console log stuff. So we're just going to console log this to see what are we adding. Aha! So you see, since we're converting our number to a string, the first character is a hyphen. We don't really want to deal with this hyphen though. So this is where, well, I suppose there are like 5 different ways to do this, but essentially we want to detect. Oh, wait a minute. I'm noticing something. Okay, sorry, I got a little confused there. Wait a minute. Okay, let me try to follow this logic here, because it said concatenate, but now it's using the subtraction. 222 minus 999 minus 999 minus 777. Okay, yep, so this was a failure on my part of the prep. I didn't really ask enough clarifying questions about how the negatives were handled. Apparently, when you're using the negatives, well, hold on, 222 plus 999 plus 999 plus 777. Okay, so it does work. The math brain, which I don't have. Where's Leah, right? Where's Leah? They would have solved this in an instant, been like, I got that math. But yeah, the math brain in me was like, well, that's not how it works. So yeah, obviously, if you add negative numbers, it's the same as subtracting negative numbers. Obviously, right? I mean, only a fool would not know that. So yeah, fortunately, we can keep adding things, but we do need to do something special. So if the number is negative, then all of these numbers need to be negative. So basically we need some differing logic. We probably could do some fancy stuff here. I'm trying to think, can we do fancy stuff? Totally obvious. I mean, right. I mean, can I even call myself a software engineer at this point? I don't know. So yeah, let's think. I think I'll do some boring logic. So I'll say cost is negative, and that'll be if a number is less than 0. Very amazing logic. And then we're gonna say, this is gonna be real good, if is negative, and we're gonna say result equals negative result. No, of course, because when we do the toString, we still have that hyphen character, which doesn't like being concatenated. So the way we can do that is we can say, it's getting real messy, folks, but we're gonna get there. Ooh, this is gonna be good. No, it didn't work. I equals x negative as a number. There we go. Okay, well now we'll explain this. Okay, it works. So I did some tomfoolery there. I did some code warriorness. So let's go through it one by one. So we have is negative. That is a boolean representing if the number is less than 0, aka negative. Then we have the string. That is the number converted to a string. If it is negative, it has the hyphen 1, 2, 3. Hey Flo, yeah, we back for more, aren't we? Hey, thanks for the follow earlier. Thanks for coming on by too. We just did a little Code Wars, and it got a little, the code weenie started to come out at the end there for some fancy stuff. Yeah. Of course, yeah, always happy to help, happy to show the process. We just finished this one where we had to add up all the digits of a number concatenated n number of times, but we had to handle the negatives. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, trying to help out, you know? Just trying to help out. Oh, thanks, Brooke. Thanks, Flo. Yeah. So we got this result basically going on, and we check if it's negative. So remember, is negative is a boolean, but booleans can be converted to numbers because they're basically just 0 or 1. So we say if it's a negative, we start at the 1th index. So it's the equivalent of saying if it's negative, we start at 1. Otherwise, we start at 0. This allows us to skip the negative thing right here. I do stream Banky sometimes, OG. Usually it's just the Anki part of it, but yeah, I've done a few Banky streams in the past. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to finish my voice overlay thing, so yeah, we might actually do some later today, either after or between the main project for sure, yeah. But yeah, this is negative thing is a trick to saying start at 0 or start at 1. Then we don't even need this anymore. I was writing it out long so it's fully understandable, but we can fully code warriorify that now by saying the ith character repeated n times converted to a number. Crazy stuff. And then we can do, so we're doing a bit of manual logic here to say if it's negative, flip it around. I could go full code warrior. That's good enough for me. Again, we can go full code warrior with a string by using a reduce or something, but that's fine with me. Yeah, I think this is a good solution, honestly. Went like 6 minutes over, but that's because this is what you get for not fully doing the prep, folks. Do the prep fully and you'll catch on the first time. Okay, let me try to parse what incarnation this is going on. Show is the way of the warrior. I got a little warrior, but now we got Mr. Two-Liner over here. So we first checked if the absolute is all the numbers. Okay, so this is a weird way of converting it to a string, and then converting that string to an array, and then adding them to the previous. Oh, so it just forces them to absolute all the time. Huh. Yeah, I guess you didn't really need to handle the negative manually. Yeah, I guess I overthought the math part of it. But yeah, it was for the most part as expected. Well, ain't this the most readable test case you've ever seen? CCS, you tell me this ain't readable? Whew. Okay, I kind of feel good about my solution now. Because this is like the recommended or like the author provided one, so yikes. Yeah, with that, we will jump back into the project, though. So let's click the thingamabob. 35 minutes, and let's get into this. So, the last thing I explained was that we can't use the express directly because we're not just saving characters. Express is acting as a constructor, creating a unique instance of the application every time. Yeah, and after that, I'm gonna go a little crazy. So, a number of people have mentioned, VS Code wants me to convert this thingy. It gives me an underline. It tells me to do stuff. Let's do it. So it changes it from a const variable name equals require module name to import variable name from a module name. This is a newer ECMAScript module way. You don't have to do it this way, but when you do though, you see that we get some errors because in order to use modules, you need to tell by setting the type to module. So you need to tell Node.js that you want to run a module. So this is a newer version or a newer feature of Node.js. You're not going to see it natively supported everywhere. You'll see tools like Babel and Webpack convert this code into normal code. But if you're running new enough Node, you can, after adding a type module to your package.json, run this code basically as is. The main advantage is the syntax, and VS Code won't yell at you. There are other advantages, but we are not there yet. Okay, so we have this. This is an amazing website. 10 out of 10. And we can go ahead and start, building out the database, doing all this cool stuff. Or we can deploy this to Heroku right now. So again, there are a few things that we need to do to get this ready for Heroku. And it is basically first by listening for a port given by environment variable. So we do this by saying we want our port to equal process.env.port. You can see VS Code knows what's going on. So it's like, I suggest this automatically. But if nothing does supply a port, aka we're running locally, we want to default to port our favorite number. Now we can use this in the place where we've been using the manually hard-coded port to get essentially that working as a variable. And no, Flo, I was not part of the first cohort. I caught one of Diabolical's, or James Corbin. He was an alumni of the first one. I caught their streams, and I joined the Discord the last week of the first cohort. So technically I was there, but the second cohort was where I started watching and all the stuff, yeah. So I'm second cohort like y'all. I do have a little bit previous experience, but it's all just self-taught and, just lots of holes. But, yeah, now I'm glad to be community taught, as we all say, right? Yeah. So now I run npm run start, and it still works. 1337, we click it. It still works very lovely. Now this is where environment variables, because this is an environment variable. We can look at this. The concept when running processes, they're not arguments that you pass. They're like global constants that are set. So on Unix environments, aka Mac and Linux, we can set them by saying capitals and then whatever we want, 8455. Just like this, and you can see the port number has changed down here. So on Unix environments, this is the easiest way to change environment variables. The variable name, equals sign, the value, space. You can also change more. And not at the moment, OG. I am, freelancing like the rest of us, but not currently employed just yet. When the line's in the terminal, yeah, it does feel like it. When it's like, okay, look at all this code you got, For sure, Flo. That's how you know it's like, yeah, like in the movies, all those hacker typers and stuff. Yeah, Brooke. I didn't really get a good client either. I have, technically, I'm still not qualified. I haven't got the 200 one, right? I got 150, and it wasn't for a front end website. I had to go back to one of my I didn't have to. I just want to have something. So I went back to my old clients and picked up a scripting gig to just automate some PDF stuff. So it wasn't front end. So unfortunately, I'm like a little bit ahead of you that I have something, but that's not what I'm supposed to have yet, Brooke. So I'm still looking for sure. And yeah, just like in the movies, Flo, the legend, well, from legend to legend, welcome on in, a rainbow. Hope your day, evening, night's been going well. And yeah, we got this thing, so now it's detecting any old port of the package JSON. Now we want to update this code. Now I will use the terminal one more time so we can see get status. We have two modified things. Get add dot. Yeah, Brooke. Same. Now we were gonna commit, but we were gonna give this a message. We're gonna say use in variable port and convert to ECMAScript module. Very amazing commit names. But yeah, Brooke, I'm kind of trying to because Leon did mention that the whole freelancing thing, that's gonna get us the most bang for the buck, as you would say. But yeah, so I'm kind of just still holding off to get that one. I know I'm not gonna be first one out to get a job. I know it's gonna be a slow burn for me already, so I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be a slow burn. And ain't no way to avoid it for me in particular. Now we're gonna run git push, so that updated code, those 3 changed lines, if you really want to see what those 3 lines were, they're on the GitHub now. But this is the time where we're going to start up Heroku. So Heroku create quotes. Watch me not remember this command. Yeah, I mean, that's technically something. You can call that you can call that volunteer work, or basically pro bono, basically. Yeah. I mean, volunteering for sure. Yeah, you volunteered. You made it for free. It was free, right? Yeah. I mean, it's for a friend. It's not for a stranger necessarily, but sure. Okay, Honda. So that's a good question, because there were a lot of people, at least people hitting me up. They were like, well, "What's this cool way? Why can't I do it the cool way?" Because VS Code was telling them, you do const express equals require express, and VS Code was telling them to do this thing, and they were like, "Why can't I do this? Or how can I do this?" So they're just 2 different ways of doing it. This way is technically called CommonJS. It's the way Node.js was originally kind of standardized on, but now, so the disadvantage of this is that this only works for Node.js. So if you want to use CommonJS code in the browser, you gotta do a lot of tomfoolery. Now we have ECMAScript modules, which is using what you just called out, the require syntax, which VS Code can auto-convert, or you can do it yourself. It's a more modern way. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of just, that's it. It's just more modern. It makes importing and exporting a little easier. Mavi, don't technically. You see you brand that. You say you contributed to an artist website serving how many people her streams get, 200 at least, serving 200 plus people. And what they do, how many streams does Rufio do? 3 streams a week. So that's what, 269, serving about 1,000 people a week. Come on, massage that fact, Mavi, right? Massage it real good. Like Leon says, just massage it a little bit, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, so I'm just using this because probably people asked about it, so I'm showing it being used. We can use the other one back and forth. Doesn't really matter. Apparently we can't do that. R2 quotes. There we go. So I ran the Heroku create command. Hey, Brooklyn, yeah, you gotta get that homework done, of course. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, hope you're able to pick up some stuff. So I just ran Heroku create, and then I gave it a name, and it created an app for me, all the magically stuff done. But how did I run Heroku create? Well, I had to install something called the Heroku CLI. It's like we had to install Node, we had to install Git, you gotta install this. So this also requires Git, so if you haven't installed Git, you need to do that first before this will even work. So these are the instructions that I followed some time ago. The real estate novelist and Billy Joe's Piano Man. Yeah, you're right about that, Mavi, for sure, for sure. But yeah, so like these are the instructions I followed. I'm on Linux, so I just kind of followed the Linux instructions. And then I logged in, I clicked the link. Oh, can we do npm install gheroku? That does sound, I mean, it's probably in the instructions. But yeah, you can also, well, I had to read. Turns out I had to read, right? It does say strongly recommended to use the other ones, but yeah, for us, since we already have npm, probably easier to do npm install gheroku. Good call learning, I was learning. And yes, stout fella, thanks for coming on by. I will be hiding environment variables like API keys when I deploy it. First I gotta deploy it though. And will it work without committing my key? So the code will be runnable without committing my key, but in order for someone else to run my code, they'll need to provide their own API key and their own stuff. But the server, aka Heroku, will have my environment variable keys and values. So it'll take the code from wherever and it'll use it, but it'll have the keys. Now that won't be public, that'll be specifically on my app. So yeah, we'll be hiding it. It will not work fully without committing the key because that's where the database is. But other people can create their own database to commit the key in their things. And yep, .env is exactly how we'll be going Honda. And hey, Silent Spy, thanks for coming on by. Yep, so once you get it installed, run Heroku login, click the pretty link, and then like I did, Heroku create. And now, this is where my goldfish memory is like, what's the command? I don't remember. So I'm just going to go over here to my Heroku dashboard. And there it is, R2 quotes. And there are instructions around here somewhere. There it is. So there are also instructions here if you can't get the slide or remember it. Heroku login. So there's like 5 different ways really, but there are 2 ways to do it. You can, because there are basically, what is it? Not giant. So essentially 3 entities here. We have 1, 2, and 3. And then not that button. No, not that button. There we go. And we essentially have Heroku, and then we have you, which is just your computer here. Now this can be all that happens. You can send the code to it and send it back. This can be all the party that involves. Or you can push your code to GitHub. So if you push your code to GitHub, and you can tell Heroku to pull code from GitHub when you push code to GitHub. So that's a different way of doing it, where you have your computer, and when you push to GitHub, Heroku will pull from GitHub. That's one way of doing it. Or you can do it simpler. You can push to Heroku, and if you want to make it public, you can also push to GitHub. So it's about the 2 different ways we'll probably all be doing it. Just for simplicity though, we're going to basically use GitHub just for storing code, kind of like how Leon showed. So we're going to copy the command that they gave us, just paste. Apparently I got an update to do. And then we're going to do the command they say, git push Heroku master. And it's not master, it is called main. I think Leon had the exact same error. And now if we open this up a lot more, we can see the logs. You see all the logs of everything it's doing. You can also find these exact same logs on your website under overview, and then latest activity, view build progress. So you can find the same logs here, read them wherever you want. They're cool to look at. Once it's done though, it gives you a nice little URL that you can click on, and if I didn't mess up, it's not working. Yeah, and like Heroku or like Honda is saying, environment variables very easy to work with. Once you learn how one works, you'll learn how they all work. And actually, speaking of that, we do need to get environment variables in here eventually. So I will introduce that now. So I'm going to be using the .env because that's what I use already. Now, if we look at .env's documentation, which you can do by googling .env, we will see my internet be slow. And then we will see it is a zero dependency module that loads variables from an env file into process env. So essentially, this is for us. This is for developers, and whenever we create specifically a .env file, this is where it does. It takes the things in here, the environment variables, secret equals goldfish, and it takes it from this file and it loads it under process env. So I'm just going to add a dummy route real quick. It's going to be called secret, and it's going to send to the client our secret, and that secret is process.env.secret. It's amazing, I know. Then npm run start to start our server. Then we're going to click on it, and hello world's still there. We haven't broken that, thankfully. But when we go to the secret endpoint, we're going to see nothing. We see nothing. Well, that's weird. Whenever things are going wrong, we can always do a console though. So let's just console log what our secret is supposed to be sending. Then we have to stop and start our server. And when we look again, still nothing in the browser. In the terminal though, we get secret undefined. Well, that's weird. We created the env file. Why didn't it work? Well, gotta read the instructions a little bit more. When you use .env, you can't just install it like all node modules. You have to use it. Yeah, Darth Vader fell down. What a username you have there. And yeah, I will be installing NodeMon in a second. Just don't want to rely on it too early. But yeah, NodeMon is probably the next thing I'll install. Thanks for coming on by, though. Don't want to get into the habit of thinking stuff automatically refreshes when in reality it doesn't always. So yeah, in the instructions here we see you can paste this piece of code or paste this piece of code, and it will automatically work and import our env. I call it NodeMon. I don't call it NodeDemon or NodeDaemon, whatever that is, because it is a monitor for Node. And you're right, Darth Fellow, or Darth Vader, it is basically textual format in our .env files. It is key, $, string value. So yeah, since I'm using ES6, we can tell. So this is why I also went with ES6, so we can see which are the two, like, because sometimes you'll only see instructions for this, sometimes you'll see instructions for old CommonJS code. So as I'm using an ES6 module, I'm gonna go up to the top here, do what it says, and just start the server. I'll install NodeMon in a second, everyone, hold on. And now that we refresh, we see we got goldfish. We have the content from our env file. Is it really? You know, I haven't really looked at their logo. I haven't looked at the logo in a long time, Flo. I probably could have. Oh yeah, it. Would you look at that? Yeah. Okay, I guess they're in on the joke too, huh? Yeah, I mean, maybe it is NodeDemon. I don't know. Okay. It's Schrodinger's name, right? It's whatever it is you say at the time. So as you can see, now that I use the .env module, as the instructions said, I used it with this way because I'm using this code, but could have went require .config with the other one. Now my env file is being injected into process.env. So that's how we do it locally. And just for simplicity's sake, we do have this added. We'll go ahead and essentially add this changes to our code. So we import .env, we add the secret. We got package.json for the new module, and this thing for the new module. add.env with secret and secret. It's a very important secret, folks. We don't want people to know about the secret. Obviously, this ain't a real secret. It's just something to demonstrate the node.env working. And before we go all Heroku, we might as well get node mon or node daemon installed. So like this, npm I node, I'm gonna call it node mon, sorry folks. And if we go to the instructions, which npm page is pretty good, we see install. So yeah, apparently you're supposed to use save dev, so I already made a mistake. So look at my package JSON. It is installed as a dependency. This means when Heroku runs and like says, I need to install all these things, it will install nodemon. But thinking, we don't actually need nodemon for my server to run. We need nodemon for a developer to work on it, but not for it to run. So what we're supposed to do is npm install --save-dev to save it as a developer dependency, and you see it right before our eyes. Let's run it back. Okay, we're not running it back. So as you can see, it created a new section called dev dependencies. It's not really telling us what it is, but the dependencies only needed when you're installing the package in development wrong. Pokemon, no daemon. Is that how it is, Mavi? Okay, let's so once and for all. Okay, let's figure this out. Most people, it's nodemon, no daemon. I'm going to Twitter. We're going to see. I don't know, Mavi. Twitter's about to disagree with you. No daemon. I mean, it's just one person. I don't know who this person is. That was the first person on Twitter. Well, let's go to Reddit. Reddit always has great opinions, if y'all haven't been there. View poll. Is there a poll on this? Nodemon. I mean, this poll from 2 years ago says other, Mavi. I don't know. I would love to see Leon, like, or someone, like, do a poll of this, like, okay, folks, how do y'all say it? But, hey, looks like, it's definitely not no demon, though. So you're not last in the suggestions, Mavi. Nodemon? Pokemon. No daemon. I don't really know. This breaks friendships. Hey, at least we're not talking about spaces versus tabs, right? Okay, so we have nodemon installed. We have the thing. I'm just gonna. What is it? Is it Voldemort now? I can't say its name. So I'm gonna add it under a dev script and follow the instructions. It wraps your application. So however you normally call your thing, you just call it with nodemon. So now we call it nodemon server.js. And now when I say npm run dev, it's still running. Voldemon. You know, I mean, that might already exist. Voldemon. Nope. No npm package Voldemon. You gotta be the one to make it flow. You said it, you gotta make it now. That's your 100 hours project. Voldemon. So yeah, we're running this. Nothing's really changed yet. Let's actually do something to see it happen. We make a modification to our file. We hit Control S, and boom, nodemon does the magic. It stops and restarts the server. Again, you don't want to become too dependent on this, but it's a useful tool. It's a useful tool we will use. We'll call it add nodemon. No daemon, because it's a daemon background process. Okay. Yeah, I do know how the daemon pronunciation, the background process, yeah. But it is a daemon though. Oh, okay, I see. It's node daemon. I got it. Oh, I appreciate the suggestion there. Oh, well, you quick on the gun there, Ryan. Okay. I was one click away from it. Thanks, Ryan. Knocked him out real quick. Yeah, Wild West out here. I mean, I couldn't make a bot for that, but it's like, why make a bot? Ryan's right there. But yeah, we got this node daemon running, and now I'm going to show specifically on Heroku how do we manage all these environment variables. So let's go ahead and just do some looky-looing around. I guess I'll use this version so y'all can see it. We can see, and it's kind of not a really good version. I'm trying to show this in a way that y'all can do it yourself. So I ran git log, and it shows all my commits and where things are, and we can see that the head main, now if y'all went through the git, y'all know head is currently where we're at. Hey, thanks for the follow, Mikaya. Appreciate the follow. Hope you were having a good day, evening, or night. So yeah, we can see we're currently here, and these branches, the origin main, remember origin is our GitHub, and the Heroku main, we know what Heroku is, are way back here. So we're going to say git push origin. So this is where we're pushing to, and what we're pushing, the main branch. And now if we do log again, we can see it has become synchronized with head main. And if we're going to do git push Heroku main, Mikaya. I'll try to keep it that way then. Mikay. So yeah, now I'm just running this, and you can see it's doing all the fun stuff. Do the fun stuff, Heroku. And now, if we go to Heroku app, we see nothing has changed, but if we go to our secret, we see nothing. So our environment variable is not on Heroku. So this is where I'm going to show, now they're all a little different. These are the platforms, Heroku, AWS, Google, but it's like different ways to do the same thing. So on Heroku, you go to settings, and they're weird a little. They call them config vars. So you come over here to your settings tab, you click reveal config vars, and there are nothing here. But now you can set them equals bluefish. So key value is the exact same structure as your env file, it's just through a pretty little web form. Once you click add, it's done. It's been a while since I did this. So we look at the overview. We see, yep, I set secret config var just now. Well, we can go to our website and see if it's working. There you go. So what it did is it stopped and it restarted our server with the environment variable set. So that's specifically on Heroku how it works. Like I said, other platforms will do other things. Where are the logs? Here are the logs. These aren't a lot of logs. Where are the rest of my logs? I want more logs. There's supposed to be more logs here, folks. Give me the logs. There we go. Okay, so I had to ask for more logs. But as we can see, we have lots of boring information. It's in pretty colors though, so it's a lot easier to read. We have, this is basically, so you can see, it's using npm start. So Heroku, they're cool. When they see a package JSON, they're like, I gotta run npm start. It does that. This is our output. Ooh, so this is Pop OS. Effectively, it's just Ubuntu with a little bit of free customization. It's basically Ubuntu, basically. That's the main base of it. This terminal, I'm using OMyZSH with Power Wizard as the theme, though you should get coloring on any terminal here. This is all Heroku provided colors. If your terminal can support colors, you should get colors. So yeah, we have the thing where we started it. You can see it gave us a weird old port number. Never would have been able to memorize that. We went to it. It even logs, gives you free logging. Cool stuff. Then I did a build. It deployed it. Blah, blah, blah. And then we can see here where it got restarted. Now, it didn't tell us why it restarted it, unfortunately. So you kind of just have to know something changed. So it went from up to starting, it killed it, RIP, then it restarted it with the environment variable changed. So that's the Heroku way of doing it. Other platforms have similar things. Again, all you need to do is access process.env to get the environment variables. The .env, the .env module is specifically from pulling it from env files, not for making environment variables working. So a lot of overlap, but all it does is it reads the file, puts them in process env for us, usually only for local development. So what I'm trying to say is that we didn't need this for Heroku to work. Heroku automatically injected it, process env, without this module. But we use this for local development purposes. And yeah, that is Express deployed on Heroku with environment variables. Now, I suppose the next part is actually getting onto the full project, and that will be taking our lovely just blurb of data here and doing a little work to it. And this will be getting Mongo involved and all that stuff. Yeah, stout fella, I wanted to make sure that was clear, because not only is it difficult to speak about, because .env can mean the period character env, it can mean .env in the module, and environment variables are another thing. There's a lot of overlap here, and it can get really messy and confusing. So I hope I explained the differences between it all. And hey, thanks for the follow, stout fella. I almost want to say STD out, because that's the standard output. But stout fella, that's a good name. And yeah, with that, we have this running. I mean, y'all can... It ain't too exciting yet, but code is there for this one, and this is here for this one. So you can all look at my secret blue fish. Ta-da! Yeah, and when we get back, we'll get Mongo involved with its secret Mongo environment variables accordingly. And let me try to think. I don't know, I'll probably show the credentials, because I'll just change them after, so y'all can see most of the full process. Okay, I see y'all. I'm looking at the logs. I can see you all cooking there. Yeah. Can't see your IPs though, so don't you worry. In this log it says, I don't know why the other log doesn't say. Why be so disappointing, logs? Watch me click 5 times. Nah. Okay, I'll just click the big arrow. Well, this log tells it when we change environment variables. The other one don't. I don't know. That's weird, folks. You don't really need to know when things happen, though. But yeah, with this working, like I said, after the end of this break, we will get the Mongo involved. Ain't gonna be doing nothing crazy with it. Just be throwing stuff in it, getting stuff out. And then, maybe at the end of that session, or the beginning of the next one, we'll actually be taking all these quotes and shoving them into something, because, as you can tell, I just downloaded them from the internet. They're kind of just smushed in here. We gotta do stuff to them, put them in the database. And hey, thanks for the follow, half tomato. Oh, it's half tomato, or half tomato. I'm saying it wrong now. It's mayo, and it's half tomato. Half tomato. Oh, it's like half to mayo. I think that's it. But yeah, at the end of the next session, or the next one, we'll be taking all these raw SRT files, which, if you don't know an SRT file, it's a common way of denoting subtitles / captions that I just yoinked off the internet, so yoink, and I will be putting it in the database. And then once we have them in the database, we'll actually need to do some querying from the database. But yeah, all that is next after this break. Feel free to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can, and we'll give it a good break. Gotta push the buttons. And let's take that break. Hey, Jack Tree Cody, you came in just at the break. I'm doing good. We got the basic Express server up to here if you want to check it out. But yeah, when we get back, we'll go through it all. Yeah, it's break time silent. We'll go through it all we got so far. Welcome back, folks. That was a good break for y'all as it was for me. And yeah, I got there's a whole bunch of commands in here, Ryan. Hopefully all of them work, right? As usual, we're going to be starting with a Codewars. Let's whoosh on down there. Let's see if we can do some stuff. And yeah, Ryan, I have been attempting to consistently blog, because Sam Sycamore said it was good, so for that, give it a shot. So yeah, I found this here on Code War. Dave has a lot of data he wants to require to apply filters to. So we have even, odd, under, over, and in range. So essentially, we're going to be defining all these methods on the prototype. So this is going to be a fun one, for sure. For sure. Yeah, Ryan, I know we got a lot of hash node direct support of 100 devs and stuff, so yeah. Give it a try, or just try, as you can tell from mine, it's kind of just what I find interesting and stuff, but yeah, some people go full tutorial and all that too. Yeah, Honda Civic, in order to maintain consistency with what we're going for, we'll be using EJS for the front end of the API. So when you make a query, it'll be filtered in with EJS. So no fancy, we're not pulling in React. We're not doing any fancy Ajax stuff. We're going to try to keep it as simple and simple. It doesn't have to be used for our API, so it's for the front end of it. Like, if you want to render something, it's specifically for rendering HTML. If you don't have to, you can use Ajax, like we've been using other APIs, where you make a fetch, and then based on that fetch, you set some data on the DOM. So that's what we've been doing so far. So we've been using APIs on the front end this entire time. But now that we're in control of the server, we can say, I'm going to give you the HTML with the stuff already inside of it, and I'm going to format it with EJS, so I'll create all the HTML elements in ways that I already want it created, instead of you making another fetch or me encoding it as JSON and you doing client-side process. So we're server-side. Is it a static generation or server-side rendering? It's one of them buzzwordy terms, folks. I'm not sure which one it is. Yeah, hey. Thanks for coming on by, Corma. Yes. It's all suffer together, right, folks? I will get on the EJS soon. Eventually. Hopefully this session. We will get there. Don't worry about it. First, we gotta do Code Wars, though, as usual. So, y'all probably have seen problems like this, too, where they give you some weird prototypal chain. Usually, you're not supposed to touch the prototype of things you don't own, but this is Code Wars. We're doing it. So we can see what should even. So we have our prep kind of already defined here. We have numbers. When you call it even, it should only return the even numbers. So let's start with that one. So that looks like a filter, because we have an array and we're returning a subset or a subarray, or well, I don't know the other term, but there's another term for things that make up the original array. So it's going to be this dot filter. We're going to say num. And then we're going to say our conditional will be num divisible by 2 triple equals 0. So we're going to keep all the even things. So as you can see, even looks like it's working. Remember, we only wrote the code for one. We have this is a weird code war. It's testing 5 different things at once, but the even looks good to me. Now for odd, we're going to copy and paste it, right? Because why do... we already know what we're doing. We're checking that it's not 0. Boom. That's odd. Looking pretty good. Now let's go read the instructions for under. So given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, passing the under x of 4 should return 1, 2, 3. Basically all the numbers that are less than x. I guess this is supposed to train us using filter or something. I don't know the hidden lesson we're supposed to be learning here. And now over, I don't even think I need to go for that. All the numbers over x. And now for in range. There's no space here. I gotta add a space, folks. I'm sorry. So these are all the numbers in the range of 18 to 30, but do note this one's a little different than over and under. The values are inclusive. So you see when we did under 4, we got 1, 2, 3. We did not get 4. So that was an exclusive of X. We excluded X. We did not use X. But this one wants us to be inclusive of the min and max. And hey, thanks for the follow, Tame Mr. Tame. Hope your day, evening, or night's been going well. So yeah, the difference between over and the end range is that the number has to be inclusive of the min and max. So essentially, we want the num to be greater than or equal to min, and the num to be less than or equal to max, right? There we go. That looks right to me. Almost first try. Okay, let's see. Testing invalid items. So they expected an empty array, but they were given... Okay, so they're going to give us non-numeric values. So they're going to give us non-numeric values. Okay, let me look at this logic. Okay, I'm also seeing strings in here, so they're giving us just the kitchen sink, huh, folks? So essentially, we need to convert our values to numbers before using them, perhaps? I'm not really sure on this one. We'll figure it out together, folks. So if we use the unary plus operand, or operator, to convert our numbers, to convert our things to numbers. Okay. Okay, expected 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Instead got 0. Okay, so I'm seeing it now. When we get non-numeric values, you're supposed to ignore them. Okay, I got it. I think I got it. Famous last words, right? So when we want to get rid of all the non-numeric values. So we want to also filter. I'm going to write 2 filters because I don't want to make this too complicated. Value, we're going to say number is number. Or we could use is nan, right? Can I just map them out? Okay, let me think about that. So unfortunately, they don't have really good test cases. Let's write ourselves a test case. So if they give us, yes. So I'm gonna see if we can map it out after we get a good test case. Console log of this. Hopefully, this is the one that's failing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ryan, because we're returning always less than. We're not transforming. But we can, like if we wanted to keep them or do something to them, we could map them to real numbers, but we're getting rid of them all the time. And hey, Universal Lee, thanks for the follow. Hope your day, evening, or night's been going well. The Universal Lee, better than the local one, right? Alright, so let's get a good example here. Okay, I don't think I need an example. We're gonna go crazy. We're gonna yellow a little bit. So we want to filter, and I'm gonna do 2 filters because I'm a baddie. We're gonna filter the value. We only want to keep things that are a number. So we're gonna say number is nan value. So this will return a boolean if this thing is not a number. Now, there's probably a better way to do this, but I'm gonna see if this works. I can't see if this works because I need to do it to everything, don't I? So let's copy and paste it everywhere. Again, we're just prototyping this experimental code. Okay, it's obviously not doing its trick. Okay, I need a good test case. That's what's throwing me off here. So testing even on this array. Expected. Let me read the instructions again. Finally, the filter should only accept integer values. Okay, so if anything, specifically integer values. That's even more specific than I was going. I was going to accept floats. Okay, I think I see this. So we want to say filter value, and we want to say number is integer value. I think this is the one, folks. Famous last words. Let's see if this is what we want. Well, we know those ones passed. There we go. Okay, so before I was saying let's get rid of everything that wasn't a number. So I was keeping floats and whole numbers. But the test only wants us to keep whole numbers entirely. So let me explain what's going on here. First, we're going through an array. Let's create a dummy array. 5 and then keep 5. We want to say 1. So here we should still expect 2 and 4 because 1's not a number. It passed as expected. So when we filter through the array, we say, are you an integer? We keep 1, keep 2, keep 3, keep 4, keep 5, and then we get to 1 as a string. And it says, when passed to number is integer, false. So we get rid of that. So now we have the array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we perform our unique filtration, which is, at least for evens case, is it divisible by 2? Or does the remainder when dividing by 2 equal 0? This one's 1, this one's 1. The odds are 1s, the evens are 2s. And that does the trick. And yeah, that is the logic behind this one. I don't know why we have duplicate test cases here. Maybe I did that. I do that. So I do want to clean this code up a little bit because we can see a lot of repeated code here. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to extend the prototype even further. I'm going to say whole integers. There you go. So I'm going to make a little helper. It's basically it's going to be like the ones they have, even, odd, and all that stuff. But it's only going to give us the integers. So now for all of these, we can say this dot integers, then dot filter. A little bit less repetition here. Oh, I missed a dot. Again, it's not efficient because we're iterating through the array twice. One to get rid of the non-integers, the other just to keep the ones that we want. But it looks nice, and that's the wrong keybind. And it makes this pretty nice and readable. Let's go see the Codewars solution. See what all them code wacky warriors did. Hey, look, someone did the same thing I did. They used type of and... Okay, this is wacky logic to like do bit shifting. Hey, thanks for the alert flow. Appreciate you coming on by. I should be streaming long enough that you'll catch the other half. As always, there's VODs though. Okay, filter, type of. So they are doing the efficient way. They're inlining the checks and then doing the logic. Hey, Pink Star, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I'm doing well. We just knocked out a little cool prototype expansion Codewars. Oh, we even did. Look at this crazy person. They're using eval. Ain't that crazy? Yeah, Jack Tree. Giving it a good go. They all seem to be approximately the same. Yeah, it was a good one. Ours was a little. It was basically like the rest of them. We filter, keep the evens. Filter, keep the odds. Filter, keep numbers under a different number. So they're basically like, you want to know how to use filter? This is the Codewars for you. But next, with that little Codewars done, we're jumping straight in to the rest of our full stack app. Wow, that is not 50 something minutes. There we go, 35. So quick recap, we have it up here. That's the code, and this is, I'll add some to that later. But essentially, we started off with creating the folder. We did npm init. We added a start script, which is node server.js. We then written the code as ES5 CommonJS module. We then converted it to ES6 using this fancy import syntax, combined with setting the type to module, because it was brought up a few times I saw. You don't have to, it's a way to do things. And then we used the process environment variable of port to allow the port to be customized by whatever was running this. So by default, we go to the cool number. Otherwise, we use whatever port was provided via environment variable. And lastly, we got our node env working by having our secret goldfish right here, super secret environment variable. This is going to be our database eventually. We installed .env. We just copy and pasted the instructions of how to use it in an ES6 module. And when you go to the secret endpoint, right around here, npm run dev. When we go to the secret endpoint, we get our secret. This isn't usually what you do with secrets, but just to show it's working. And throughout that entire process, we had deployed it to Heroku. So when we go here, and then we go to /secret, we can see the bluefish, which we were able to set by going to the settings tab and going to the config var section, which is what they call environment variables. It's a little different terminology, means the same thing. You wouldn't know it unless you read all the docs or figured it out though. Config var equals environment variables. And with that, I will be updating my GitHub though to have this URL, because I realized this ain't really usable. So we also got to add a readme eventually, but one step at a time. So I'm just going to add this little thing to the settings. Yep, it's also there, Ryan. That's the full GitHub. The today's code is, of course, under here. And now that I have the thing linked, you can go to the thing, and then top right corner, you get the link to the deployed site. Because I haven't added a readme yet. And with that pretty good recap out of the way, we're going to shove a database into this. Yeah, Ryan, is that new? Did you not know about the, yeah, you can add, like, whole kinds of, like, descriptions, tags, all kinds of stuff up here. It's what people look for usually, if not their readme. Hey, Jim, thanks for coming on by. I'm glad to see ya. Hope your day, evening has been going well. Just pulling off of Codewars. Yeah, that's cool, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, hey, you could have been in today's one of, what is it? One of today's 1,000 who just saw it for the first time. All those years in academy. I mean, this is really wasted. It's surely there's usefulness in it, right? Okay, so we have that installed. Now we're just going to hook up to the database. I'm not going to do anything yet, so npm install mongodb. And now, I'm a big fan of the docs, npm mongodb. We can look at the documentation. It should give us instructions about how to use it. Yeah, Ryan. Also, there's that template, right, we're supposed to use. Let me go check out what you just dropped, though. I think I've seen it before, but the goldfish memory cannot recall. Yeah, this little thing. Yeah, I might give this a shot too. Do gotta write readme eventually. And yeah, so but first we gotta actually get this thing doing something so people can read about it. So looking at the instructions, we get to the installation, we do the thing. Look, they got nice instructions here. Ooh, they even tell you how to run one locally. Well, I might show that later, but we all ain't doing that. So we see here, we have instructions for ES5 and instructions for ES6. This is how you do it, and then the instructions are a little different than how we've done it, if you might notice, but there are always different ways to do it. And we're gonna do this way, so I'm just gonna yoink, 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 and all this code looks good enough to me. We're gonna check it at the bottom. There we go. Now we ain't using localhost, we're using Atlas. So let me click connect. Let me check that this is okay. I have to do the network weird thing with IPs, right? There we go. Okay, yep. I do have it working. Let me bring it back now. Hello world on index page. Good start. Yeah, yes, you may quote me, Jim. Yeah, I suppose it's not really obvious at the front what the project's actually doing, but the TLDR is that essentially, I already had it written. This is going to be one of those, it's going to be a quote generator where, well, it's not going to be a generator, where it will, now where it's happening. So VS Code will not search a get ignored file unless you tell it to search the get ignored stuff. But here we go. So, like The Office, very popular TV show, I went and downloaded a bunch of the captions, aka transcripts, subtitles, all that stuff of it. And I'm like, I'm going to turn this into an API. So if someone searches sometimes I'll start, it will show all the quotes that have sometimes I start, episode number, and what timestamp it happened. And hey, Cormosaurus, thanks for the follow. Because I've always seen people doing like yearbook quotes and stuff that's like, The Office, Season 5, Episode 12, 5 minutes and 23 seconds. And then you gotta go there to figure out what it is, and that's like, those are cool, but like, I ain't got time to watch The Office. I mean, I'm sure it's a great show, but I ain't got that kind of time, so if I just want to search for something like a quote or whatever to find the timestamp to shove in my yearbook or share secretly or whatever, you know? So that's what the end goal is going to be. But we got to slowly make our way there. We can't jump to the end. Yeah, I've seen them too, Ryan. That's what inspired me. And I looked at websites like all these quote sites, and they were like, the search bars didn't work half the time. And like, even if you like, I had to know which episode the quote was from already. It's like, no, that's not usable, you know? Yeah, so that's what this is going to be. But we got to connect our database first. So, unfortunately, I've already created it. So, Mayan Wolf's got the, yeah, Ryan, I did think of it. So, all I really need is subtitles / captions of stuff. And part of the process is writing a script to put this in a database. So yeah, I mean, there's absolutely nothing limiting it to The Office either. I just add another thing, because I'm already going to have, obviously, season episode number. There's just going to be another field, be like series title or series ID or something. So there's nothing stopping it from being just Office. So yeah, I mean, I've had the idea. I was going to be like, I'm going to make this Star Wars themed instead, but I'm like, I see a lot more Office quotes in the wild than I do Star Wars quotes. So yeah, gotta create the database. And yes, Pink Star, you can charge for them. No. I mean, if we're overlooking Heroku, that will be a compliment to me, folks. I'll just say that. Watch me just like forget the cores so no one can use it, right? I will not forget cores though, y'all. I'll make sure it's actually usable for folks. But yeah, Pink Star, you can charge for it. A popular thing is, there are lots of them. You can also charge for it, like do your own payment integration or stuff. But I hear Rapid API is a popular platform or whatever you call it that you can like funnel your APIs through to, like, they handle charging and all that stuff. I don't know, I've never really sold an API, but I mean, like Leon said, you can do it, you know? Oh, thanks, Mavi. I thought of it like 2 days ago because I was like, Saturday's coming up. I need to think of something. So, well, I also had to do it for homework, but yeah, Pink Star, it's essentially e-commerceifying it. So all the things, the Venn diagram of e-commerce and API selling, very similar, just different things. And yeah, Mavi, I'm sure yours is a work of love. Don't put it down. Oh, I'm gonna click it. Spice Girls. Ooh, okay. For info on the group members. This example. Loving the documentation. Lovely. Let me zoom in because I'm blind. Yeah, I know. That's a person. For info on the albums. Okay. The first. Discography. I know how to pronounce those words. You spice up your life, yeah. On an album track, follow this example. Track 01, track 02. Ooh, look at that, yeah. Ah, Diddy, my goldfish. I'm He probably did. Yeah, I remember something happening. But yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, album, and you have albums. It looks like nested objects. Ooh, very, very fancy. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Now here comes the final test. If I'm Joe Schmo over here, and I want to be like, this is a cool API like to use it on my website. I'm going to make a fetch request to your API. I'm going to say r.json. I'm going to be like, look at all my stuff. Console log. Huh. Okay, I can't do this on the NPM's website. Let me open up another website. This website should do it. Ooh, look at you. You even handled the cores. How you are a gracious API creator, Mavi. We can all use this in our own applications as we like. I'm not gonna point anything out though. It's okay. I made it. I made that typo mistake every time. It's track length, right? It happens. It happens. Let me see if it's just that one though. Let me track 01, track 02. There's a couple of them. That's good. It's good though. But hey, that's pretty nice. I mean, I can already tell. Like I get 3 albums, all those tracks. That's a lot of data. Lot of data. You might have been one of the folks asking how to put it in a different file. The word is now left. Oh, okay. Apologies. I am very outdated. Very outdated, yeah. Add it to the dictionary. That's right. It's going in there. Okay, let me go through where we go. I'm going to the database. So I've already created the database. If you want to see that, there is Maya and Wolf did a whole thing where they create the database from scratch. I don't know. Oh, I thought you were asking Ryan about something chat I missed. Yeah, I won't be so I won't be doing too much. That's good stuff to add. And like for my 100 hours project, yeah, full authentication. But for this little thing, no authentication, no rate limiting. It's a friendly API. You know, we're very friendly. Because I'm thinking, and this is kind of the reason I went with this example, we don't need authentication. It's data in an organized form. There's no, I mean, I can add favorites and stuff like that, but it's not on the MVP. Let's say that. So cool features, not on the MVP though. We could go that way if y'all want to see it though. Gotta connect to database though first. So again, I already created it. Want to see that go through? Mine has it. Now we get to this thing. It says connect your application. Then it gives you a lovely URL, and you copy it. Just copy it. Sometimes it doesn't have your username in here. Sometimes it does. If it doesn't, it says opening chevron, username, closing chevron. Either way though, we can now just yoink it right there. And now this is the part where I will be modifying the password so it is easily just mess around with. There you go. Save password. There we go. Okay, so I just updated the password by clicking this edit. So I went to database access, edit, and then I clicked edit password. So now the password for this database is Hunter2. Before you all get worried, it's IP whitelisted. I'm the only one who can actually use it at the moment. So, and then we have this running. We're just gonna run the code they have. Main, straight up running the example, and we'll see what happens. npm run dev, like that reloading, and it fails because Mongo client is not defined. So I copied the code, but I didn't copy all the code. So npm mongodb dad joke rating system. Yeah, that'd be a fun one. Basically, where you have like a bunch of dad jokes and people can vote on which was the dad jokiest or funniest, and then you can sort them, like display the funniest jokes and stuff, right? That sounds like a great idea. Has some form of yeah, you get obviously the dad jokes in the API. Yeah, you can get some authentication in there, some user votes. basically fully fledged because you got the reading, the creating. Maybe you can allow them to change their votes if you want updating, deleting. I guess they can unvote if you really want the deleting part. But yeah, you can make that fully fledged there, Jim. So here's the thing I was missing. Copy some example. Groans versus belly laughs. Hey, that's the one, huh? Hey, DM Bull, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, be sure to check out DM Bull, folks. They do some cool stuff. That is an old VOD, though. The VOD's not being the bot's not that up to date. I am super fast, DM Bull. Of course, I am very fast. It is not an auto shout out at all. It was an auto shout out. I got people added to the list, slowly building that up, you know. The bot. I recently rewrote the bot a little bit, cleaned it up, so it was becoming very monolithic. But it was still from the heart. Don't worry about it, DM Bull. Yep. Okay, yeah, sorry, brain's slowing down. Yeah, so we have this code here. We just copied it from the site, and wow, this is what you get when you run nodemon. Apparently I already ran, and it's like done or something. So then console log dot catch error. I got no goldfish command yet, Ryan. Soon though, soon, right? There we go. Okay, so we're running basically this code. It says connected successfully to server. Then it says done. So it looks like things are working fine. Let's see what happens if they don't look fine, though. Boom. So here's an example of an invalid password error. Bad authentication failure. So if you ever see that, it's a bad password. Let's go with another example. Let's say bad username. Let's see what happens with a bad username. It's the exact same thing. So when you get one of those errors, it's either a bad username or a bad password. Can't really tell. Let's mess up the URL. Ooh, you get an E not found. So if you messed up the URL, not the username or password part, you're going to get an E not found. Which, I mean, it's got not found in the name. Kind of a pretty good hint, I think. And let's see how else we can mess this up. Oh, yeah. You mess up the front half, you're going to get invalid scheme. Swordfish versus goldfish. I was trying to get some little mini game thing working earlier for the stream, but ran out of time. Yeah, those could be some cool names for sure. We're all goldfish here. Well, I'm a goldfish here. Y'all give me whatever fish you like in the sea. So yeah, this is working now, as we can see. It's connecting and not crashing. But we can't just put this in our code. We got to use an environment variable. So let's go ahead and we already did that with our secret goldfish. But now we're going to use that with our, what do they call it? MongoDB URL. So instead of using URL, we're going to say process.env.mongodb_URL. Now this has no significance. I just made it up. You can call these whatever you want. There are a few that are in use, but usually if you're specific enough, you won't run into errors like that. So I'm saying I want to use the whatever's in MongoDB URL as my database connection URL. And now I'm going to go on over to my env file and add it. And now, since this is not a JavaScript file, it's just an env file, you get rid of the quotes. It's automatically a string. Very basic files. And now, things are on fire. Cannot read properties of undefined. Well, that's weird. There it is. So what happened was, when a environment variable is not set, its value is undefined. So what I did was I saved the file, which caused it to reload, because I'm using nodemon, and now that env was populated, it was able to get it. But that's kind of a weird error though, ain't it? It'd be nice if it told us. So let's add a little error checking. So first we're going to shove it in a variable. So const, nope, that's not what I want. MongoDB URL equals, and again, this is a lot like our port, so we'll go up and put it where our port is. Keep all these capital constants together. It's a good place to have them. And now we're gonna say if MongoDB URL we're just gonna check if it's falsy, because it could be an empty string, it could be undefined. What do we want to do? We'll throw a new error, and what are we gonna say? We'll say something like, I don't know, this is up to us. In environment variable required. It's a very amazing error name, folks. So now when we give this, we try to run this without an environment variable for our MongoDB URL. Restart, please. Well, we tried. Stop and start. Boom, we get our custom error thrown instead of some weird undefined split that we have to like read and figure out. So this just makes things a little easier. If we ever forget it, we can literally see what went wrong. And now, when we have it connected, we need to actually do something with it. So we need to add things and read things from it, because it's connected, but we're not really doing anything with it. So this is the part where it's the Wild West of the back end. We had the one example where we threw all our listeners inside of our client after we connected it. You can do it however you want, really. How do I want to do it? Well, I know I definitely... How do I want to do it? Well, I guess I'll just call... This main's a pretty good function name. So I'll create the client. Yeah, so the client's out here. Do I need this DB name? I don't. Thank you, useless old tutorial. There we go. So I'm going to be calling main, and then I'll console log, and I'll catch whatever errors there are, error them. After I call main, though, I'll be telling my server to listen. Does listen have a promise variant? It does not. Probably doesn't matter. So now, when we console log, we'll see DB name's not defined. Okay. Quotes. I'll give this a name. There you go. So now we can see we got connected to server before we got listening at the express number. Now, if that, I do suppose it is time to actually be making some queries, some reads, some writes to the actual server. So if we go look at our server now through the Atlas viewer, we can do this by going to our thing. We see it's had activity. We click browse collections. And then we wait for it. And here we are. We can see Star Wars quotes, which we're gonna drop. Goodbye. Listen goes inside the async function. So that's the way I've written it. Because I don't want the Express server to start before the database connection has happened. So this is the way I've written it. Basically, we wait for the database and then we start the Express server. You can start the Express server first and then have other things, like the odds of a request happening before the database connects pretty low, I suppose. This is just a way to make sure that no one can request things from the server before the database is available, because my application depends on a database. You don't have to, though. There are tons of different ways to do this order-wise. It's just the order I went, and technically they could be completely independent. Like, they don't have to be related at all, like it was before. But the way the initial tutorial we went through, and most of the ones I'm seeing, kind of go this way: database first, then Express server. Yeah, and I'm using an async function, as you noticed, but we can use we can use good old promises, which I think is more in line with what the original example was. So we'll just do that. Catch console error. Yeah, exactly, Flyboy. That's kind of the goal. So I mean, I probably could get away with it, because not all endpoints need a database, but it's not really worth checking, is the database there yet every time to make the one connection be happy. And yeah, thanks for coming by. I'm glad you found your way here. We're just, you seem to already know a little bit. We're just building out a little fun little quotes API where you're going to give it some text and it'll tell you where in the office, all these seasons and episodes, where that quote was said. We're just getting the database connected though. Python Django. I know a little Python. Never got into the Django though. Furthest I got was Flask and stuff. So yeah, a little bit of overlap, a little bit of new stuff. But yeah, we've made our connection. We have connected. Now we've started the server, and this is the part where PyScript. Yeah, I saw that coming out, Dumpster Dev. I don't know. It seems like a lot of hype. I mean, it's been tried like twice before with Brython and the other one. I would love to hear about hear that from you, Flyboy, because I haven't touched Python in quite a bit. Okay, so at this point, I want to make an endpoint I don't want to make an endpoint yet. I want to commit my changes. And we'll just leave these two things quoted out. Looks buggy. Just another fade, huh? Yeah. Or another fad, right? Yeah. I mean, it seemed. Well, I saw a lot of hype. I was like, "Is it finally happening? Are we getting it?" But then when I looked at it, it's like, "Oh, that's nice." Okay, so we're just gonna say add. What did we do? This is why the VS Code Git is very nice to look at. It tells you what changes you made. So what changes did we make? We add MongoDB client. That's what we did. Yeah, that's true, Flyboy. If you got the best practice in the world, you don't need all these tools and stuff to help you. But, I mean, then if you're like me, I'm a baddie writing bad code, TypeScript can help a lot and stuff. Okay, yeah, so we have our client. Now we're just going to stop this, git push to origin main so y'all can see the updated version of the code. We'll push it to Heroku main too while we're at it. We all write bad code. That's right. You gotta write bad code before you write good code. And now when we watch this beautiful thing loading, gotta watch the logs. Look at them logs. And while it's finishing, we'll go ahead and go to the dashboard, because that's probably where y'all will see the logs at better. Where is it? Activity tab. Oh, where is it? Where are the logs? Okay, you have to click more, then you gotta click view logs to find them. And then boom. Look at that. It's our magical error. The one we wrote to be thrown when we forgot to add the MongoDB URI. The MongoDB URL environment. And we did. So, going to Heroku. Gonna reveal the config vars, because y'all can't access it. It's IP locked. Oh yeah, Flyboy. I mean, you must be pretty good. You look at it for a year. For me, it's like a few months. I'm like, oh, what baboon fool wrote this? Oh, it was me. And again, don't worry, folks. Y'all can't use these credentials. So I'm adding MongoDB URL as the key. My actual connection string as the value. And Heroku is pretty fast. If we look at the logs, it's already added it. And look at these logs. They're so great. So I was like, man, the terminal logs suck. These web logs don't do too well either. Heroku logs tell me stuff. Oh, that's what's happening. Nothing's happening. Do. Boom. Okay. So we got this spooky error here. We didn't see this one locally. So what's happening is it's saying some monitor connection closed, and you can Google this, have all the fun you want. Basically what's happening, and I didn't really think this in, add Heroku IP, is we whitelisted it to my IP, but the Heroku application uses a different IP address. So it's trying to connect, but it's being blocked. So I'm looking at the docs here to see how I can get. I have to whitelist every IP. I don't want to do that. Whitelist every IP. I don't want to do. Oh, shared deploy. Interesting. Very interesting thoughts. So yeah, the easy solution is to whitelist all IPs so everyone can access the database if they have the right credentials. I don't really want to though. I mean, I guess this because the IP will change eventually. Yeah, okay, lots of things that aren't as simple as I'd like them to be. Let's see what these instructions say. Okay, person's blog, tell me stuff. I'll just search, not seeing whitelist everyone. I don't want to do that. Prefer not to do that. Fixie add-on. You know what? So this is an option that might be a thing. And I'm just gonna Google it to see if it's even a thing. DB is local. The DB is not local, Darth Vader. It is being hosted by Mongo Atlas. What do they call themselves? MongoDB Cloud. So it's not local. It is on the cloud. There's nothing in it right now, but it's on the cloud. This thing does look free. For try stick on what that means. Yeah, so there's a way to do the secret IP address thing, but I'm not gonna do that. What I'm gonna do is, so y'all have been glancing at these variables for longer enough. You can't see them anymore. Well, I'm sorry. I gotta put a password on these. So let me actually put a password here. As you can tell, I just smashed my keyboard. Hide secrets. There it be. Ta-da! The password's in there now. I will be showing how to run it locally though in a moment, Darth Vader. Just wanna, because this is what most people are gonna be doing, the whole thing here. So I wanna get this working first. Yeah. So again, I went here. I'm updating the password to a new one. I put it in here. Won't tell y'all what that is. And I click update user. Yo, Epic Cat, thanks for the raid. Or Epic Cat, hey. How has your stream been going? Coding challenges and project improvements. That sounds good. I'm over here hooking up a database, deploying to Heroku and stuff. I hope your stream went well. Were you doing any cool coding challenges? Because I'm over here on Codewars. Or were you doing some leak code stuff? Yeah, I'm more of a Codewars folk, but doing leak code, could be doing all kinds of cool challenges. But yeah, in the meantime, we're over here just basically getting the database connected to our full stack application using good old Node.js, Heroku, Mongo, all the fun stuff. Ooh, the generate parentheses leak code problem. Oh, generate. That one sounds tough. I'm trying to think of the generate one. Well, that is a tough one. I'm trying to think of it. I don't think I remember that one. Let me see if I can recognize it, though, at least. Generate parentheses. 22, number 22, medium. Oh, okay, thanks for the info. I'll take a quick looky-loo as long as my internet allows. Free break. Sponsored by Spectrum Internet. Yeah, it's getting there. I may have heard this. So it's basically, if I recall right, it's you're given a string of parentheses. You have to add parentheses in until it becomes valid, right? I think that's what it was. Given write a function during. Oh, all combinations of well formed. Yikes. Oh wow. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is a good one. So we start by adding one, and then we kind of, what do we do, a recursion call, or we do an iterative break. So we have two different universes, one in which we add one in which we close. And then we have another. Yeah, this is probably some dynamic programming thing, I bet. Do I have a submission? Oh, I do. Look at that. Okay, let's see how did I do this? I did it in Python. That's okay. Okay, let's try to read this code. So, I took a number, a string. Oh, so this is the thing. So I called self.solve. So I wrote a generator function. I mean, apparently I did 4 months and 2 weeks ago. I submitted it 4 months and 2 weeks ago. There's a bunch of ones I didn't submit, unfortunately. And also I did it in Python. So this is before I was in JavaScripty. Yeah, I'm trying to read my code though. I'm having a problem. So if it's finished equals n, solve n. So basically, if 0 equals n, finished. Man, I really wrote this really readable, didn't I? I can see the part where I'm either adding a closing or an opening though. So I had that pseudocode in my head right. And yeah, this is weird magic generator stuff. All that matters is it's recursive calling n. Started. Okay, I get it. So it's counting the number of opens and closes. So if I have the number of closes, okay, I get it. So if I have two, okay, I'm starting to understand my problem. 2 opens and 2 closes, then this is something that should be yielded. This is valid. But if I have 2 opens and 1 close, don't pull out the nuns on me. This is not valid. This is not valid, so it does not get yielded. And then from this point, I'm like, let's add an opening one. And then there's another universe, and where I'm like, open, close. Let's add a closing one. And in this universe, it's like, still not valid. Honestly, it looks like I have some logic here that prevents, like, maybe it prevents some out of bounds, like, weird logic here. Yeah, that's the way I did it. That's the way I was thinking about it too. So yeah. But yeah, I can see why this is a headache. It's even a headache for me to read. So some recursive dynamic it could be a math problem too. Honestly, it's probably a math way I did it. Yeah, pulling out the Python on me. Hey, thanks for 6 hours. Whew. I mean, you gotta take it step by step. I don't really remember writing this. That's so long ago, but yeah, I just reading it, I can remember the feeling of yuck just coming from that particular problem. Very much a tough one. But hey, I mean, you got through it, right? Yeah, that's all that matters. You learn more than you did before. Hey, King 440, it's going good. Just checking out a leak code Epic Cat was doing. Pretty good one. That's right, Epic Cat. Yeah, so let me go through my little introduction thing for both y'all, for everyone. Basically, if you want to look up like an office quote, for example, you need to like know the quote. Then you have to Google through 5 different pages to find out which episode and which season, and that's not going to tell you what time it was. So, for example, sometimes I'll start a sentence, I don't even know where it's going. Super popular quote. I know, or this API will be able to tell you, oh, that's from season 5, episode 11, 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Because I've seen those things where like people like on their yearbooks, they put like their thing on, but they can't like say certain words. So they link to quotes that are like The Office season 5 episode 11 11:24, and to find out what they said, you got to go to that show and the time and all. I am making the code from scratch, Epic Cat. I did not grab the captions from scratch. So this is the one thing that's like, I did not caption The Office. It says not some 50-hour, 500-hour stream. I went and grabbed the captions from some super reputable website. Yes, thank goodness. And like they're very user contributed. I mean, if you if you recognize what these look like, you know what websites I got them from. If you don't, I don't know where I got them from. But essentially, yeah, I got the raw data, raw SRT captions, I'm going to make a script that will put them in a Mongo database, and then I have my Node.js backend equivalent to your Django, but very much more minimal, less opinionated. How the turntables, yeah, Darth Vader. The tables will be turning soon enough. But yeah, so yeah, I have this part, and eventually, like, we got the scaffolding of all the things we need working at this point. Got the MongoDB hooked up, got environment variables, got Express. It is running on our very own Heroku. Well, it's going to be running on Heroku in like 20 seconds when I fix it. And yeah, once we got all this scaffolding up, and then, I mean, after this break that I'm about to take after I finish this, we'll be actually hooking this thing up to get it working, defining a little schema, and then once we get one quote in the database, I'm going to be like putting the rest of them in somehow. I honestly haven't decided how I'm going to do it. I guess I'm essentially just going to take every SRT and just put it in the database. Not sure yet. That's part of the fun, right? Figuring out the efficient way to store data. Yeah, it's actually a good one. Yeah, I'll try to think of that over the break, because there are tons of different ways. After the break, after I get this working, though. So I do have it stored here. I mean, you're right, I technically don't need a database. I can just add all these to the repository and use it in this directory. But, I don't know. Feels like database is the more proper solution for it, for searchability and all that stuff. So yeah, right, I don't necessarily need a database, but feels like the right way to go. And believe me, I'm not afraid of using flat file systems like my Codewars leaderboard. This is not using a database. This is just using 537 JSON files. So this is very much like, I'm not afraid to use some just files floating around, but it's not really proper, you know. House robber. What do we got here? Free break sponsored by Spectrum Internet. I appreciate Epic Cat. I'm a full stack software engineer. Currently looking for my my next position though. I'm currently freelancing a little bit, but yeah, I'm also, if y'all haven't heard of it, which I don't think you have, maybe my cultish memory does not remember people's names. I'm also in the member of the 100 Devs. It's a agency with a free training program right on Twitch, actually. Probably might have heard of them, but if not, yeah, King, it's not 90s. I'm paying money for this thing. They suck, you know? Spectrum, I mean, if Spectrum will be better, but they're not, so. But yeah, I'm a member of 100 Devs, agency with a free training program to fill in all my missing knowledge. Okay, let's see about this house robbing thing. Robbing each of the adjacent. Did I solve this? I haven't solved this. Given an integer maximum amount of roaming without alerting the police. Oh, 2 adjacent. I think, you know what, I might have done this. I'll look at my repository of solutions. It's somewhere around here. My file structure is impeccable, I would say. And you can see my 3 copies of one folder. Yeah, I messed with Git. I'm a Git user, as you can tell. Let's just do a big search for house robber. Might not have gotten the title there. I may have incorrectly named it. Oh, I did not name it good. No, I might have never. Oh, have I done it? This is searching for peaks. Nope. Return appears twice. No, I don't think I've done it before. Rob. Oh, that's great. Space Rob? Rob Space. Yeah, looks like I have not actually done this one. You know what? This will be a good one to do. Or at least attempt, because I don't know if I'm going to do it after the break. But in order to take the break, I still got to get this Mongo thing working. Yeah, so I updated the thingamabob. There we go. So what I'm doing here, I'm deleting it because it's on that screen. I'm going to the network access, and I'm being lazy. So I have updated my password. Hunter2 is not going to work anymore. And instead of adding current IP address, because I want it to be usable from Heroku, I say allow access from anywhere, which throws this 000 thing. You don't really need to know how that works. That's why they have the cool button for you to use. And now that I've done this, it's warning you, saying like anyone can get to this. And it's doing configurations. So it should be done. And now I'm going to locally test before I run off. Hunter2. Yeah, that's the default password everything gets, you know. So if I npm run dev, I should be able to connect to my Mongo server. Boom, that thing was fast. Look how fast that was. And now my Heroku should be able to connect to after I tell it to restart. Dare you? I know, we're almost there. We're almost there. I just gotta restart it. Do it. I dare you. So I don't know how to restart it. You can turn this thing off and on. You turn it off, and then you turn it on. That restarts it, I think. Oh, where's my logs? Show me the logs. Oh, the command. Yeah, it's working. Oh, I get it. When I use the command, it doesn't work. Is that it? I see how this is. Wait, was it the @ symbol? What? What? But why? Okay, I'm seeing the command. So the bot's not frozen. No, you are my bot. You should work. Oh, king. Okay, this is gonna be horrible. Okay. Okay. Is the bot dying? Looks like the bot died. Okay, I have to kill the bot. The bot is dead. Hello, Abado. Did he break it? Maybe. I don't know. Jad Jokelet, you don't dare. Bot is napping. Yeah. Can I count fingers without glasses? Yeah, I can count fingers without glasses. Oh yeah, I do suppose I should take them off now, huh? Okay, yeah, okay, I will. I had that award so long ago. How long is that thing? Where is it? Lose. Oh, you spent 1,000 points on that for 5 minutes. Okay. So it's. I'll start at 17:30. That'll be 22 something. Hey, I'm doing good. Okay. Put them back on. I'm doing good, Happy Dope. We're just we're just having crazy here. We're working on a Mongo server, and well, we're not working on a full stack server, and I gotta pull this off screen, even if I couldn't see it, right? Now I gotta pull this off screen because it's got a password. I have to show the password, copy the password, hide the password. I have to use the password. I have to click edit, apparently. Okay. Now I can bring this screen back over here, bring this one back over here. Okay, I think we made it. Whew. Okay, and as you can see, now that we have we've updated the password, our Heroku server is able to connect and run. And if we click open app, it's running. And the secret is still working. Yes, it is. But we're not actually connected to the database. So like we're connected, but we're not doing anything with it. Hey, it's not that fancy of a command, Jim. It just says ping and pong. It's a very amazing command. Whew. Okay, so with that working, 2 minutes in. I'm counting the seconds on this one. Did I update my GitHub? That's working fine. Okay, it's... Y'all got me paranoid about the bot now. Watch time is there. Is it asking for someone else's watch time? That's the problem. I think that might have just... Aha! Asking for someone else's watch time kills the bot. Okay, that's very useful. Huh, neat. I mean, it's not neat, it sucks, but at least I know why it dies. Good to know, yeah. Okay, yeah, with that, I'm trying to remember thoughts. Get LG. Okay, everything is synced. Our local, our GitHub, and our Heroku all have the same good stuff. Now let's think. Downtime. What's that supposed to do, Ryan? Wow, I never saw that command in the wild before. Is it inverse of uptime? I mean, okay, I'll show a negative sign in front of it then. That'll be something. So yeah, we have this working. When we get back, we will... Well, first we're going to do this little house robber. Give this saying a good attempt. Okay, see, this is what makes me feel good. It's like a low number. It's below 1,000. It's probably... I can write some good code that works like without a billion and stuff. Nah, Pink Star. Maybe. I mean, the fact that I know the bot is failing, like, cause before I didn't know why the bot was failing. Stopped. I mean, we got all the time commands apparently. We're gonna knapsack problem. Yeah, I've heard of it before, Darth. That's probably what it is. I mean, like, I'm not gonna do it now. I'm gonna do it after the break, but I believe it's essentially pick the 0th, then picks the 1th, then next time pick the 1th, then the 2nd. So it's like a splitting thing, kind of like the parentheses, but maybe easier. I don't know. We ain't doing that just now. It's break time. We got quotes there. We got Heroku loving it there. All is good. UTC time. I do have to add a time for like local time, so y'all can tell like what time is it where they're streaming or something like that. So I do gotta add one of those commands, but not yet. It ain't there yet. Now that I know where the bot is failing, though, we might do a little bot development after the break, after this Code Wars. So we got a nice queue of things. Ooh, and weather. I mean, I can do that. all good options. Let me switch the screen though, cause it do be break time. It's break time 18 minutes ago, but who's counting? Timer's counting, that's who. There we go, folks. Let's take that break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Enjoy your avatars floating in space. Catch you at the end. Welcome on back, folks. Break is just about... It's got a minute left, so don't come back left. Stay away, stay away. Still got a minute left. And yeah, Ryan, I don't have any of those add command things. It is a boring old custom bot. Got features I add to it. I have not added that feature. That might as well though. Shouldn't be too difficult. Maybe after this little elite code. After I think through it though. Probably some weird dynamic approach I'm thinking about it. And looking at it. Spooky. Yeah. Rascalized. It's been rascalized, that's right. Well, I came back a little earlier than I thought, Dumpster. So I was like, no, go back, take the break. Break's coming around though now. Okay, and with that, the break to be done, let me switch the screen back. There we go. First, we gotta do this little elite code though, that was suggested. I gotta zoom in because I'm blind, and I've set the font size to as high as possible. It just ain't enough for my little fishy eyes. Okay, so the efficient way is probably some wacky old dynamic programming. So I'm gonna give myself 10 minutes for this one, because I know this is going to be a time sink. So I'm trying to think, basically for every other one, right? We wanted, because there are only two ways to do it. There's either adding, so let me see, what's the plan here? Certain amount of money, only constant adjacent security, an integer without alerting the police. So it's every other one, but what's different is from which one I start on, right? So if I start 291, then I get that much, or if I start on 73, I get that much. Would there ever be a chance in which I would start on 2, but I would skip 7 and 9? Say like this was... No, I'm trying to think of an instance in which I would want to skip 1 and continue a pattern. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. We'll just go for the off by 1, right? This is JavaScript. It's using var. It's disgusting. I'll write it as this. Let's see what we do. So we're going to say let s1 equal 0, let s2 equal 0. So this is sum 1 and sum 2. This ain't Codewars. I'll name them properly, don't worry. Sum 1 and sum 2. And we're going to iterate through the loop, or through the array, I equals 0, I less than nums, dot length, I plus plus. So boom, got a nice loop going on. You need DP algo. But I don't want to do a DP algorithm. Let me write it bad first. Because I'm seeing like this ain't billions, this is 400. I think I might be able to brute it like this way, you know? But yeah, King is probably a dynamic programming. I recognize it. I just wanted to see if I could get away with it. So I can, it's essentially, at least my brute force way is adding all the evens or adding all the odds, right? So if I divide 2 triple equals 0, then I could say sum 1 plus equal nums I. Oh, yep, that's exactly what I'm doing, Darth. I'm doing it in one loop, though, yeah. Going greedy. Oh, is this what this is called? Y'all know the fancy words. Yes, I am very greedy. Else sum 2. Yeah, it's probably some weird... Well, there's one test in here with, like, and I'm gonna fail, because you have to write the code the good way, right? Math.max sum 1 and sum 2. Okay, so I'm gonna pass the easy ones. Oh, yep, those are the easy ones. Here comes the hard ones. Oh, I just did bad math, apparently. Okay. So if I give 2, 1, 1, 2, I should expect 4. You can skip them sometimes. Maybe that's what he meant by 2 different loops. One odd, one even. Huh. I was hoping... So yeah, that's why this ain't that an easy one. Uh-huh. Hmm. So if I don't, instead of adding, if I use the maximum amount possible, right? And I'm doing it by saying 2, 1, 2 plus 1, or 1 plus 2. Oh, the fact that I can skip it means someone could equal nums plus I, or the other sum. Okay, I see why it's might be able. So I don't know if I could do it with 2 loops, but I think I have to keep it on 1 loop. So it's math.max of sum 1 plus the other thing, or the other branch if it already has more than me. Sum 2. That's probably is wrong, but we'll see how it works. Paste it, move it down, comment out. Sum 2 plus nums I, or max of sum 1. Oh, that's Control S. Okay, works for the easy one. Let me copy this test case in, because I don't want to leak code's all fancy about like, you're running it too much or something. I should get 4, right? Expected 4, output 3. Okay, I did the math wrong. So I'm doing sum 1 equals sum 1 plus nums I, or the other one. Or I'm doing... Oh, I forgot my assignment. That would help, wouldn't it, folks? Okay, that's working on that one. Let's see. Here comes the brute force, though. It's gonna smack me down. Oh. Oh. Okay, yeah. So I know this thing, the dynamic programming one, but yeah, I guess this is the greedy solution, huh, King? Faster than 93% of Java. I mean, if I didn't use math.max, it'd probably be a lot faster, right, folks? Yeah, let's make this better. Make it better. It's not first try. What, King? You figure? You don't need to know math. You just need to keep throwing numbers around for it to work. Now, I'm sure there's an actual, like I said, the fact that we're limited to 400 and 100 means, like, that's probably why I was able to use the non-dynamic programming solution. Is there a better MathMax way to do this? Because MathMax is a function call, and I know that's expensive. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm fine enough as I am. Is there a way to combine these into one statement, though? So I need to be optionally, and then optionally the plus thing. I don't think there's a way to do it. This is already munched up enough. That's kind of the thing I don't like about Codewars. Like, your submissions are already submitted before you submit. Math random try. I mean, it works. Let's go look at the other, see what the folks say. Where's JavaScript? How do I filter JavaScript on this thing? As you can see, I doubt MathMax. Yeah, I mean, true, TV Josh. It's an extra function call. It's like, I can optimize it. It's like, it turns out I couldn't optimize it, Hey, thanks for the follow, Taunt to Get Bodied, and thanks for coming on by, TV Josh. How's your day, evening, night been going? Oh, look at this disgusting. I mean, it's cool, but... So we're nums reducing, so we're reducing the array, and we're returning P1. Okay, wait, I recognize this. This is what I did. I added, I used the largest. But you start, okay, okay, it's not that bad. I recognize it now. Why is it the 1th, though? Oh, because 1th is always the max. Huh. I guess I could optimize mine doing that, too. So, yeah, they essentially did what I did. 2 variables. They just put it in a reduce. Very, functional. See, easy to read. Ooh, I like this one. I should have clicked on this one first. Okay, so yeah, we get some nice base cases here. Max at 2, 1, max at... Okay, so basically the 2 variables, they did some pre-optimizations by populating and then doing some the first loops, the first two loops it appears actually. Then yeah, so it looks like there was a way to do the mathing on one line instead of if else, and then what is this? This is like a linked list, like right, updating the last variable and keeping it to the next one. That's cool. Faster than 100%. Okay, Code Warrior. What do they call them over here? Elite coders, elite warriors. Ooh, here's a dynamic programming one. This is what I was coming here to look for. Oh. Yeah, I guess that's on me. For every dynamic programming problem I've had to solve, there's been some array or double nested array, but I forget. It's just keeping your last whatever, memoizing or caching or whatever. So yeah, so I guess the one I read was dynamic programming. Means house at I2, house at IMS1. So I guess mine might have been dynamic programming, King. Just weirdly done. I don't know. I'm gonna put on my resume. I'm a dynamic programmer. It's good enough for me. Okay, so yeah, we're taking a little detour, just the tiniest of detours, folks. We're gonna update that bot. Where is it? Unknown. Where is it? Live. Twitch. Where is it? I don't know where all my code is because I use autocomplete to get to stuff. There it goes, Twitch Live. Then we go to server, because that's what I called it, because I'm great at naming things. There we go, and we'll spend, I don't know, this will be a little extra longer session. Let's see, let's spend 11 minutes on this bot. So let's see what we have here. We have, first we're going to fix that bug that we found. So it's whenever we watch time another user. So let's see, this is my command. Basically, this is what it's supposed to be doing. Watch time. I have to read my code. Ah, disgusting. I don't want to read my code. I want to understand my code. Okay, so this is supposed to be the watch time command. I split it, then I grab the first thing. I say if there's a first thing, I assign it to username. If you don't have permission, you can't do that, right? It's gotta be in here then. It's doing the badness. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Console. And if y'all are wondering, this is using TMI.js. A pretty unique library allows you to make Twitch bots. npm run dev. Now this is the awkward thing. I turn off the bot on the other tab. There it goes. Okay. Run. Okay, so I'm just gonna YOLO. Watch time, our favorite. Nope, that's the wrong name. Well, let's make sure it works normally. Just watch time me. Good. But if I do watch time my name, this is where things catch on fire. Yeah, it caught on fire. So I'm doing the login. So we made it to this line. That's good. Which means calculate watch time is the thing on fire. Yes, Ryan, it's on fire. It's probably some infinite loop somewhere, to be honest. I'm just not sure. Let's go in here. Is it a casing issue? Because history manager, flatten history. Let's see if we get this far. This is how we debug code, folks. You just throw console logs everywhere. Considering .length. There we go. Good old dev. And we get to rerun that lovely commando. Come on, just connect to Twitch. Don't freak out too badly. Okay, so we made it there. So it's literally somewhere in this logic here. Interesting. Thought this logic was pretty solid. Entry contains... Interesting. I mean, could I get... I don't have debugging access at the momento. I mean, I could just console log. It's gonna throw a lot of consoles in the thing, but it'll be output. Then eventually we will return total. No, I'm going to console log total first, because we might be getting past this prematurely. Optimizing. Let's just see if we make it to total. Do. Okay, so we did make it. Apparently I don't have a watch time. That's awkward. Huh. But that's another problem for another day. I bet I know what it is. Let me switch this file over to look at hidden stuff. Are they all lowercase? This is awkward. Yes, they are all lowercase, so that's one issue. So that's an easy one to fix, thankfully. So instead of being like, hey, just use whatever it is, lowercase it for me. Also, I want to do some logic if there's an @ symbol at it. So if username starts with @ username equals username user. Come on, hang in there, VS Code. I know I have 3View open. You can handle it though. There we go. So we just chomp off the first character if it's an @ symbol. That should be good there. And now I got the lowercase. That might be it, folks. Let's go full well, as soon as the code gets loaded up, we'll go full send. All this disconnect and reconnect. Spectrum's like, what do you think you're doing using your internet? Oof, man, this one's really hitting it hard. Probably should have a happy message somewhere. Just so I know this thing's alive, because it don't look alive. Ooh, it looks really dead. Let's rerun the command. What am I running? 2 VS codes and a partridge in a pear tree. It's not that much. There we go. Hey, King! Actually, this code is pretty optimized. I don't know what you want. Ooh, the watch time command is working. Here's our one and only, the breaker of the command. Just kidding, you didn't break the command. You exposed the breakage. Well, it would help if I spelled things right, wouldn't it? Sorry for the ping. There we go. The bot is alive. So, King, let's see. At least that code we were messing with. Let's see where it was. So this code here, what it's doing, I really needed to learn TypeScript. It can be fun. I won't lie. It's fun to work with. It makes it a lot easier to jump in and out of code, I find. But you can, you probably already know a bit of TypeScript. If you know about types and JavaScript, you know about enough. Okay, King, more optimization. So this is what we're messing with. So this is where we can optimize. Boom. Okay, I got a freebie for you already. We don't need the indexes. So boom, I already got one optimization already. Shorten that code. Okay, y'all just ganging on me. Okay, so I already shortened it a little bit, but I'll shorten it some more. And it's, so I would say fake was taken. Good username, by the way. That if the more you know about JavaScript already, the more you know about TypeScript already. So if you know, checking things, I want one character, no, dumpster. Get out. Get out. That ain't happening. This ain't Haskell or Perl or whatever languages do that wacky stuff. I mean, I probably could use some weird Unicode empty spacing. That's pretty cool. Lassive, creating your own CSS framework. That's crazy. But yeah, Ips stuff. I never really learned Java either. I mean, I learned it enough to make Minecraft, but I never learned it, what do you call it, fully out, like enterprise style Java or whatever. So I know enough to mod Minecraft, but point me at a web server, I'm like, what? Point me at Spring or that big framework, I'm like, well, what? I can do some Android stuff though, but I never really, I kind of faded away as Kotlin showed up. So I'm like, point me at modern Android, and I'm like, what? Hype style CSS. That sounds impressive. You got the branding on style. No pun intended. Yeah, let's see if we can optimize this. So right now, I already optimized that loop because that was bad code. It's now working. Kind of need to do this sorting. This chatter thing could probably be flattened better. But yeah, if entry contains, so basically if you're the user being checked, then we kind of need to do all this logic, because this is a logic of like when people join and leave, we got to do the math, so can't optimize the math away. We could, but yeah, I don't think that's where we're losing our most performance at. Probably this username includes, honestly, because that's an array and calling includes. Run it through a minifier. I mean, that makes it shorter. It doesn't necessarily make it faster, because JavaScript's already ignoring all the white space. I mean, what, a few nanoseconds we're going to get out of that? The comments, it like skips a few lines. That's like already all done for us through the engine, right? I can't optimize username includes, though. You still need to do the flattening of history, which gets all my streams, adds the starts, adds the stops. What's this doing? I'm not sure what that's doing, but it seems important. Flatten, so yeah, username includes, that can be what's done better. So from flatten chatters, there we go. It flattens it into a thing. Boom, boom, that's the easy one. So flatten chatters no longer returns an array. We're now going to return a set. Boom, look at that optimization. A new set with a capital S. Okay, string is missing the following. Oh, yeah, because I'm using TypeScript, I do have to actually tell it. So TypeScript saved the day. Well, it saved me from breaking the day. And now we look over here and we'd be like, is it good? And it's like, you were doing more stuff to the array, apparently. So I was doing a filter on it, which means I'm not going to do that anymore. So we're undoing that. We'll be making this part a set. So yeah, that needs to be an array, but this is the part that can become a set. New set. And now it's like, oh, what code do we need to update? TypeScript knows. TypeScript knows I just need to update this method. Oh, and that was it, huh? Phew, man, that was a lot of optimization. Thanks for the points. I'm just sitting on my pile of points. Nah, I mean, honestly, I wrote this code because I knew, like, the data would scale, so I did write this pretty well. Besides that little set trick, which might be more expensive just to create the set than the array sizes. Wow, auto format. What did that auto format do? I'm a little scared. I'm gonna undo the auto format. Flatten history, though. I don't remember what this is, but I saw a lot of stuff here. So we're sorting through all the entries. We're doing stuff. So this is when. Okay, so what's happening here is Twitch is this weird thing that if you join and start the bot, it emits two different events, but they really need to be merged. No king. Okay, technically king. We already have it going through some kind of minifier, right? So like it's being compiled to this mush of JavaScript here. So it's already going its way. TypeScript probably has a setting though. Let me see if I can optimize this, and then I'll see how much effort a minifier is gonna take. How about that? So if it's not in the groups, add to the groups. Yeah, I do need that. Get all the joins, all the usernames to flat map. Yeah, filter out all the joins. Yeah. Okay, so this is good. Let's see if we can do some tsconfig. That's probably a way to do this, right? tsconfig minifies gotta be an easy way. It does not support the generations of minified or obfuscated. Well, that's sad. Open feature request. Maybe it's been updated since this question was asked 8 years ago. Yeah, this question is definitely going to be closed. Oh, it's still open. Okay, so fun thing about GitHub issues, scroll down to the bottom. You'll find a solution usually. Huh. Interesting. Minimize JS. Meh. Meh. Minimize without making a bundle. I mean, that is kind of what I want. Minimize JS. Huh. I'm gonna install this globally. See, I've never heard of this library before. Minify, that's not how it works. You could try to compress it like gzip or whatever, but that's not how the minify magic works. Paste npm install. No, I want it globally. I probably should start my bot up on the other one because now the bot's dead, folks. It is no longer alive. See, I'll keep it started over there, and I won't start here. Okay, so I had the minify.js. How is it? npx minimize JS. Then what's the magic command? Did I just point it at a directory? Over there. It tried. It failed. Cannot find module TypeScript. Well, you're not supposed to... Well, why are you looking at my modules? I don't... Just do the dictionary or the directory. Cannot find... I mean, I can install TypeScript globally. Don't know what it wants it for, but it's getting it. More and more my hard drive goes away. Okay, files have been minified. Congratulations, DN Bull. I minified it for you. Let's see if it still works. Ta-da! It's minified. It literally, I mean, that's a nice thing. At least I know about that library now. I'm not gonna really use it too often. But yeah, that was that. Maybe we'll add the other command our next session, but we do need to... So yeah, we fixed that bot. Thanks for the folks who, Pink Star, for messing with that command over and over again. Note how much it does. Yeah, I mean, there is like, what, PNPM? That, supposed to be like the hard drive efficient version of NPM, but honestly, that was back in the day where I had one hard drive. I got a few more now. Yeah, great QA, Pink Star. You tested it and you tested it, and then finally it clicked in my brain. The pattern recognition finally woke up, and I was like, wait a minute. It only fails when I give a username. Now, I still don't know why it was failing with the username and why it died. So I kind of just band-aided it at this point, but it's better. Yeah, maybe next session I'll add that Streamlabs add command doohickey. But we do got to get back to these quotes. So back to these quotes. Look at these quotes. So I did have some good thinking about this. I did lots of thinking. Y'all don't believe me. I did think though. So what I thought about was that all these quotes, I'm just gonna shove them in the database just like this. So like everything. So this is what my blobs are gonna look like. It's gonna be a blob of show. I'm gonna call it the office. I'll change it later. Maybe, I don't know. It's gonna be season number, episode number, and then it's going to be when. Now I'm gonna use when a little differently because they have this nice little string of like, what is it? Day, hour, no, hour, minute, second, millisecond. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna say when. It's gonna be a number. And that number, let me just do quick math. 55 times 1,000, so it's going to be 55,347 for this particular entry. Timestamp. Yeah, that seems like a proper Mongo way to do it. Seems very Mongo-esque. Good one, Ryan. And then the text, I'm also going to have, I could have timestamp, start and ending, or I could have duration. I'll say duration, and I'll just do math to be like, I don't know, 4,000 milliseconds. I'll math it later. Do I need the duration, though? I'm telling people when things were said. I don't need the duration. Because I'm going to be telling them when it starts, not how long it lasted. Yeah. I don't need durations. So then I give them that, and then here comes the text, which apparently includes new lines. So, content, maybe I'll call it content, then a new line character. Raz, thanks for coming on by. Those fancy squid emotes. I had a typo. Look at me doing things. Look at doing things. You said just enough words for it to make sense to my brain, so I wouldn't even notice unless you pointed it out. Yeah, so content is okay. Text is okay. I want to call this thing the right thing. But yeah, Araz, thanks for coming on by, or Araz. Tell me how I'm pronouncing it wrong. How has your day, night, or evening been going so far? Subrip SRT. I don't know. I want to look at this one. Yeah, I'm over here making a quotes API doohickey. Subtitle text. So they call it subtitle text. So I'll call it text, right? So, I'm thinking about how I want to structure this, and I tell you exactly what's happening. The scope is creeping on me, so because I'm thinking like, ooh, how about if like I want to quote movies, I want to quote other mediums, or like I want to quote podcasts. They're not gonna have seasons and episodes. I need to do like the scope's creeping on me. So I was like, let's make a separate entity object, and then instead of this, I say entity, and then it's like an ID, but we won't creep yet. We'll stick with the office. No scope creep, just the office. It's all this API is gonna do for now. So yeah, this is what. So we have the original. We're gonna parse that, turn this into this, and shove it in the database. Now I'm trying to think, what tech stack are we working with? That is a great question. So we are going with the MERN stack, though we're not using React. So we're using Node.js with some Express. I mean, I hear it's popular, Pink Star, but it's like 9 seasons. It's like One Piece. You can't catch up anymore, right? But yes, I'm using the stack. Node.js, Heroku, MongoDB, EJS vanilla for the front end. That's about it. Watch it in one day. What? Narration? No way. That's some nice data. Did I use Puppeteer to scrape? I did not, DN Bull. So I was like, ooh, okay, so for those who know, you know what those kind of file formats, what websites those usually come from. I was just like, this is a cool website, and I just downloaded them all on the search query. Y'all can find it on Google, the captions SRT. This is how I did it. Yeah, I'm not doing the data, so you can just find it on various websites, and this is where it is. The men's stack. I guess it is. This is the men's stack? I don't know. That's a little... You're not wrong. But it's also using EJS. So it's the mean stack. So with 2 E's, right? So we got the Mongo, Express, EJS, and Node. And the mean stack. Mean. I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, we're not MERN at least. Yeah, it's about some office out here. I don't know. They got a lot. They say lots of stuff in here. This Jim dude seems really popular. Yeah. The mean stack. Yeah, mean. I mean, I bet that's Angular or something, right? That's what the A stands for. Yeah. So yeah, this is my declared structure, and that's how I'm gonna do it. So that's how the day is gonna look like. So this is where we gotta start doing stuff, right? All the doing stuff. I don't want to do stuff. Okay, so let's get right into this. Let's jump on in. Ooh, steal book data from somewhere to make a pet project on React Native. That sounds interesting, DN Bull. Yeah, I mean, I've used Puppeteer and Playwright. I think the main difference between the two, maybe when I mentioned it, I mentioned the wrong name. Their APIs are nearly identical. Public book API are super limited. Huh. I would have thought such a topic would be a little bit less limited. Hey, thanks for the follow, Electraz Coder. How's your day, evening, or night been going? But yeah, Puppeteer and Playwright basically similar enough. Yeah, hey Raz, go ahead and drop it in chat, and if I can't figure it out, well, hopefully someone in chat can figure it out. Yeah. Make a pet project React Native. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. I haven't done much React Native stuff myself, DM Bull. Oh, this is such an underused library. Is there not a better one? Come on, internet. How do we parse SRTs? Is this the library everyone uses? Oh, I see lots of spammy. Yeah, 3,000 downloads. Also this, SRT to JSON. Okay, which one is it? You should do... Yeah, I mean, I've messed around with Android a little bit, so... Yeah, I don't have iOS at all, so yeah, it would definitely be React Native for Android mostly. That one's got like 9 downloads on it. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of one of those people. I'm going to go with the most popular / maintained library. That one's 6 years ago, 7 months ago. I don't know, adapted from some other thing. I mean, if 3,000 people, they all can't be wrong, right? Well, welcome to NPM package management. We'll all be wrong together. I mean, yeah, let's give it a shot, right? This is the weird thing that I'm not really so again, this is less of server side at this point, and this is more of a script to do stuff. So it's gonna be a little weird experience, but we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Upload to db.js. It's a weird script. Less than 100. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, even 3,000. I don't know how npm actually tracks the downloads. If it can be like manipulated with bots or something, but I don't know. It's usually a... If I'm wrong, then all these other people are wrong or too, which means hopefully one of them are smart enough they'll recognize the wrong before I do. Yeah, so I'm going to npm install parse srt. Yeah, the winner. I'm gonna say import thing from parse srt. Yeah, autocomplete works. Okay, let's see. Small control panel for a local firm. I swap those around. Let the admin have admin rights, which is easy, but it's a local website server, WAMP stack. Okay, WAMP stack. I know exactly what that is, because I've added that to my Anki. Sounds like WordPress, something, Mongo, PHP. But how can I let the admin reset his password if he has issues with it without depending on the internet to send reset email? It sounds like LAMP to me. Sorry, I'm just getting lost in the sauce. So essentially your goal is to allow them to reset their password without relying on the internet to send reset email. Which is easy. It's a local website server. Okay, so the fact that it's local seems to have a point of this. So basically, the ability to reset without sending to their email is essentially the minified version of the question there. It's basically resetting a local password. Okay, let's see if anyone else has an idea. Yeah, I see the goal there. Reset without email. Reset password. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So we can have security questions. Security questions, a way for them to verify that they know something about themselves. The last time they changed their password, when their account was created, some stuff that wouldn't be accessible public or something like that. Punt, switch to open. This person, like, ditch it, go for some library or something, right? They don't need resets. Okay, that's not my answer to you, but oh yeah, I suppose that would be an approach, just to literally reset the email. Like I thought the question was more of how to allow it to be reset, but not. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Jim's got it. My brain was lost in the sauce. Since the admin will be the only one with access to the local file system, you write the new password to a local file. They're the only one with access to it. Yeah, I think Jim's onto a winner there. I mean, it seems to satisfy all the problems, especially that you mentioned that it's a local server and the admin has access to it. Yeah. So basically, I'm running the server right now, so blah blah blah. And if I hit a reset endpoint, then it will write to the file, like fs write file sync your new password. Then before this, it would actually get the new password, new pass. So however you would do that, it'd be const new pass equals ABC, generate it randomly, I suppose, and then do the actual resetting. So WordPress.reset password, since you have local admin authorization, however WordPress would need you to do that, then you'd write that to a local file that they can manually look at since they have access to the physical server, right? I think that's Jim's suggestion, or if it's not, that's my variation of their suggestion. Oh, that might also work. Yeah, that would also work if they literally have a back-end command not accessible to the front end. Hey, you go, Pink Star. Yeah, we'll finish stuff. We'll get it all done. Hey, how did you, because your last task was finish Shay How Chapter 5. Did you get that one finished, Pink Star? Nice. Oh, okay. Never happened then. Never happened. Yeah, I think that's the goal, Jim. But yeah, we can have a public endpoint that resets the password. Then anyone can hit that endpoint technically, so and then we can maliciously reset the password. No, this was a older assignment, Dumpster Dev. We don't have any new homework for Shay How. We have that one, what is it, full stack open reading. That's the only reading we have this week, I believe. Yeah, you gotta take breaks, Pink Star. Didn't mean to give you the panic there, Dumpster. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess I just made the assumption, but yeah, you can also go to 100 Devs. They have a huge Discord of people if you want to ask that question there. But it sounds like you basically got the full answer mostly. It's a cool agency with a free training program. It's right here on Twitch too. Sorry, Dumpster. No, that was just getting your heart rate up. That was your exercise, you know. I mean, it's only one chapter of Full Stack Open, I believe, and now that we know some stuff, we should be good. Yes, one of us. One of us. Not a cult. I'm kidding. We're not a cult. Nah, it's good. Nah, that's not derail at all. You had a problem. We fixed it, right? I mean, we at least pointed you in the direction of a solution, a couple of possible solutions. So yeah, I mean, that's progress is progress. One of us wins, we all win, you know? Eventually, someone stuck will come to you. You'll help them out, right? All comes around. Part 3, I think. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I got this awesome script here. I'm gonna run it. Node upload to DB. Whew, it didn't crash. That's a good start, folks. Thing is declared, but value is never read. Cannot find a declaration. So I need to read the docs, apparently. Reading. Disgusting. So it looks like they just call it this thing. Import parse SRT. What do they do? The contents of the SRT. See, I'm just gonna point it. Be like, heh, do this one. So let's see how this works. Copy. I also need to import the FS module because I need to read some files. Import FS from FS. So fs.read file sync. Writing the baddest of bad code here, folks. Also got to use a path. So, because I'm bad at writing that. So we import the path module. Yum yum. What the path module does is it allows you to basically give it a bunch of little paths without having to think of backslashes and forward slashes and relative stuffs. Just say like, I want to go to data, the office season 1, and then that thing. And then what I want to say, to string const data. This is all we need. We're just gonna console log the length of the data. I don't want to break my terminal just yet. Here we go. 36,000 characters. It looks right to me. Let's break the terminal. Yeah, look at that. We read a file. I know, it's not exactly the most impressive thing, but we read a file. A clutch warhog. Maybe warthog. I don't know. Red versus blue. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? Over here writing a little script to shove all our stuff in a database. And hey, hexadecimal 80H. or is that? I think it's hexadecimal. Not sure. Thanks 80H for the follow. And hey, thanks ARAS for the follow. Yeah. I swear some people are just following to see the see the notification, which means it's working. I've tricked y'all. That's all good. Appreciate the follow, folks. We're getting there. So yeah, we got some SRT. We read it. No, we haven't read it. We read the file. We haven't parsed it yet. So we got data equals parse SRT. Yeah, hey, I'm glad to hear it, guys. Glad to hear. That is exactly what I would like. I just give it the string, right? And then we just console log parsed. YOLO. Yeah, look at that. It's a JSON object. Wow, this is almost literally exactly what I wanted, right? Where is my clipboard? Where is the thing I wanted? Here it is. So this is what I want. And I got ID, start, end, and text. Oh, that's really close to what I want, ain't it, folks? So aside from the ID, let's start. Is that... Okay, that's full second. Let's go up to the first one. 55,347. Man, this library is great. Pretty cozy, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, they're just me at the moment. Pretty cozy. 55,347. I guess I can just store the number as a float or whatever. I think Mongo won't mind. So yeah, time to take all this stuff and map it. Map. We want to map it into... So... Oh, we got no TypeScript definitions. That's okay. We're not writing TypeScript. So we have, what are these things called? I'm just going to call it entry. I don't care what it's called. I gave it a new name. We are returning, show the office. I know I'm hard coding it to this big old string. Gonna eat my database up alive, but it's okay. Season -1, because I haven't gotten there. Episode -1. Well, let me check real quick, because I haven't really looked at them all. Okay, there are these weird multi-episodes, apparently, at least in the subtitles. 2-part episodes. What do we call these? And how would I represent it in the data? Office Season 1, Episode 1. Season 4. See if it's a 2-parter or something, like an hour long. Runtime. Tell me your information. You told me nothing. Okay, I'm going to Wikipedia. 42 minutes. Okay, so it's not... Okay, I just got weird data, it appears. They shoved it into 1. Oh, wait a minute. 4 to 1. So Wikipedia is pretty trustworthy. Where's my list? Show me the list. Okay. Episodes. Number overall 1 and 2. Huh. Interesting. So it ain't my data. The show actually did that. Wait a minute. This shows you my office knowledge. Okay, the show runs for half an hour. So yeah, 44 minutes is a double episode. Okay. So that means my episode counter will need not to just be a number, but it can be, so let's think about it. So we have this one here. This technically happens on episode 1 and 2. How do we encode it? I could say 1-2. Yeah, okay, that's it. That's how I do it. I say episode, and it's not a number, it's a string. Yeah, it's acceptable. And we'll just use -1 for these ones, and then we have the other stuff, which is time stamp, which is entry.start, text, which is entry.text. We pretty this up in a moment. Run it. There we go. Season The Office, season episode timestamp, text. Texas ain't Texas. Love you, Texas. This ain't you. We're gonna do a little destructuring and a little, just to pull these values out. Destructure start, destructure text. Use shorthand, shorthand property name thingy. I don't know what this is called. We're doing that there. Get some auto formatting. VS Code auto format. Okay, we don't get that in this project. Prettier. Nope. I want my auto formatting. Prettier. Okay, prettier worked. There we go. Okay, so we got that a little prettied up. It's meh. So now we have all this data. So this is it for the individual file. Now comes the fun part. Doing this for every folder and everything. Again, this is very much not a server. It's just weird back-end scripting. This is the goal. So it needs to be done. So we need to traverse through every folder in data. And every folder, we'll take the season number. And then we'll go through every file, which represents an episode number. And now I need to look at all the episode numbers to see how to parse it out. So it's E 2 digits. E 2 digits can be hyphenated with more digits, but it's always E 2 digits. What's this? No other E 2 digits. I'm just getting paranoid. Because most of these are done by the same people, apparently. Okay, so that's it for most of them, and I'll add some special logic for multi-episodes, like so. Okay, so this is the next part of the script. We got this part basically working. We need to traverse through the stuff. Yeah, season -1 is the pilot. Ow! The Office has a pilot that's not part of season 1. So yeah, that would be a way I would represent pilots that weren't part of official seasons. Where is the pilot? Oh, it says in American Workspace, the pilot is season 1, episode 1. If it wasn't part of the season though, Jim, I would go for it. One more leak code? Maybe King? Maybe. I mean, I'd probably do a Codewars instead. If y'all got any leak code Codewars suggestions, we can go for one of them. Yeah, I think the pilot's right here, Jim. Oh, you got in Queens. Oh, you love me hitting these good ones. We skipping 0. Oh, there's episode 0? Yeah, this is where my office knowledge is really failing me. You know what? I have what the data represents. I don't know. In Queens. Oh. Ooh, you hit me with the good ones here, King. I have solved this before, though. What do I have? Do I have it here? No, I don't have it here. Let me find my previous solution. One more terminal, folks. Let's close that one. Close that one. Close that one. Working with times. Oh, you're going to give me that human readable one, aren't you? I know it. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, Araz. It's a good question on the data structure mainly. I could. This is the one. Was I able to solve this? Okay, I don't want to actually look at the solution. Stop, go away. I'll do it again, actually. Season 1, Episode 1 pilot. Okay, glad to hear at least The Office is okay with this. Okay, so let's give this one let's give it a quick attack, basically. See if I can, it's good old spaced repetition, you know, you gotta try it to, try to give them additional, brain. You gotta give them additional temps, so how many units are we doing? Ooh, we're going all the way up to a year? Are we going to a year? I've heard it discussed, and I actually have completed it before. But I'll give it another shot. I think, I honestly, like, as you can tell, I can't actually pull it from memory. So that means I do need some more repetition on this. And let's see if I can pull it off. Yeah, I think I might need to pull up VS Code for this one. Because what we need to do is we need to go through every unit and essentially create an array or an object of units, right? And then if it is, what is it? Sorry, well, it's basically like the determining how many hours, minutes, and seconds are left, but then the extra logic is if it's 0, dropping off the value, and then doing this weird thing where you combine it with, what do you call them, the pluses or the commas, and then use a special and for the last one, right? I think that's the logic here. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Ryan. Okay, let's give this one an attack. So, is there anything else logic I need to handle here? As much as possible. 61 seconds, 1 minute, 1 second. Okay, I got that part, folks. Let's see. 1 second, 1 year. Okay, they need to be in the correct order. I think I got that part. Comma separated until this last one. I got that part. Thankfully, they flattened these to easy. Ooh, if it's 0, return now. Okay, we can do that. If not seconds, return now. Phew, got the base case done. We got some code on the board, folks. So I'm going to go with an array, but every array, but I still need a mapping, right? Const durations equals, so it's like year, and what is this, seconds in a year? Please don't give me some scientific notation thing. No. So great, so I have to manually, come on, Node.js. I know it's what, add 7 zeros to that. There you go. Yoink. So that's the old file. We're not doing that. We're on Codewars.com. So we have years. Is that many? Day. I know this one. 86400. Hour. 3600. And minute 60, right? Second is that's the one I need to question. I'm like, it's still 60, right, folks? Second is 1. It's 86,400. So that's the mapping there. Then we go through all of these, and we're going to essentially keep and filter out the ones that the value, like, we have enough seconds for. So this is going to be cost. What is this? We also want to filter it. Const parts. We're just going to call it parts. I'm not going to think too long about this. And it's going to be going through all the entries of durations. And we're going to say, hey, for every entry, we're going to filter. We're doing it in order. So this is the important thing. Years, days, hours, and minutes, and then second. So this is going to be key value. Very amazing names. And then we're going to, this is the filter part. We're going to say if seconds is more than value, basically If seconds is less than. So if I have less than a year's amount of seconds, then obviously we don't have a year. Return false, or otherwise return true. I know, very bad. Let's make sure this works now by saying console log seconds and parts. Well, we got a return now. Oh, I returned my if statement. Oh no. There we go. So parts. There we go. So if you're given 1 second, then we only get minutes and seconds. Minutes and seconds. Okay, this is very good. Very good. This is very good right now. Now after the filter, we need to do a map, right, to determine key value. Again, very great at naming these variables. We need the count of how many of these values goes into a second. The problem is considering 365 days in a year. Oh, really? 365 days in a year, and a day is 24 hours. Oh, my bad. I read it as in like the issue, like you're gonna, like, this is gonna catch you. But yeah, thanks for the good call out there. I kind of just googled how many seconds were in a thing, but you're right. I can do that properly. So what is that? 365 times 24 times seconds in a day. 86400. Obviously, I did that wrong. Watch this goldfish go for it. 365 days in a year, 24 days. Why is that number so far off? Yeah, obviously I've messed up somewhere. Hours in a year. Watch me Google basic knowledge, folks. Yeah, 7. Okay, I got that part. So I have that many hours. Oh, yeah, I just did the math wrong. 365 times 86400. Aha, okay, I see. The number is slightly different. Okay, good call, Micaiah. Let me put that in a comment, so that way I know when that problem comes up, that's how I fix it, by using the correct number. I think. Yeah, good catch. Okay, yeah, so let's give this one a shot now. Okay, so we have all the things. I want to say constant count is how many of these go into seconds. So that's seconds divide value, but we want a whole number. Math.floor. We want it lower because we don't want half a year. We want whole year's amount. I need an equal sign for that too. And then we're going to decrease the number of seconds by the number. Okay, I know there's a better math way to do this with modulus, but I don't know it. Seconds decrease by count times value. So if it's 0, it's 0 times whatever. Everyone's happy. Now we return. I'm just going to return key and count. So this should be enough for me to read. So I got 1 second, 1 minute, and 2 seconds. Ooh, look at that. That's looking good. 2 minutes and 0 second. Okay, here's the thing. We want to get rid of the zeros. Probably could do it up here, right? If second is less than value or seconds modulus value equals 0, will that do it? 2 minutes. Okay, that's a little too much. I just didn't even check, right? I needed to check if it was. I don't know what I'm checking. I don't want to do it there anymore. I want to do it down here. Filter, key value, and I want to get rid of anything with a non-value equal to 0. I was about to do a not operator. That was too much. Interesting. Got no parts left. Okay, that filters too much. Too much filtering. 1 second. I want to get rid of the things that have a 0, not keep them. There we go. Expected 2 minutes, got undefined. 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 minute, and 2 seconds. Okay, so this is good. Now I need to, so they're in the right order. and they need to be pluralized. I don't know what the term for that is. So map key. I know the worst big O optimization here. So there's gonna be if values greater than 1, return key plus s, and then the value. Otherwise, just return key and value. They're good. Yo, intelligence, how you doing? How you doing? Wow, that is some. That's a good one there. That's a good high emote there. Yeah, we're over here doing a good little Code Wars at 4KU. We can all thank. Who are we thanking for this one? We're thanking Micaiah for this one. Yeah. Hope your day, evening, or night's been going well. See, you did that. Yeah, I was there for that last view one. Yeah. Hey, chat family. Yeah, we are here. Yeah, we're just doing this Code Wars. The full project is a little API that, once we get back to it, you'll give it a quote, and it will tell you which episode, season, and timestamp that quote happened. So yeah, that's what we're doing aside from our Code Warriors. Clean up some tabs here. Clean up more tabs. Quick flyby. Hey, yeah, you go get them. Thanks for the flyby. Okay, so it's gonna be const commas and last, and there we go, equals. So I'm gonna destructure this into all the ones that aren't the last one and the last one, right? Now we'll find out. The console log seconds, commas, and then the and. Hi. Yeah. Rest element must be last element. Alright, I wanted to be cool. Okay, so we're gonna call this parts. And we're gonna be like, okay, well, they also need to be capitalized, don't they? No, they don't. Okay, goodness. Thank goodness. I was about to be like, more work. Okay, let's first convert them to the right string, apparently, because they need to be, so they're key value, but they need to be value plus key, apparently. Plus space plus key. Yeah, string concatenation. JSON born. I don't know who told you it was gonna be cake. You go tell him to bring the cake. There ain't no cake here. The cake, if you could say, was a lie. Hey, we're just doing some Code Wars. Yeah, JSON born, you got the cake. Cakes and pies, right. Okay, we have this looking good now. Oh, hello, Rufio sent you here. Oh, well, are they on? They're not on. No, they're not on right now. Unless my bot's dead. No, the bot's not alive. Let me go check manually. Yeah, I tried it, Micaiah. I was like, we do the cool stuff. And it's like, no, you don't do cool stuff. Yeah, Ryan, good catch on the shout out. Yeah, Rufio, they do pretty cool streams. They do a lot of co-working streams, co-coding streams. Very cool. We get different perspectives. And of course, they got the birds. Oh, you probably meant last time that's how you found me. Yeah, Jason Bourne. I get it now. The goldfish in my head finally got there. Okay, so we have this part. We're going to say, essentially, we want to join all of them but the last one, and then we'll take the last one and chuck an and on it. So this will be return parts.slice 0 to -1. Sure thing, Jason Bourne. I'll give it a shot. We'll join all of them with a comma. Then we'll add and, as soon as I learn how to spell it, plus, not that many pluses, parts, I want to get the last element. I'll do lazy slice -1. And it works. No, it only works a little bit. Oh, and 1 second. So I need to handle if it's length of 1. Why is there a timer counting down on yours, not mine? That's not a Code Wars timer. That's a stream timer. It's my timer. That's not on Codewars. It's my little thing for the little overlay I built and throw on the stream. It's telling me I should have took a break a minute ago or something, right? Okay, so we need to check if it's one long. If parts.length triple equals 1, return parts 0, right? It's not that fancy. So expected 1 hour, 1 minute, and 2 seconds. Instead got spaces are missing from commas. Yeah, Refuels get the birds. I mean, I don't know, Mavi. We're all rascals here, right? Yeah, we're all rascals. I'm a I got the memory of a goldfish. That's about it. I couldn't think of any. I ain't got no pets at the moment, so you know. Yeah, what's my brand? So it seems to be working without the thing. Oh, 182 days. 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 40 seconds. Okay, let's look at math here. Yeah. Oh, I guess there's not really a good message on that thing. I'll have to add a good message when it's on the thing. We on the Little Rascals. I mean, Little Rascals is good for me, yeah. Panini Pirates. Oh, that's from, let me just, that's from, Leah's, because they're the pirates, right? Yeah. Or is that from Melody? No, Leah's the pirate one, I think. Because they're doing the pirate, whatchamacallit, 100 Hours Project, right? Yeah. The Wascally Wabbits. That's not too bad. But where is Chris? Oh, I hope you can find Chris. Thanks for the follow. Yes, I'm assuming this is where my math was wrong. And we'll see if the math was it. No, the math didn't fix it. Okay, so I have to now read. Reading. Who wants to read? 182, 1, 44, 40. 182, 1, 44, 40. Which means it's a string difference. Oh, there are 2 S's in days. Oh, yeah, I pluralized all my things too early. Wait for fan out, though, Chris. I don't know. Gotta have a gimmick. I mean, who knows? I don't know. We'll find Chris eventually. Don't worry. We'll find him. We will find Chris. Hey, thanks for the follow also. Coochie fan. Hey, there we go. So, I want to see if I can do my bad math, though. I want to do the math badly. Because I know the S's was wrong. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so, good call out for the... Oh, no. I accidentally submitted it. Well, too late now. That comment now lives in there forever. So let's see what I did before. Okay, so this is the solution we basically ended up with. Didn't get a chance to fix it. Codewars was like, yoink, it's ours now. But yeah, I defined a object of all of how many seconds is in each unit. Appreciate the clarification that I was using the wrong number of things for second, or for number of seconds for years. Then I went through all the parts, returned the ones that were valid. So like if there was in 5 seconds, then obviously you had no years. Then I counted how many of each went into that unit. Then decremented the seconds by the math for how many seconds that was. And then I added S to the ones that were more than one value. And finally, added them together as a string. And if there was one, I returned it. Otherwise, I combined all of them but the last one, with the last one separated by and. So that was a good solution. Hey, thanks for the lurk, Ryan. You go. Gotta get that dinner. Yeah, and let's see how I did it before. Oh, wow. Yeah, my brain was really going good before. So I did the formats the same. Yeah, looks like I got the math right back then. I did a reduce, too. Yeah, so I really optimized it then, didn't I? And then I did the craziest ternary. If there's one, otherwise if there's two. Oh, so I did optimize this time around. I did not need to explicitly do a 2 check. Like I did a 1 and a anything it's not 1. But before, I did a 1, 2, and an anything above 2 check. So that's good. Watch TV instead of homework. Okay. I see what's going on there, Pinkstar. You get, as long as you're committed, I suppose, right? Yeah, what was the other one? Someone told, this is a good thing. I made this task track. I'm not using it though, right? I mean, y'all are using it. I'm glad y'all get productivity out of it. Productively watching that TV. There was another one I was supposed to do after this, though. What if I save archive 1? Yeah. So yeah, if you archive, it'll archive number 1. It'll just basically cross it off and send it to the void. Then toward the end of the stream, I can look at all the archived ones and be like, hey, good job. It's mainly for like clearing space, so you don't have to use it. Ooh, it's not number 1. It's the actual 1. Although, I see how that could make sense. I will update it to handle numbers in the future. Hey, thanks for the follow. Sorry, Classic Ming. Appreciate you coming on by. Yeah, I know, Jason Board. There's a lot of us here. That's why I'm mostly always lurking, you know? Can't keep, you ain't got only 24 hours in the day, right, folks? See you, Jason Bourne. Thanks for the stop by. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What is it? I think I have a command around here. There it is. So yeah, it's basically a, I mean, I don't need to explain it. I'll literally show it, because little did you know, it's literally running right now. So essentially what it is it is a, basically to keep track of all our 100 devers and 100 dev friends. I built this thing that automatically adds and removes players from this little multi-viewer. As you go by, you can select which groups you want to watch, and recently I added the ability to select individual folks from those groups. You can also add your own people, so your favorite streamer here, if I don't have them on the list, and they will eventually show up in this corner. There you go, there it is, and you can watch them all. You can jump into separate chats, close this thing because real estate. As you can see, this thing's like, I've been here the entire time basically. Jump in all the chats, see what everyone's up to. Yeah. Hey, yeah, Jim, all his multitaskers here, right? And yeah, it's basically what this thing does, because I just keep it always open on a tab. Right now, I would have it auto-playing, but my internet probably couldn't handle all this multi-stream. Yep, it's a multi-stream. In addition, because the important thing is that when people go on and offline, it automatically adds and closes players, because all the multi-streamers I found don't automatically do that. At least, I haven't found one that automatically does it. This automatically does it. Plus, to get by the Twitch purple block of death, you can go to a stream and click pop out to drag them into this thing here, so you can get past the purple blockade of doom. Yeah, see, and this is where you do get the ads, because RIP ad block, I'm not putting in the effort to get it working. Yeah, the auto thing works too. Like, I don't know, it's a little finicky. I don't use it personally, because I don't really care about collecting points anywhere, which is another thing that other multi-viewers do not have the ability to. Because if you're like watching this, you will not collect channel points unless the stream is open, as in like these embeds. Twitch specifically does not allow them to collect points. And yeah, it's one of the few things I've been scrounging together. That's right, Pink Star. CTV Sci-Fi Channel. I mean, basically, right? I had that when I tried to watch an always on stream. Turn off your blocker. Yeah, well, that's the thing. In this case, like, maybe I do have it on. Yeah, I do have it on. But even when I turned off all my blockers, the Twitch embed thing, it was like timed out for 20 seconds. And it's like, it is literally just embeds, I guess. I don't know. Maybe my Chrome's that broken. But yeah, it's basically CTV. Like, and fun fact, like this isn't the first idea because I did make this for a client a while ago. They're doing other things now, but it was basically to watch all the members of the esports team because they were doing esportsy or not esports. I mean, they were kind of esportsy, I guess. So it was all branded and stuff for them. But I was like, you know what? I can remake that, and I just remade what I made before, but for us. So the idea was not. I just come up with it. I was like, I already did this before. I'll do it again. And I have to drag this tab back in my other Chrome tab. Hold on a sec. There we go. Okay, now there was another one I was supposed to do. Another Codewars. If y'all remember, someone suggested a Codewars. Oh, it was Jason Bourne. Oh, yeah, and they left too. That's okay. I'll still give it a shot. Removing elements. Codewars. And then we'll be taking a break. And when we get back, we will finish this database updating script. Hey, thanks for the follow. Darth Vader fell down. I keep saying Darth Vader fell down, but it's probably something. Nah, that's Darth Vader fell down. Okay, and we'll just go through this one just for a lovely brush up. So take an array and remove every second element from the array. Always keep the first element and start removing with the next element. So remove every element with an index of odd. Okay, so we'll go the stadium of Twitch. Yeah, Rajaj. How you doing? So array filter I'm basically, if it's visible by 2, we keep it. Otherwise, we get rid of it. Okay, that's the fancy way of doing it. There we go. Yeah, Pingstar, you keeping track, huh? Yeah, the timestamp would be the first one, I suppose. Counts all the data for the questions. I mean, oh yeah, that's my visualizer, right? What is this? Honestly, I don't remember it. Hey, glad to hear it, Rajaj. I don't remember because I'm literally going to search for it, so I'm just gonna see. Come on, internet. I believe in you. Because if I search Twitch, this should show all my repositories in my user. Yeah, because I got like 3 of them called Twitch something or other. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about, Pinkstar. The VOD chat poll visualizer. There it is. Hey, thanks for the follow. Nisa0503. I should have cheated. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the GitHub does have all this stuff. Still got to update all these repos using the template, though. I'm getting around to them. But yeah, you just drop a chat, and this generates the most amazing pie chart you've ever seen. It's not. It's just like shoving things into the thing. But yeah, it's nice. I don't know. Nice enough for me to do something on Twitter, which is the original reason I made it. Because I was like, what am I supposed to tweet? I gotta tweet something. I tweet charts. But then some of them are like, Leon doesn't ask an open-ended enough or like a divided enough question of the day. And it's like, well, I ain't visualizing that. I could put in more effort into this thing, but yeah. Meh, that's my answer to it. Meh. Poll 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's fun, Rajaj. I mean, I'm also going to eventually, not this stream, because we already got a bunch more stuff to do this stream. Also got to add visualization to my Codewars leaderboard too. I have it partially working. It's just all in shambles right now, the visualization part, because, you know, basically the leaderboard, and I've made it more visually apparent that things are wrong when you make a request out of range. Like, here it is. You get a question mark. User has no data available at this date. So that, because people are wondering, like, why are they blank? It's like, you literally did not exist on 4/04/2022. So I've gotten that, but once I get the graphing on this, it'll be visually obvious why they'll appear as a dot and all that stuff. The Jeopardy multiplayer one, I did Open Trivia multiplayer one, yeah. Go back to my GitHub. Where's my GitHub? It's not here. But yeah, I did the open trivia multiplayer. I took Mayan Wolf's Snake game and I made that multiplayer. It's a little janky though. And then I did the this is another one I did multiplayer though. I don't remember. Hey, thanks for the follow. Bearing Ann 89. What was it? Yeah, I know the trivia, the multiplayer trivia one. That was the first one. Snake? What was, yeah, that was, no. Why aren't you showing my forks? Show all the things. GitHub Snake game, forked from Mayans. Yep, I remember that suggestion. Yeah, that was I think that was a longer stream that we barely cut it in. I was just tired by the end of it, so I was like, next time, which still gonna be next time because we barely scratched the surface of this thing. Yeah, it was a good one. Good times, good times. And yeah, I know Jason Bourne ain't here. They're the one who requested this, but yeah, using filter to essentially say only keep the elements at positive indexes, aka 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and onwards. Yeah, that's the method way to do it. Could have also done an array way where you flip through arrays and you say skip every other 2. I'll just show that one off real quick. Const keeping equals an array for let I equals 0, I less than array.length, I plus equal to, this is the cool thing about it, then you do keeping dot push array I, and you return array, no, you return keeping. There you go. So this is the non-functional way of doing it that in reality is probably more optimized than the filter, because instead of processing every element, you're literally only processing the elements you want to keep. This one's so good. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna rename these to every other though. Yeah, every other. There you go. This seems nice. Yeah. So again, shout out Jason. I appreciate Jason Bourne. Got me to optimize the solution. Just to see though, what's the Code Warriors doing? They're doing the normal filter as expected. And if I look at my last solution, what I did the filter before too. Where's my solution? I just solved it, Codewars.com. Codewars.com. Weird. I thought whenever you solved it twice. Not my problem, not my zoo. What's it Leon says? Okay, hey, thanks for the follow, Teefs. I'm assuming that's how it's meant to be pronounced. Yeah. But yeah, I will be taking a break when we get back, since we just did basically half of our Code Wars this time. Limbo. Teefs. I mean, I assume it's Teefs, you know? But yeah, we'll take the break, and we'll finish this script when we get back, and we'll get to the... I think we'll actually be able to get to the front end part in which you can enter something in the box and it will tell you when it's working. We're literally one Pomodoro session away from our minimal viable product. That's how I said it too. Yeah, I mean, you can only guess until they correct you, right? I mean, that's how I was doing. I was calling you prankster because I literally couldn't see. There was no R, right? So eventually I'll get there. Just never in the beginning. With that, be sure to take a break, folks. Stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Let's go something fun here. Please be cool. Ooh, purple and green. Thank you. Oh, wow. What bad timing. Yeah. I mean, it's good. I appreciate that, Pink Star. So here's the thing, Rajaj, and I will redeem your 10 points. It's colors, not white and black. So it hue shifted to the closest color that white could give you, which is purple apparently. but we don't actually get to the white, unfortunately. Where is it? Where's the button? How do I do this? There you go. Enjoy your 10 points. Yeah, it worked. It worked. Just went for its colors only. And with that, we will be taking that break. I could see that coming off to Jim Fink. Welcome on back, folks. The break is slowly ending. Hey, appreciate the follow. Kajar Paros. I know I got it wrong, so feel free to correct me if you'd like. Paros. Peros. Carpros. That sounds right. Okay, let's jump back into it. I mean, we already did so many Code Wars, so we're just gonna jump straight back into the code, where we are going to traverse all the folders in this directory, and then traverse all the files in this directory, parsing out the episode number, and then building our data. That's all we're doing now. We're just building all the entries. So it's going to be an amazing function name. Function parse SRT folders. No, it's going to be parse SRTs. Yeah, I don't know. We're just going to call this whatever we want. And then directory. Basically, it's going to be the directory of where we're parsing it from, the data folder, surprisingly. Then what we're going to do is show name. I'm making this, I don't know. Again, the pre-optimization, it's happening. I'm going to give a show name variable. So it's going to be for const file name of. This is where we start doing fun stuff with the FS module. Now we haven't used that too much in class, but it can do a lot of cool stuff. Like, let's say const absolute. This is the path module. Path.resolve directory. So that's going to give us the absolute path of this directory name. Then we're going to say fs.promises, because we love promises. We're going to say list. Okay, maybe it's not a promise. List dir. What is this? Was it read dir? Reads the contents of a directory. Okay, goldfish memory. It is apparently called read dir. Read dir with a lowercase d. Get on board, right, folks? So reading all the files in the dictionary called absolute. And since this is a promise, we will await it. We're just going to console log all the file names at first. So remember, I like testing my code incrementally. So you write it, then you see if what you've written has worked. So parse SRTs and a catch for good measure, because all fire can happen. And now we'd run our script, and we had some old stuff running. So let's get rid of that. Goodbye. And let's run it again. So our function has 2 arguments. We gave it no arguments. So we're going to give it data and the office with 2 F's. There we go. Now it's already working. So it's going into the data and it's console logging the file name of every file in here, even the directory. So maybe file name ain't right, but it's, I don't know what to call this thing. Entity name sounds weird. Entity name it is, though. So now we want to say, okay, we only want to look at directories. In each directory, we're going to associate with the season. So if fs promise, what is it? lstat or stat? So it's stat. So what this does is it gives us information about a file. What file we want? We want the file at the location of absolute and entity name. Because remember, it's giving us a relative name, like the name of the file. It's not giving us its full location. We need, in order to pass it to anything else, literally everything, we need a full file path. So we use the join, make it full. Now we say, hey, if we want to await this to get its value, because its value will be is directory or is file. So when you get the stats of something, you get these cool little methods that you can additionally call that will tell you if the thing is a directory, a file, a symbolic link, which is just a shortcut. And you can get more stuff. When it was accessed, when it was created, when it was created again. All this other stuff that we don't really care about. What we really care about, though, is if it's a file. So if it's a file, we ignore. We do not care about files. We only care about directories. Now we're going to get the season number. We're just going to say const season equals. So this is a little specific to this particular case, but we're just going to let split and grab the last of it. So let's let entity name dot split by space and grab the last thing. Again, very specific to the office, but that's what we're working with, so that's why it'll be specific. Now, so taking office season 1, we need to iterate through all these files. So for const srt file name of, we do the exact same thing. That's a little bit of nesting. We could do some fancy recursion. I ain't about that laugh. And we're going to say, instead of absolute, it's going to be path.join. So again, we're going to variabilize this. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good name. I'm failing here. Entity absolute, sure. Amazing at making names up. So there, we do that. Add some spacing for readability. And now it's entity absolute. So we know it's a directory. We're going to look through all the files in this directory. This is where the fun stuff happens. So now we want to get the episode number. Now we know. Oh, I mean, click that. So I'm going to see how this multi-episode stuff works. So it's the letter E followed by 2 digits. So this is where I'm going to go into the scratch pad real quick. I'm just going to grab this file name, copy it, put it in a string, and we're going to do some magical regex. Don't leave. It's a little bit of regex. So we're going to match every E followed by 2 digits globally. There we go. Look at that. That wasn't that scary. It was not that scary. Okay, watch. We can follow every E followed by a number of digits. It wasn't that scary. No. It's not that bad. Not that bad. Not that bad. Look, I'm making it even easier. Okay, so here's the craziness. Okay, here it comes. Here comes the actual code. SRT file name dot match. Okay, here comes the scariness. We have the starting / to start the regex, the next one to close it. We are matching the character E, followed directly by a digit, the \D. We want 1 or as many digits as we can get, plus. So we want the character E followed by 1 or more digits. And we want to do this globally. That's it. That was it, folks. It's the regex is over. Y'all can open your eyes now. So now we have these strings. We're going to be like, hey, this is cool. It's probably a cool way to do this also, but I'm too lazy. Slice 1, and then what? We're just going to plus on this, convert it to a number. Actually, I kind of like the 2-digit things. Yeah, I like this 0, 1. No, we're not doing that. So now we're going to console log season episode. And we're going to see if the data looks right. Yeah, Raz, the regex can be life. Okay, so now we're just doing some manual data inspection, which includes a lot of scrolling. So, season 1, episode 1. Well, firstly, that season 1 can be a number, right, folks? Let's fix that real quick. And we can see season 7 has episodes 11 and 12 as one file. So it was a special. Season 7, episode 11 and 12, one file. Good. 6, 17 and 18. Good. 6, 4, and 5. Good. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's just a little. Yeah, look, it's a tiny bit of regex. Look, watch. There you go. There's no more regex. The regex can't hurt you, dumpster dev. It's gone. If you really did, though, what you would do is you would look for every E character. So it'd be a for loop, and then trying to find out every thing. Yeah, Pink Star. I mean, you might be the only office expert here with what polls I've been getting from chat. Oh, season 4's got a lot of 2-parters. Let's look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got it, baby. That is fine. I mean, I have been on the internet. I've been exposed to most of the spoilers, probably. I just didn't know them. It's gone, Pink Star. I was going to watch it, and now, look what you've done. Oh, yeah, I guess technically this is a spoiler warning for The Office, this entire stream, because I'm looking at quotes. I guess maybe I should have mentioned that at some point. Oops. Alright, so we have the episode numbers. Episodes. There we go. We've ruined things. Now, how will you ever reconcile this? So yeah, we have this working. Now here comes the fun part, where we have our data, we're gonna start generating the stuff. So we already wrote it, like here. We need to read the file. So this is a little bit ugly, but let's get the file data. Content, well, const srt equals fs promises read file. And we need to give it the path, which is path.join. Entity absolute srt file name. Fire, yeah, it's all doomed, ain't it? We will await the reading of this file. Now srt is a buffer. Disgusting. We want srt to be a actually we might be fine with a buffer, I don't know. Const, this is where we start adding our entities. So const entities. Oh, what am I calling this collection? Hex Meredith's car. Yeah, I mean, apparently it's a two. I mean, yeah, I did Google season 1, so I do know that one's it's 44 minutes long. So I know that one's actually a 2-parter for sure. Now, how could you? Yeah. I mean, car. There are 24 instances of car. What's career? Meredith was hit by a car. Don't worry, Pink Star. I have also spoiled it. What a weird subtitle. Literally, oh, it's an announcement subtitle, ladies and gentlemen. Has some bad news. This apparently happened in the parking lot. Let's do a bye of the episode, right? Let's go through the whole thing. And what are these? Entries. I'm not thinking of a good name. We'll call them entries. It did. I literally think I've seen that clip somewhere. So like I have consumed The Office entirely in 2-minute increments, right? So entries dot push every day. I mean, hey Darvis, thanks for coming on. Or Dervis Avred, I think that's right. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen The Office. Apparently Pink Star's over here spoiling everyone. I don't know. But what's happening is I'm building a full stack application in which you give it some text, and it tells you which season, episode, and down to the timestamp that word was, or that phrase was said in the in The Office, technically, for anything. Derva Savred. I think I got it. Appreciate it. Yeah, so now we're gonna push it real good. It's gonna be whatever this parse thing returns. Derva Savred. I'm just gonna say it like successfully. Yes, I've got it right. I'm sure that's right. I'm sorry. I'll get it. Don't worry. Goldfish memory will kick in. Oh, now these season numbers, we know these are different now. Season. Then we have episodes. The closed caption is going nuts with that. Oh, that's right. I never really looked at the closed caption. Let me go look at it. The car Sting returns Derby save Red River save Red submarine service every breed. Wow, you are not kidding. The captions went crazy. You can blame Google for that because those are Google generated captions. Okay, so we have the SRT. Let's pass this to the data. Derby. I mean, I don't blame it. So The Office, the season, episodes. Great thing about this, we can just keep this as an array. YOLO. Timestamp, text. That all looks good enough to me. Then we will return entries. And this is where the craziness happens. So then once we have, we're just going to console log it. It's not going to be a readable console log, but it's going to be console logged. Data.split is not a function. So when I said it'd probably be fine as a buffer, I lied. We need this as a string apparently. Oh, it's thinking thoughts now. The Office is your 6th show. Oh, yeah, we all got him, right? Oh, so this is good. I'm seeing a lot of BRs. Okay, this is interesting. So this parser adds BRs to the SRT. Interesting. Okay, so that's not the worst. Is there any more HTML in this? Are there italics? Yeah, the page ranking algorithm implementation. I mean, it's not that crazy, Mika. It's just HTML and SRT. It exists. You can use italics. I know you can do stuff like this. So it's not a joke. It's reality. SRT is a subtitle format. I actually don't know what the abbreviation stands for, but it's a format in which it's street racing technology. No, it's not. Apparently it's that too, but it's not. Yeah, that's right. It bolds and styles and stuff. Node.js. This is horrible. Why can't I subrip comment closed caption file formats or subtitle formats? It basically looks like this. You have when to show the text, when to hide the text, and the text in question. There are italics and stuff obviously in here that I need to get rid of. So yeah, that's fun. I also need to get rid of BRs and all this HTML nonsense. So my job is not done. That's why it has so many breaks. Yeah. Raj. Right? I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Node.js strip HTML. That's basically all I want to do, right? I'm gonna have to download a module. I don't want to. I know the native JavaScript way. All these abbreviations yeah, I mean they do. I mean, imagine looking up like how to kill a parent without orphans or something like that. It gets you on some list. Oh, it's a regex. I'm not doing that. Not at all. Okay, my internet's like, hey, you want solutions? Good luck. So I know I can use JS DOM to get rid of this. Looking for a one of 68,000 downloads. Fancy. I mean, can we argue with 68,000 downloads? A month ago updated. I mean, this just looks beautiful. Let's randomly install it. There we go. Regex is amazing. It is, yeah. I mean, like, I just used a little bit. I mean, I don't know if you were here to find all the episode numbers. So yeah, it's powerful. Yeah, join the bandwagon. No need to know what it's about, Pinkstar. Okay, so import strip HTML from this Coolio modulo. Probably should put my dependence below too. Yeah, it's really good at doing its one thing. It's when you force it to do other things that's like, ha, yeah, you did that. Are you proud of yourself? Okay, so we have this, and we're going to be like, text. Ha, we're going to need to get rid of that HTML from you, Mr. Text. Oh, there are options. I don't want to do that. I want to say result. What options can I pass to you? Are you cool? CB, I don't want to call back. Dump, no. Only strip, I mean, I do. I don't know what this is. This is fine for me, though. Let's, do a trim at the end of it. Be real optimized. Okay, now let's give this another run. So we can see a company runs on BR, efficiency over communications. Lots of file reading. Reading all the files. Oof. Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. Sometimes, like, when it's different when someone else has put in all the effort of making sure it works, And yeah, it looks like that that thing is getting rid of all the HTML. Good job, random library. Okay, so this is doing its job. Here comes the craziness. We're about to crash my internet because I'm going to insert all these entities into MongoDB. So let's look at this weird Mongo stuff. Because remember, this is a random scriptoid. So once we have all these entries, we gotta shove them all in a database. And then it's gonna be return client. I will need to get .env up here so my config is loaded. I'll put that right there. That's a good place. You can do it Spectrum. I don't know. They can't do much. So once we do the connect, I also need the entity. So ugly async function. So I have to await the connect. And then I need to get the db equals client.db. Oh no. I don't have autocomplete because I don't have an import. It's always a good sign. And yeah, that like for more serious answer, we're all just joking around here. Derva Savred pointed out it's pointing it out when you don't really need it, and specifically using it because you like don't know how to do. It's like using it as a crutch when you don't know how to do it manually. Like I'm cool with using regex here to match episode numbers because I know it'll take more time. I can do this manually. I'm familiar enough with pure JavaScript or pure whatever language I'm in to manually find the E's and the numbers after them and do that how I want. Now that I do know how to do that, I'm comfortable using regular expressions. If I wasn't, then it's like, you lost some fundamentals there, but you gained regex. It's like, regex ain't really going to get you the job per se. It's your fundamentals that's going to get you the job. It's better to have them than a few regex snippets in the brain. True, yeah. I mean, a whole committee goes over all those things, you know? Collection. Man, I'm great at naming things, aren't I? DB collection. So the database name is quotes, and the collection name is also quotes. Quotes. Hey, thanks for the hi, J. Rajaj. I did do the... Apologies. Actually, I can just do the math right now, right? Watch, I'm just going to look at it right now. Ooh, this will add all IDs to it, though. So log... So I did rough math. I did napkin math. I don't know if I did enough math. Log JSON stringify entries. Let's see how bad dot length. How much space is this going to take up? And this is in bytes, so I have to multiply it and math it, but we'll see. You run the process while I'm here. So I have 500 megabytes, and that just don't look like 500 megabytes to me. So that's what? That's how many characters there are. So divide 1024. Looks like 10 megabytes at most. Now there's going to be IDs, so let's say worst case scenario, it doubles. Well, let's say it doubles by 10. Then divide 10024. 100 megabytes. I think I'm under the free tier, honestly. I'm gonna be real surprised, and like, it's like that meme of like, I've done the math, but my math was really wrong. What are those zip files doing for season 6? I don't know. What are those zip files doing in season 9? Is season 9 doing weird stuff? Season 9 has a lot of episodes. Oh no, these don't consume 100 MB. I mean, I'll show you data used. I don't have the command. So it's literally 10 megabytes with the zips included. So it's probably like 7 megabytes. I mean, we literally count 2, 3, 4. So it's not that big, honestly. But I'm just saying, worst case scenario, I'm multiplying it. Yeah, and then I'm also adding, more data, because for each one, it has a show name, which I know is bad database, because it's literally the same string. It's got season numbers. It's like, yeah, the data is not good. I'm going to change it, migrate it later. But I'm saying that, like, it's, what's it called? Margin of error. So, like, I multiplied it by 10. So if my margin of error, if I've done so bad of math that it's 10 times what I think it is, I'll still be under the 500 megabyte limit, which I think is the main limit. I don't know. Gonna be real freaked out. I mean, there might be other limits. Be like, okay, this API, it's only for season 1, episode 1. Deal with it. So we'll find out. Let's see. We're just gonna see what happens at this point, cause it's like insert mini, right? Insert mini. Surely won't mind. How many entries do I have at this point? Let's console log that out. Entries length. Yeah, let's see what that is, and let's run the scripto. Oh, not that one. Hey, thanks for the follow. QWERTY is dope 01. I too am a fan of QWERTY. Okay, my terminal's catching on fire. I mean, that's basically, if worst comes to worst, that'll be it, you know? I mean, this script is really hanging in, though. Hey, QWERTY, that's cool. Welcome, welcome. Glad you found my stream. How's your day, evening, or night going? I cannot think accurately enough to guess what time it is in Brazil. And hey, thanks for coming on by, you too, Chris Denigo. It's an ominous delay. Oh, it's not that bad. Okay, so 87,149. That don't seem too many. Surely it'll be fine. Yeah, I stream a little bit. Ooh, the Diceware API. That sounds fancy. 8 p.m. Oh, wow. It's 7:30 here, so they want my geography. Just exposed myself. Is there a limit how many this thing can run? Oh, this value is 100,000. Okay. we're gonna do something bad. We're doing something real bad. Insert many. Pass it an array of documents. That's what it wants, right? That's all it wants. This is gonna be really good or really bad, folks. Not nervous at all. And worst comes to worst, I just delete the collection, or I get a big angry error. But then I'd have to figure out how to solve the error, so it'd be nice if there wasn't one. No, wait, stop. Phew, that was close. I want to see the result, because this will do a resolve into something. Probably a results doohickey. Here we go. Nah, no one's infamous here. It's all good. All fame is good fame, right? Diceware API. I mean, it sounds like D&D related. What is Diceware exactly? Oh, create secure passwords. Huh, I've never heard of this. Yeah, I assumed it was Deverzavad. Oh, it's this meme, or it's this comic. Oh, that's cool. So it generates these things that you can remember, huh? That's cool. It's a very cool one. Oh my. Oh no! I gotta go check the database. Watch, it just locks out my account. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's not a new concept, but you can always put a new spin on it. Plus, it's good practice to do. Hey, look, none of the graphs are angry. I only spent 41 kilobytes. Man, my estimations weren't too bad. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. Don't worry about it. 1 to 20 of many. Many. It's like, there's a lot in here. I've taken up 4 whole megabytes. And this is with these IDs. I don't know how much space these take. Indexes, I don't know what that means. But 87,088. Let's just round up to 88, folks. Rounding up to 88. I want the clickbait. Yeah. Oh no, I'll follow the Deverzvads. Well, 900,000 entities. It's gonna be real awkward if these are like garbled in any way. But they seem alright. Yeah, they seem good to me. Only 4. I mean, don't ask me. It's okay. Apparently, uncompressed data size is like 11 megabytes, but I mean that's cool. It compresses to 4. storage size 4 is MB, compressed at 11. I mean, that's not too bad from, I mean, let's literally look. Well, I can stop this process now. Let's go to the data, make door. Oh, I imagine there's all kinds of cool optimizations. But yeah, especially, I mean, I haven't invented my own compression algorithm, but they're using JSON, so lots of duplicate keys, so that's all this easily compressible. Then the IDs probably got their own magic. Like, we see hashes. I don't know if they're really hashes. Easy to probably get optimized on that. The only thing like they can't really compress based on whatever it is literally user data. But even then, so yeah, I'm sure they have the most optimized form of JSON storage in the world, since it's literally what they do. Okay, let's see what the raw data size is. So yeah, raw data 6.6 megabytes, and this is literally plain file, no gzipping. So yeah, it doubled basically because I had the ID in the show, these two, and all this other stuff. But yeah, I know Darvis, or I know Daravis. I know lots of optimizations can be made, but gotta write bad code before we write good code, you know. And I thought about it like, oh, we're going full on multi-show scalular. If I have another table of like entities where I have an EID that is just like one thing, then I can just have a single key of entity that relates to that instead of having show, season, episode, and all this. So I can squash these down into a single, what do you call it, a single thing? Like cutting the data space by a third, requiring a lookup, I guess, to another collection, but still, like, I see the scope creep has been over my shoulder, being like, do it, optimize it, make it better. But I'm like, no, gotta go Tina on this, you know? Gotta write the bad code. But hey, it's in the database now. What are we waiting for? It's time to query this database. The script is done. We stop looking at it. We don't look at the data anymore either. We're done. Oh, we gotta write some front end. Okay, let's also gotta do some EJS stuff too. Okay, so we're not there yet. I was like, we can jump. Let's go to the finish line. The finish line's a little further away. We will get EJS installed though. npm I EJS ... Let's add ourselves a, what is this? Templates or views? Views folder. Index.ejs. Give me my autocomplete. Yeah, Dervis, that would be, I mean, yeah, that'd be a more optimal way of encoding all that information into a single value instead of going for a table. Yeah. I mean, it still requires another table to have that data, but for sure. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing, yeah, you're speaking my language of these optimizations, for sure, for sure. Let's give this a boring old form. When we use the old method or action, what is this? Action search. Let's do an input. Let's do a label while we're at it. Be real semantic. It's a label. No, it's a label. Label. Query. Query. Yeah, we're using really good names here. Input name equals query. Required. Close the tag. Add a submit button because people love buttons. And then MongoDB suggests that its access together should be stored together. Opposite of relational. Encouraged for performance. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, I mean, I've worked with it before. I haven't efficiently worked with Mongo before. So, like, because I started out in SQL. So I know that mindset of thinking, not necessarily how they want you to do it in no SQL. But yeah, I mean, that seems good to me, yeah. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Rajaj. Let's see if this EJS is ready though. So response.send index EJS. probably missing something. npm run dev. Oh, I thank you for the hydrate. I didn't actually do it though. Let me get on that. I appreciate that. Let's go to this lovely URL. Index EJS. Ha! Yeah, that would help to call the render method. And there it be. Now let's make sure the EJS magic is actually happening. Which one is it? 1, 2, 3. I just want to see stuff on the screen. I gotta do a different syntax for that. That's logic and not output. There we go. EJS successfully working. We're so close. Yeah, we'll go over a little bit. We'll go over just a little bit. Okay, so we have that. Our search, our secret endpoint, as cool as it was, it's gotta go. It's now search. So how do we want to get data? Well, we're using the form, so it's probably app.use express.url coded. It'll tell me if that's wrong. Let's just get whatever they sent. So console log request.body. We do want to send something back. Response.send sup. That's what they want to hear. There we go. Depreciated, undefined, extended. Provide the extended option. How do I do that? It's an object. So we have an object. What's in the object? The extended option. Enjoy. Do I need to know what that does? Nope. Just do what it says. Is it a get method? I think it's a get method. Yeah. So what I want to do is, well, I kind of want to render the index back, right? So let's see. Quotes is an empty array. There we go. And now here is where we do the fun stuff. Well, first I got ahead of myself. I gotta see where that console log goes. So we over here, we refreshing, we searching for times al. Boom. We got sup. And in the console, we got an empty object. Yeah, that's not what we wanted. So let's look at the network tab. No, not that tab. Network tab. See if we actually sent stuff. Refresh. Gotta spell sometimes correctly. I mean, we do gotta do that, but we just, even on a misspelling, we want to see the misspelling in the thing. Oh, this is a query parameter, huh? I mean, I guess that's fine. Is a get lookup. Name equals query. So it's not request body, it's request query then? We'll find out. There we go. So soon times. Okay, maybe I do gotta spell things correctly. There we go. Good catch on that typo though. There we go. So we have an amazing query. It ain't doing much. This is where we start throwing things at Mongo. So client. I know I'm writing bad code here. Maybe make it better later. So we get the quotes DB. We get the collection of the quotes collection. Amazing name stuff. Find. Well, I want find many. So that's just find, I guess, right? The filter predicate. Okay, so I want to find. So I want. I was about to be like, so I want to find if the text is contained in the subtitle. So we're just gonna ask Google, because Google knows this stuff. Check if field containing a string. Yeah, I saw that autocomplete, but I don't know how to use it, so I was also a regex. It's back! I do. How old is this solution? 2012. Okay, let's find out how to use MongoDB text search. Because I do think that is the proper solution. I just didn't know how to use it, so I figured Google would tell me. Stack Overflow was like, 5 years ago someone did this with regex. Okay, here come the docs. Full text search solution. For data hosted. Oh, so this is a vendor specific stuff. Or legacy. Wait. Okay, so I want to use text. Apparently, MongoDB Atlas has something else. But I'm not gonna go that far. I'd rather not get the vendor lock-in. It's only 87,000. It'll take like a second to search. Okay, has the syntax. Search, language, case sensitive. Okay, a string of text to query the text, a logical or search of the terms, unless specified as a phrase. So I do want to specify it as a phrase. Go to behavior for more information. Optional, optional, optional. Defaults to false. Yeah, I do want it to be case insensitive, so I like that. Diacritic sensitive. I don't use those. Language, optional, none. Okay, so let's see. One text expression. Okay, sure. To use a text and an or. Okay, let me look for phrase. That's the keyword. Or I'll just click this button. It literally took me down here. Okay. A text operator treats most punctuation as delimiters, except hyphen that negates or double escaped. Okay, so I need to do this to make it a phrase, which means I have to do some like an injection prevention when they enter quotes with literal quotes. That's okay, it's tomorrow's problem. So text, and I want to search. Then I'll just template literal this out. Backslash quote. The thingamabob backslash quote. Probably wrong. That's okay. Request query. We're not doing any validation. We assume they entered good data. Request query query. I'm great at naming things. Yeah. Good old Bobby Tables, eh? So we did the find. And we're like, I want this as an array. To array. The caller is... Oh, that's a terrifying. That is just terrifying. The caller is responsible for making sure there's enough memory to store the results. Ah, that's just terrifying. That's okay, though. Sure, Heroku's got enough memory to run this. So to array that then... I mean, yeah, they literally put it as the second sentence. So, like, stuff is gonna be happening, apparently. Hey, Pinkstar, yeah. It changes the color. It's just a very boring color. I'm literally... turn it on to something, to an actual number so you can see it. I do gotta get that color thing working on the negatives. Let's pick a number. Oh, let's pick a better number so you can actually see your colors. Enjoy. That's a hell of a warning message. Yeah, it means like use at your own risk. And I'm just gonna be like, to array. I'm doing no validation. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna enter the word the and see what happens. But not yet. Not yet. So quotes, and then I want to send this. So this is where I want to do the stuff, like with, yeah, looking good. Let me actually look at that. Oh, I can see the tone. Yeah, pretty. Let's see. We want to say response. Basically, it's like all that RAM. You don't need that much RAM. Response.render, right? And it's gonna be index.ejs. And then here come the quotes. Quotes. Now I want to simplify this a bit by saying quotes.map quote. I want to get rid of... No, you know, who cares? Who cares? I don't care. YOLO. Wow, that was an amazing auto format. It made it so much cleaner. I suppose I'll add a catch to this. And I'll pass it to the error handler. Right? Let's try to make this more readable. As fun as that sounds. Then quotes catch next. There you go, it's more readable. TrueCrypt's and entropy generator subprogram. No, but it sounds... I mean, TrueCrypt, are you going for encryption entropy? You're doing all that randomization essentially. I can kind of envision it. Oh, we don't want to send sup anymore, by the way. Oh, this is the part where EGS needs to render things. So let's just say how many we got. Here's the thing. What's going to crash first? My browser trying to render this many entities, or the server trying to allocate enough memory for all these entities? We'll find out. So let's do my for loop in EJS. For const quote of quotes. We'll find out. Then we'll end our for loop. Let's do a prediction. I mean, yeah, let's do a prediction. Yeah, let me actually, that sounds like a cool thing to do. How do I do that? Browser always loses search. I mean, this is Firefox. This ain't no Chrome, you know? This is awkward Twitch. How to do. Oh, / prediction, eh? Open a setup menu. There we go, brought up a menu. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna have 3 options. We have node crashes, browser crashes, and then first try. I actually can't see chat while I'm doing this, so don't do nothing crazy. How long? Well, y'all get more than 30 seconds, that's for sure. Let's give it... I haven't actually written the code, that's the awkward part, so... Okay, yeah, I'll just give it, click the pop-up. No, click. 2 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. Node crashes, browser crashes, first try... Yeah. 10 minutes. I mean, I was trying to... I don't know why OBS is weird. You can't click the select boxes, so I was like, I can only get so many. I mean, yeah, most of us are all here, so we'll see. 5 minutes. Should be enough time for me to write the code. So let's do some ULs. UPS just turned off. Oh boy. When AFK, we are literally, should be 5 minutes away from it, Jim. We have them in the database. 87,000 SRTs in the database. We're about to render them out to the front end. And we're going to find out if Node's going to crash, if my browser's going to crash, or if it's just going to work. Because I have no idea. How do I want to render this? I'll just render it boring. Let's see. We want to just render boring stuff. Yeah, we're not doing it fancy yet. No CSS here, folks. So it's going to be quote dot season. Oh yeah, we'll just do the cool thing. Quote season, quote season. All 3 spaces claimed. I mean, it's going to be, my memory usage is going to look like a roller coaster at that point. Then what is this? Quote dot episodes dot join, and it won't count if I just typo some weird thing. Don't worry, your points are safe. They're safe with me. Episode. Oh, it's actually join. It's hyphen, right? Yeah. Episodes dot join. So that will give us a string. Good. You know, I'm gonna do this with dummy quotes first to make sure it actually works. And then the actual quote. Actually, we also have the time. That's disgusting. I have to work on that. Yeah, we're just going to drop the seconds in. Quote.time stamp. Well, what do we call that? We get to look at the database. Timestamp. There we go. Timestamp. And then finally, the quote we're all waiting for. The quote.text. And I know this doesn't handle when a text query is between 2 separate entries. I thought about that. It's not in the MVP. So this is a good list entry. Let's not call the search thing. Let's render a few quotes into the doohickey. I get to click copy here, right? Yeah. So we got 1 quote right there. Is this how it works? Wow, you gave me something really weird there. You wow, okay, I did not want that. This is real weird. I just wanted an object. I'll just make my own object. Just make sure it renders correctly. Show The Office Season 1 episode. It's an array of numbers. 1 times stamp 5 and text ABC. Yep, so we're going to see one quote on the screen. Not a real one though. So not searching over here. Yep, got some EJS errors. Let's figure this out. Undefined, because I said episodes and its reality it is episode. Okay, so typo when I generated it. So it is a single episode name for an array of values. It's okay, we fix that later. Boom, season 1, episode 1 at 5 seconds. ABC was said. Okay, folks, we will see what happens, I suppose. I mean, unless my code's messed up, it's gonna do something. And basically just in time for the prediction, too. 30 seconds to go. Y'all got a lot of confidence in me, or someone does that first try. Browser's going first, though. No one think Node's gonna make it. I mean, I do have a bit of RAM, so... yeah, I guess we'll see if this handles on Heroku and stuff, but I won't enter anything crazy. I'll enter the quote I'm actually looking for. Actually, I'll make sure to enter a real quote, so I make sure. Sometimes, ow. There we go. So I should get 2 of them, apparently. And then we'll enter the crazy one with, like, and or the, just to see if it all dies. Okay. No such collection. Quotes.quote. Again, lovely typos. It is quotes. Let's try it again. Text index required for text query. Okay. Apparently I need to do some stuff. TV quote Karen. I mean, that's basically what I'm making. Text index. So I'm kind of familiar. I need to like create an index to tell Mongo to be like, hey, look at this thing on this thing. Oh, here it is. So I get the database and I create the index. Include the field and specify the string to literal text. That looks easy. I'll just do this on startup, right? So DB, apparently you can use dot syntax to access that. Quotes. I'm going to use this because I don't know what that other syntax is. Now it looks right to me. What index are we doing it on? We're doing it on text. So we're saying text, and then NodeMon will run this instantly. I really should have checked if that happened with an await or something, but we'll find out. Now I get to rerun it. Boom! Okay, this is good. My code's not broken. So at Season 5, Episode 11, the 694th second, sometimes I'll start a sentence and I don't even know where it's going. It's good so far. Let's break it. So, the seems like a popular one to me. 0 quotes found. Did Node.js die? And... oh, this is real disappointing, folks. Everything's breaking, because nothing's working. First try if I've ever seen one. Yeah, that's... now it's like, okay, just say sometimes. 162. Okay, that's a fair amount of data. Why isn't the and working? It. Let's use it. Does this magical text thing require a minimum length? I'm not sure what's going on here. I already created the index. Let's go back to the search. No, I'm not seeing... okay, let me look at the exact query I'm passing to MongoDB just to see what it's failing on. Articles might be filtered out unless you have them in quotes. Huh. And or the of. Oh, those specific words. Hey. Yeah, Ryan. Basically first try. Oh yeah, I do suppose. Well, I want it to be for the big one, you know, not for the little one. Let's see what it looks like. It, because it's a popular one. IT. Let's drop the quotes. Let's just pass the raw query through. Okay, it. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's not crashing. So yeah, I mean, I suppose it was first try. Wait, how do I do this? Wait a minute. Let me rerun that, maybe? There we go. Yeah, because it was first try. I don't believe it's crashing at all. It's Mongo is protecting me, apparently. Protecting me from myself. I still would like to see all the ones with it in it or something, you know? So, yeah, you gain 10 points. There you go. Yapping Star, you're rich. Hooray. I mean, this wasn't a crazy gamble, don't worry. I meant to have it done today, but, you know, time got away from me. Eventually, I'll have some kind of, like, game that all chat can play and stuff, but for now, we just get those orbs in space. 10 is good. Yeah, it's 10 more than you had before, ain't it? How do I view the details of this thing? Yeah. There you go. So this is working. It's not. It's being weird though. Glass half full. Yeah. Can we try to do this sometimes, Al? See if this has changed now that I've. Okay, yeah. Now that I've dephrased it, it's very different. So I want it to be a phrase. Got that part. Text search. Yeah, 10 points for everyone, of course. Yeah, I'm glad this is working. For most of them. Is there a verbosity? It didn't crash. That's right. Everything worked perfectly. I didn't expect it. Mongo literally not giving me the stuff, but yeah. MongoDB, Node.js, verbose. I need to see the logs. Show me the logs. Oh, wait a minute. This is a cloud thing. I can just put stuff in here. Right? I can just drop this in here, right? Yeah, that is what we doing today. Maybe I have to... Yeah, I have to fix this a little bit. Maybe the escapes it's not a fan of, or those. There we go. Text. Let's say, sometimes. So this should give me a bunch of stuff. 1 to 20 of many. Well, how many is many? You didn't. Sometimes ow. Now that's gonna give me the or, right? Yeah, so which means I have to put them in quotes. I'm sorry, it's hard to read this. It gets hard to read this for me too. So I put this in more double quotes. Then I gotta escape those ones. Yeah, this is less of a coding, more of a user error. I don't know how Mongo works. Okay, this works. So if I put the letter A, or just owl, 0, even though I literally just saw it right then. If I put A, Interesting. Quoting to quote. Yes, I am. Let me try, yeah, right. Because that should give me this. Well, actually, there might be a few people saying yeah, right. Okay, yeah, people said yeah, right like a bunch of times. That's cool. Now, if I just say yeah, this is 4 characters long instead of my ands and stuff. Okay, this is good. Now, if I say yeah, or yeah, well, no one's going to get yeah. That's a me error. Okay, it seems to literally be a length thing if you give it a query of less than 3. Huh. Maybe this is a inbuilt limitation. They're protecting me. Try 4. FOR. Yeah, I'll give FOR. Where's my database at? Dwight Michael. Yeah, I'll give that one a shot too. Let me see if FOR will do anything. Oh, it's thinking. Or my internet's dying. Nope, it was the internet dying. Michael. Yeah, the only thing is, like, I don't think... Oh, where'd Michael go? Did I misspell Michael? Probably did. Oh, it was 1 L. Michael. Yeah, there we go. Lots of people say the word Michael. The only disadvantage is that this isn't necessarily what would you call a script, like a play or a movie or like an actual script. Therefore, we don't know who's saying the quote. We just know the quote's being said. It's a disadvantage of... I mean, I really, Pink Star, and really, Ryan, this Michael fella seems pretty popular. Yeah, less than or equal to 3 is literally not working, Rajaj. I think that might be a feature, though. So yeah, I mean, I think this might be a feature. Minimum length of search string. Here it is. Right? Long question side. That's good. All good for long questions. For what I'm doing here, Heroku makes you create a Git repo. My actual repo get an error, so I'm putting a repo in a repo. Yeah, I work at Bethesda. Surprise! Does not support partial matching. Allows support text queries and stemming. CISO is not a recognized stem default language. I mean, I could pull out the regex, but I don't want to do that. Not a bug, it's a feature, right? So yeah, let me get to that. Izoko Tame, thanks for that chat. Let me see. So when creating an API, so when creating something to deploy on Heroku, Heroku does make you create a Git repository. You gotta have one of those. Then when you try your project docs, it's an actual repo, and get an error thrown because I'm a repo in a repo. Not sure, but no way to link an existing repo to Heroku. No, you can. That's what I did. My repo, I initialized it. I then linked it to GitHub, and then I ran the Heroku command to link it to Heroku. Try to add. No, that's good. Don't worry about it. Docs my actual repo in a repo. Yeah, so what was the... I can search the command, which command it was. So when you go to your Heroku, there's a lot of repo. Yeah, there is. So this is the command Heroku gave me when I went to my dashboard. Heroku git :remote -a R2 quotes, where R2 quotes is the name of my project. There is a shorter one out there somewhere. But essentially what this does is it adds your Git repository that Heroku has for your project as a remote to your project, and then you can push to that forcibly if you want. So you're not creating another repository. They already have one for your code. You're adding a link to it basically from your local repository to that one, so that way you can push to it. Just like you can push to Origin because you've had it added, now you can push to Heroku. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. An error, putting a repo in a repo. I can try to see the docs, because there are instructions. Hopefully they're still on screen. On deploy tab maybe. Here it is. So these are the instructions. git clone. Ah, maybe this is what you did. So this is when, so if you already have a new, like there's nothing on Heroku, you don't necessarily want to clone what they have. You instead want to do, oh my goodness, this is totally awkward. It's give me the wrong instructions. No, I don't want to log in. Okay, well, when you create a new project, it shows different commands. It shows this. It shows this command basically. So when you create a new one, it shows this command in this spot, so it doesn't show this junk. It shows create a new thing. Then yeah, it's different for you because it's your project name. You'd run that, and it will add your Heroku project as a remote here, so you can push to it. I know I got a little messy at the end there, but hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Heroku info. Could probably do something here. Yeah, and if you don't want to do that, you can manually add it by going Heroku info and figuring out. So you get the URL right here, and then you can do git remote add Heroku and manually copy and paste your git URL. That would also work. Hey, of course, happy to help. Hope you can definitely get it working. Because, yeah, unfortunately, gotta use Git to work with Heroku. But fortunately, it's supposed to be simple. But hey, you can always also connect it to GitHub too if that's easier. So that's connected to your GitHub account and to a specific repository. So instead of pushing to Heroku, you push to GitHub, and then Heroku will pull your code from GitHub. So, yeah, less changes to your local process. Couldn't I use a mirror repository? So essentially, I believe so. So that's essentially what you could do. I think that's what I just described. Right click box. So if we have Heroku, then you have yours, then you got GitHub. So yeah, there are two ways to do it. There is the Heroku, where you have Heroku, and then you have your computer, where you push the code directly to it. And then there's the way where you can push it to GitHub, for example, which I believe would be what considered a mirror repository. So you push your code there, and then Heroku pulls the code from there. So yeah, two different approaches. If you don't want it on GitHub, obviously it's not an option. But if you're willing to have GitHub, then yeah, this will serve as the mirror. Or I suppose this serves as a source of truth, where, I don't know, you can name it whatever you want. But yeah, it seems that we're both talking about the same thing there, NerdAl. Does the drawing application come with Pop OS? So I have an extension. It's a GNOME extension or a GNOME extension. So if you're on any of those operating systems or any Linux with GNOME, you can use it. Where is it? Draw on your screen too. So this is what it is. It's that's I can't link to that. GNOME. Where is it? Here it is. So yeah, it's a GNOME shell extension. If you know what that means, it's basically, I think Windows has them as widgets or winglets. They had like, it was a popular on Vista where you had like the weather stuff on the desktop. It's basically the equivalent of GNOME extensions or GNOME extension. I'm using Pop OS, but if you don't care about that, it's basically Ubuntu. But if you don't care about that, the desktop environment is GNOME or GNOME. I don't know how to pronounce it. And yeah, this is the extension, I guess, that allows you to hit 3 keys and just start drawing on your screen. I've barely scratched like 5% of all the stuff this thing can do, because I ain't artistic enough to do stuff with it. But I'm sure there are other Chromium-based or cross-platform stuff. Oh, someone else has the length thing here too. Oh wow, this thing does stemming by default. Interesting. Fuzzy and partial matching, partial keyword searching. Does not support. Create a static method. Title. Oh, sorry, I went regex. Okay. Technically, GNOME. Yeah, I know I'm saying it wrong. I'm not even attempting to say it right. Don't worry. Without creating index. You know, I think I'll go the regex way. I'm gonna try it. Now this one might break, so I know. Let's copy and comment. The GNOME way. Yeah. GNOME. Too many syllables, you know? So what do we have here? We have text, and then we have, how do they do the regex? Basically, full or partial. I have to do a new regex though, right? New regex. Again, saying all the things wrong as I like it. Request.query with a ignore case. Yeah, I just want the first one, right? And this will work. Surely nothing will go wrong. Now this is where stuff starts catching on fire, I think. Let's first make sure the good one works. Sometimes I'll... Ooh, it's thinking on that one. Oh no, lots of thoughts. Hey, inefficient query, here we come. 80,000 objects. Oh no, 8,000, 9,000 objects. Yeah. Mongo's very angry at me right now, I bet. Let's see how angry they're at. That's not too bad, honestly. I mean, it's up, but it don't seem that bad. 30 kilobytes. Oh, it finished. Uh-oh. 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 I returned everything in the database. Uh-oh. But hey, nothing crashed. Okay, so that is good. I literally returned all 87. Uh-oh. Browser's hanging in there. Firefox. Firefox. No, no, no. No, no, no. Firefox. Come on, we can do it. Yeah, here we go. Phew. Okay, I can't scroll apparently. But I've received all 87,000 quotes from the database, and Node did not crash. Firefox also did not crash. So yeah, looks like that. Whew. Let's scroll down here. Wow, this is good job, Firefox. You're doing really well. So yeah, I guess honestly, I was being weird and picky about why I was getting unexpected behavior. In the reality of an MVP, what we had before, not allowing you to search 3-letter characters, is what I would say a feature, not a bug. Because I was going to have to add some kind of limitation to prevent empty queries and stuff. But yeah, Mongo apparently does that for me for free. So yeah, this is what I want to do. I was just very annoyed that I didn't understand why it was doing it, but now that I understand why it's doing it, we good. I understand a little bit of why it's doing it. I don't really know why it's doing it. It's a feature, yep, and it is a feature I want, because look at this, it's working great. Is there an Amy in the show? Oh, I guess there's not an Amy. Sucks to be Amy. Ouch. Okay, now you got me, you know, like, oof. Wait, where is it? Amy Adams, yeah. That does suck. Adams. Goodness, Adams. Yeah, if I add a wildcard to the query, oh no. So since it's a quoted, it's going to be for literal text. Oh, a cast member named Amy, but not a character. Yeah, kind of sucks for the 3 name folks, don't it? So thinking from a literal actual feature way. So what happened, so what I wrote wasn't wrong. I mean, no, the feature wasn't wrong. What happened was it died. So my regular expression failed. I don't know how to use regex with MongoDB. So I'm going to go for that again. We're back. Yeah, learning always learning. It's a quoting it as a so again, very bad code. No, like very SQL injectable, although this ain't SQL, so what even do you call this? No SQL injection? It's capable of no SQL injections, right? The captain, huh? It's a problem with any Amy. Yeah, it's Amy's problem. Shouldn't have such a short name. The captain said that, huh? Foxstone. Well, I changed it back to regex. Let's flip it back now. No, I don't see that working. Oh, I have to actually use a regex thing? That would make sense. Should probably have looked up how to use regex. Hey, so you can't see my previous videos because I'm streaming right now. Thanks for coming by the way. If you want to see my previous videos, you can visit my URL /videos, kind of like this, Victor. There you can see any Twitch creators or any streamers' previous videos while they're online. That's the only way to get to it. I know it's weird. Yeah, okay, y'all drop links. Let me click the links. Oh, you link to the solution too, huh? So regex. Okay, so the value is a regex with options I. I thought you could just literally pass a thing. The more you know. Well, this is a literal regex, so I do have to create it apparently. I mean, we'll just see if we don't actually. YOLO. Let's search for Amy. Regex has to be a string. A request query. And refresh. Yay! Amy met. Capital A, Amy. Oh yeah, also the past streams are 60 weeks, they all poof away. I still got them though, I just haven't really got around to getting them to the YouTube part. Well, hey, I can search for the now. All the thes should show up. Okay, let's close some of these tabs. Okay, so this does work. It's just when you search for certain things, you're going to get half the database, which is kind of, I believe, yeah, so it is slow, but this is kind of giving the user what it wants. If the user wants to search for they get right? So here's the thing. Y'all, I think you got me, because y'all are like, we want to search for Amy, poor Amy, and it's like, I don't think there's no actor or like no name, like for real though. Are there any queries or quotes, 3 characters, that people would actually want to search for? Because I'm not thinking of any. Only the top 100 results. Yeah, 3 character long. So like the only reason that the other one don't work is because it's more than 3 characters. So anything 4 characters long, I can use this method: the efficient, the Mongo, the awesome. Rip Pam and Jim apparently. Those are popular. As you can tell, the brain is still getting there. Yeah, definitely some form of pagination for sure. But hey, I mean, Pam's not too, or Jim's not too bad. Pam. Wow, Pam, Jim, pretty equal option. There are more optimization. Yeah, there are tons of more. So, oh, you know what I'll do? Best of both worlds, Hannah Montana. We're gonna use one when the length is greater than 3, and the other, learning always learning. You read my mind. So if length greater than 3, then we use the cool one. Otherwise, we use the ugly regular expression. Yeah. Best of both worlds. And look how ugly this is. Auto format. Auto format failed. We get no auto format. Manually formatting. There we go. That's readable. Happening with the port number at the start of Strema 2. Wait, what? This happened with the port number at the start of stream 2, but I didn't type it out. Looking at the wet code. Yeah, it's wet. Don't worry about it. The port number at the start of stream. Yeah, I'm sorry. The goldfish in my head can't figure that one out. And I will dry out the code for you. Don't worry. Query equals request query. I know. I'm very great at naming things. Now we can say, instead of request query query, boom. Are you happy? Oh, 1337. Yeah. Didn't type it out. Yeah, just, favorite number. No particular reason. I can also get rid of that dummy one. Get rid of the dummy. There we go. And yeah, this is looking good. So yeah, I guess at this point, this is definitely break time. And then when we come back, we will be polishing this thing up, getting a little page pagination. Let's search for the letter A. User cannot submit an empty search. Yes, while I am very open to them searching for whatever they want, they need to search something. It's got to be at least a character. And so I'm only using front-end validation. Should do some back-end validation and stuff to make sure they do it. Okay. Other environments I dealt with JS queries have auto-generate an array containing the queries arranged in order. Doesn't seem to do that, or it does. I don't seem to be able to find it. Auto-generated an array containing the queries arranged in order. So queries as in what the database is returning? Are you referring to something else? Because it appears my database entries are in order. Season 1, Season 2, well, they were in order until I started looking at them. Maybe they're not in order. They're in some kind of order. But you're right, they're not in any particularly good order, unless you're talking about some other thing being ordered. No, I'm a little confused of how other JS queries versus Node. And there's only the browser, right? Node doesn't seem to do that. I don't seem to be able to find it. If it arguments to a call with unknown structure, not okay. Yeah. So Oh, autocomplete, right? Yeah, autocomplete. Yeah. So it depends. So it depends on your editor being able to know where you're at. So I think what you mean is like I'll find a good example. So we see array dot map. Then once you open it, it generates kind of an array containing the queries or the parameters or the arguments in order. Then we have callback function. Then we have value, index, array, stuff like that, right? These are the arguments. If it's not doing it in Node.js, it means that VS Code can't figure out, it can't do the autocompletion. So the autocomplete is what's failing. It could be because it can't see if you even like it knows expresses here because it can find it, like app dot use, and then it knows all these things here because it can see it in the node modules. If it can't see it, then it can't offer you autocompletion. So that might be it. Oh, like if I called the file test with arguments 1a and z, it would generate an args array of 1a and z in the order. Yeah, it also depends if it has types, aka, and like this stuff available for VS Code and what VS Code uses to see. So create a file test. I'm actually going to do this. So we're going to create a file test.js. Yeah, it might be customly written. Create a file test with arguments 1a and z. Generate arguments. So I assume you mean an export. A function test 1 alpha z, right? And then when I import this in server, import test from test, sure, .js, I don't know, weird stuff. Then I can call test, and autocomplete has figured it out. JS programming game called Bitburner. Okay, well, if you're using an external console, which is probably what they'll be using, they might not know what it is, but I am curious. Bitburner. I do like some programming games. Yeah, it could be a custom thing that this game implemented. I guess I'll have to go through the tutorial. You can also collapse the pane. Ooh, modern JavaScript, thank you. Let's start by heading stats, click stats. This is turned into a gameplay stream. Hold on, folks. Great stills, money, terminal, interactive, help. Okay, great, this thing looks great. ls, this is a speed run, any percent, scan, and null, wise. I can spell things. Why am I typing? Oops. Connect noodles. Where's the JavaScript at? I don't want to do well. Give me the JavaScript. Run nuke exe. This is very amazing. I have root access. Great. Script. I guess I have to eventually get to the script editor, right? Hurry up, terminal. Okay, let's skip to tutorial. Let's go to this script editor. Use nano file name. Okay. Nano test.js. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It comes in once they explain. Okay, so I see it's basically I create a test file. Yeah, we're using nano. Finale Bitburner. So we've created this and it automatically creates this thing. Yeah, so where we're seeing the fact that it automatically generates this is very specific to this game, I think. So, like, return ns, right? Then once we save it, how do we exit? That's awkward. Oh, I clicked the close thing, right? And now another JS. Probably shouldn't have skipped that tutorial, huh? Yeah, but this functionality where it automatically creates it, or when you import it and it automatically fills it in, very much a game. So that the way you can, I mean, it's probably got Vim in here. I want to save my changes, sure. Hey, we do have Vim. There we go. It does work like that. Vim. Okay, yeah, so we got this working. Let me see. Yeah, feel free. I mean, this is like a long looking game, you know? It's like, where should I go? And that tutorial enough was like, I was speedrunning it, like, containing no information. And then it started to get to the point of, you need to actually read the tutorial. It's like, ha! No thanks. Oh, look, there's a person called Mo in here. Wow. Mo did not get talked about a lot, did they? Joke's on you, I can't read. Yeah. For sure. Oh, and I think, wow, what Streamlabs do? Yeah, apologies if this has already been shown up. My goldfish memory can't keep up. Thanks for the follow, folks. I don't think Streamlabs is like failed, advanced, or basic JavaScript ones. Yeah, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Okay, so we have this querying working. If not query, return, basically response.render. I just want to send them nothing, because if they send me nothing, I'll send them nothing. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thanks again for the follows, folks. Notifications are slowly getting in there. Okay, this is good for the search. Essentially, we need the better UI at this point. Yeah, we'll ditch test.js now. And index.js. This is where things start getting good. So I need hour, minute, seconds. So JS seconds to HMS. Because I'm not writing this code. Ooh, I have to export it to EJS, won't I? Yeah, EJS add helper. So this is a cool thing that EJS can do, or any templating language can do. You can add helpers. Oh, there's a one-liner here. See if this one-liner works. Come on, one-liner. Yeah, it sounds pretty fun there, Deversarad. Got enough leak code though, you know. Oh, version of Firefox, nice. I mean, yeah, I would see that 'cause it's a bit more open source than the rest, or in Chromium, and more customizable, I suppose. At, use the at thing to. I guess I don't really need to make a helper, do I? I can cheat using an ISO string. Lovely. I guess I might as well do the italics, right? I don't know what the styling is. Man, that sounds pretty great. I'm gonna have to check it out sometime. There you go, season 5 episodes. Yeah, you know, I'll just, season 5 dot thing, make that look cool. There you go, season 5 episode 11 at that seems like a good enough. Now there's an HTML thing, quote, right? HTML quote. Yeah, there's a short quote element. Cute. Do I have to attribute that to someone? Ah, MDN. I didn't want W3, no offense. I wanted the MDN. I don't need an EJS helper anymore. Q, short line quotation, site. Yeah, I didn't get the effort to go through that. Well, I could, but nope. Okay, so this is pretty good so far. I'll make this look a little better. I want to link to that episode in some way. That seemed like it would be a bit of effort, because the thing is, it would be really cool if I could link to a video at that timestamp, but Office ain't exactly free, and I'd have to, like, Netflix, but region lock, and not on YouTube, which is why I usually link videos with. So yeah, not really sure if I'm going to get much more than showing the quote. I think for now, I will commit this and start polishing up the CSS of it. Oh, I get to move that too, so let's move zips back into data. Oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that is very much obviously a thing in the NJS. So what that is we do have that. It's process.argv, so I'll show you how it looks here. I'll just console log it at the bottom. It's called a different thing, but we do have that in Node.js. It's called argv. Let me go ahead and run the server. Node server. Oh, this is awkward. I got that weird import up there. There we go. It's a little bit function, but it's not completely function. So we can see process.argv contains two things: the name of the executable, node, what we're executing, and that's it. But if I add more stuff, so ABC 123 quotes quoted stuff with spaces, we get the first two, and then all the arguments passed to the executable. So yeah, it's process.argv. This is what you're looking for. It's obviously the game does it a little differently, but this is what it is. Yes, see, we got there in the end. Yeah, so instead of passing, so the NS array obviously chops off I think that's literally what it does. It removes the first two of process argv, and it gives you everything else. Now there are full-on parsers, so like if you want to do like cool stuff like double hyphen help and have that automatic added a help object, there are more libraries in Node.js that do automatic, what these are called command line arguments, but you can get all the raw ones just with process argv. Yeah, like a tail command. Yeah, I mean, like they can have fully custom things. I don't know my favorite one. I don't really do many. Node. So like arg parsing. I'd probably just go with the most popular library. What's the one? Come on, command line args. See, that one seems popular. Probably got hundreds of thousands of downloads. Yeah, it's got 1.5 million. Yeah, this is a pretty good one. So you could do this, options, types, all this cool stuff for full parsing and handling and validation. Or if you don't care, you just want to receive stuff, process argv is the one to go. Well, glad we figured out that was, because I was getting really confused too. Like, what are we looking for? Why is this thing angry? I don't know, I fixed it. Okay, here we go. So yep, we have the quotes. So yeah, I'm going to make a commit of this. So this is on our Heroku. Looking lovely and happy. Yeah, for sure. It's a nice little helper for sure. You can't make this any better, really. Yeah. Probably wouldn't take too much effort for you to write your own little version of it too, if you needed to. Though I think you got most of what you need at this point. Okay, so let's see. What have we done here? We have... Oh, we've removed the white space. Let's add the white space. Add EJS front end. Yeah, it's actually front end. Adding it. Now I'll be adding the script in a different one. No, actually I won't be adding the script because it's not really part of the server. I know I should, but we'll do it somewhere else somehow. Okay, we made the commit. My computer is being like, yeah, no, you're not doing things. Git push origin main, git push Heroku main. And yeah, with this, if this command works, y'all can play with it yourself. Just gotta wait for it to install the things. So y'all get into your favorite office quotes. Now what would really be crazy, and well, I don't have it. I was thinking like the ability for me to have the quotes. Nah. What I really want is the ability to link to the actual thing, you know, but it's not exactly a free, what do you call it? It's not a free TV show or nothing. So, not really an option. Well, I'm really zoomed in on this website. Pam. Okay, there you go, folks. It is up and it is live. Now, the API itself ain't exactly chorus friendly. So, after this lovely break, we will be making it chorus friendly. So, you can just be like, I want some data. I'm going to make a fetch to this instead. Yes, I am a fan of The Office. That I am. Thanks for coming by, NBG009. I know all The Office quotes. I am totally not just using The Office because it is the most quoted thing I know of. Totally. Yeah, but yeah, I got this thing working. I'm gonna close this. 8518 all. 8518. Cool, yeah. But yeah, you kind of just as I was about to head off to break, I built this wall. Yeah, it's a number of them. All right, done deal. It's quite a bit. Oh, we can see how many questions were asked. Oh no, don't enter the question mark, folks. Okay, this is actually a good thing before I head off to break. We just had an error on the server. How do we find out? We look at the logs. The logs know all. Gotta go to more, gotta go to view logs. And the logs are cut off. It's disappointing. Yes. That's. I mean, I guess that's kind of how it did come off, isn't it? Okay, yep. So if we look here, we can see. So this is that NoSQL injection y'all are mentioning before. So I did some regular expression invalid. The good thing is that we get an invalid server error. So the user gets a response. Yeah, rate limiter, all kinds of cool stuff coming in after the break. Yep, the question mark is what did it because as I find my endpoint. So over here, remember the query being generated. The query is question mark. A question mark in regular expression has an actual meaning. So what I need to do is escape. So escape regex. How to escape? I don't know. All things. I literally don't know what I'm calling it. How to escape regular expression special character. But I need to do it programmatically. Oh wait, isn't that just using new regex? Will that not escape it? Okay, nope. Hey, I got the error locally. That's good though. Am I using regex on regex? Oh my goodness. I'm using regular expressions on regular expressions. Oh, this is crazy now. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Rajaj. Divinity Original Sin. Oh, that's nice. On the Steam Deck. Yeah, let's get mobile up here, eh? Congrats. So how much future time are you losing to that one, eh? Clear your schedule. We haven't seen him for 3 months. Animal Crossing. Hey, yeah. I mean, that's a Nintendo property. Good luck. I mean, unless you're going to be doing some manual modifications, I don't think Nintendo's. I don't know. I'm not really keeping up in the scene. Maybe they are. You have to jailbreak it or do some fancy tomfoolery. Okay, so my solution is to use Yeehaw Random Stardew Valley. It's Stardew Valley, I think. It's a very popular game. It'd be weird if it wasn't. Though it is like, what is it, one developer made? Keep only alphanumeric characters. I could do that. That would be the trustworthy way to do it, Micah. Split the query, wrap the characters in, and then join it again. Huh. Okay, let me run this locally, see if that works. So, if I wrap a thing and question mark this, I call it to new regex. Will that be cool? Okay, that does be cool. And I believe, yeah, my regex mind is telling me it will have the same meaning, because you're just creating groups of single characters. Yeah, you know, I feel safer doing that than this crazy replace that I have nothing that works with. So yeah, what I spin that to an array, then I map each car, and I say, congratulations, car, you just got 2 friends surrounding you, little brace, big bracket, car, then I just joined them back together. I think that's what you're talking about, learning, always learning. And now I can run this locally, dev, not D, and hit it with the question mark and see what happens. It looks good, yeah, good thing. Thanks for that suggestion, learning, always learning. I was about to go with just keeping the things. Gotta just do that weird regex. But yeah, apparently there were 16,544 questions or questioning statements. Ain't that neat? Yeah, good catch there, folks. I mean, good solution there, because I found it, and then I was like, yeah, got a bug. Wonder how many periods there are. Again, these long freaking queries. Smart, smart. Yes, it was, Micah. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be adding some rate limiting and stuff to this. Wait a minute. Doesn't dot and regex represent... No, it doesn't, because we're using the thing, right? I mean, something's taking a while. 59,000 dot characters. That's cool. Okay, yeah, with this, we're at 57 minutes over that break. We gotta take the break. When we get back, we'll push this bug fix. We will pretty this up a little better. And then add a context button next to each quote, previous and next two quotes after the line specified. Darn it, that's a good thing to do. Okay, we gotta build a to-do list at this point. To-do. Because I can't keep track of all these. Push bug fix. What do we need to do now? We need to add pagination, CSS, context buttons, show quotes. Essentially, right? And then a superscript context. Yeah. Oh, that'll be cool. Timer color bright red. It ain't that. Yeah, it ain't how it works. It's what is it? Oh god, what is it? I don't remember. That's why we have this long command that's super readable. Change. There we go. We got it red. Let's go red cursor too while we're at it, folks. Huh? We're all red. Everything's red. We're in the danger zone. It would. I mean, you could make it a trivia game. Although, I don't know if I have enough information. Oh, you mean like what time? Like, oh, which episode, season, and such was this episode? Was this quote said? Yeah, and you can get, like, more points the more specific you are. So if you know what season, 1 point. Episode, 10 points. I guess if you're within an X amount of minutes, you can get a lot more points. Yeah, you could totally gamify this, Mavi. And I mean, once I finish, there will be an API available for anyone to use. And maybe you can do that yourself, you know, within my little API. I'll even add a random endpoint. There we go. Yeah. Also, I gotta do sorting on this. Results by season plus episode plus time, right? Timestamp, whatever that is. Guessing the following line. Oh yeah, again, that's another cool way to gamify it. How would I, as an API, expose that information? Memorize it. Okay, folks, this is your thing. Put the entire SRT into Anki cards. Just create literally an Anki card for each one of these, right? And just be like, okay, this is your life now. Yeah. So I'm thinking right now from a data perspective. I know this break's coming eventually. Don't worry, folks. How would I get, so like the next or previous, because I can sort them. Yeah, I guess that would be my next question, so when I come back from break. How to get next previous from sorted documents is what I'm looking for. Because I know in SQL you usually have like a row ID or something based on a search and whatever, but we don't have those. We just have these random IDs, so I can't cheat with row IDs and stuff. Or auto-incremented IDs. For sure. Were they stored with a sequential ID or index per quote? So right now the data, I kept it minimal. Obviously, might the solution might be to add more to the data. But here's what the quotes look like. You get the show, the season, episode, timestamp, and text. So what I could do is, so if I'm on this one, I would find the first, where I'd find all the quotes that have that are less than this. So it obviously be in the same episode, so that's the one restriction that makes this easier. Use the timestamps. Yeah. Okay, so I would search for the exact same season, exact same episode, timestamp. Yep, you're speaking my mind right now, Dervaza. Less than, or next less than, or find one greater than, but sort the results by this. Yeah, that's the SQL way to do it. I'm sure the NoSQL way is basically the same. That would get me next and previous. Yeah, which again I will expose via the API. So yeah, lots of ideas, expandability for this for sure. Okay, let me see what order I want to do this in. I want to do this. I kind of like this random thing now. I also want to do the sorting. I also want to do the CSS last. Yeah, CSS last, folks. Okay, with that, we do got to be taking that break sometime. And that sometime is now time. So let us take a break. Be sure to stretch, relax, and hydrate if you can. Ooh, yeah, that red and blue is really popping there. Good color choice there, folks. I will catch you at the end of the break. Epic Cat. It's a good stream basically. Haven't ran out of steam so far. Making good progress, you know. thanks for that raid earlier, and thanks for coming on by. Probably again, yeah. Probably thought like you'd be done streaming. Nah, I'm still going. Because now that we got it done, it's time to polish up our little API thing, our quotes API. Speaking of that, that is the end of our break. Let's jump back into it. Oh, wrong button. There's the button. There we go. Okay, so the thing is working, and now we have a to-do list. External queries. Yes, derivatives, I am. Yeah, I am definitely making this externally accessible via an API, specifically a JSON API, so y'all can make your own cool things with this, with the Office quotes. For sure, yeah, I'm in the flow. So, I mean, like, technically y'all can, like, make queries to this endpoint, not this one. Where is it? This one. So y'all technically make queries to this one, but then you gotta deal with the HTML. I'm definitely gonna be making a JSON endpoint for all these things Deriva said. But we have ourselves a to-do list, and we gotta go through it. So we're gonna push our bug fix. So let's go to that bug fix. Man, this red cursor is weird, folks. Fix rejects characters and queries. In query, escape. If this were a flat file, how would I approach this? So I've kind of already done that with my like Codewars one, but if it was a flat file, what I would first do is, just for paranoia, or just for like myself, I would basically turn all this into a giant JSON file, or maybe 9 JSON files, although I don't see the purpose of doing that unless I'm filtering based on season. Oh my gosh, I have to add filters based on season and episode. I totally have to add these controls. They're so obvious. So you can search only within a certain episode or a season. Sorry, but yeah, what I'll be doing is, it'd be a giant JSON file, honestly, because it'd be an easy way to navigate it, and parsing this is not a free operation. We saw how long it took when I was doing it. Then I would search through, go through all of them, basically doing a find, or a filter rather, for all the ones that regex maxed it. So like, there's probably some fancy way to do this locally, but I have no idea how to do it. In reality, support exclusionary operators. It does, using the hyphen for not. So what I've done though, I don't think it's gonna work because I have made this a phrase. So this is technically a phrase, and when you put hyphens in a phrase, they're literal hyphens. So yeah, making these basically exclusionary operators or stuff like that would be pretty cool. I'll add to the to-do. I'm gonna get at the bottom of the to-do because I don't know if I'm actually going to get to that. Kind of like how Google says if you search for like cats, then you can say negative dogs, so you don't get any cats with dogs basically. Would case make a difference? When I was doing it in flat file, I would to lowercase all the things during processing. Good point though. So I probably have a separate field of lowered thing. It would increase my memory usage, but it would decrease my CPU usage, which I would need because I'm searching a flat file at that point. So that would make it a little better. Although if I'm using regex, maybe the regex engine can compensate for it. I honestly would try one, test the performance, and try the other to see if it mattered. See if the data payoff was worth it. Also, another thing we're going to do is I have these dependencies right here that need to be dev dependencies. Yeah, because I installed them, but they're only needed for the script. So let's stitch node modules, npm I, regenerate that sucker. Do I want, I mean, I do want this thing to be in the thing. Let's make a scripts folder, right? Yeah, scripts folder. This goes in here. Where's my scripts folder? There it is. Again, this is my little upload to database script. Let's see if clean this up a little bit, because I do want this to be in the repo. I didn't use show name, it turns out. Well, actually, let's use show name. Be fully rounded. Then the name, the office. There we go. Honestly, I can just process args both of these. And I'm going to process args both of them. Not because you're here derivatives, but this would be a cool thing to show a little bit of usage. So const directory show name equals processed argv. So what do we have here? We have node script directory show name, and we're going to say if not directory or not show name. What is it? We're doing this very top level. Console error. Then we'll do process exit 1 for our lovely error code. Lovely, yep, we fail. I forgot to do my thing. Nope, not 20 seconds. It's not that quick of a session. There we go. Hey, Flo, thanks for coming on by, and thanks for the posture check. Fortunately, we had we went for like an hour and a half Pomodoro session last, so I did get a good stretch in. I'll get another one, though. Our posture check, yeah. And hey, Creative Ether, thanks for the follow and coming on by. Yeah, we got it all working, Flo. We're just polishing it up at this point, adding cool stuff, making it an API so other people can use all the cool stuff. I think I can hop straight right into there, right? I don't need that. I don't need this. Oh, lovely. Hey, Yukara and Creative Ether. Hey, welcome back from work. Now it's time to chillax, right? And hey, thanks for coming on by. Yukaramu from Phenom. Yeah. Congrats. I'll show you what we got so far. It's a beautiful thing. That is it's about it. You click search, you can search things and it will tell you season, episode, what timestamp, and the actual quote in question. So it's working. Now we're polishing it up, adding, filtering, sorting, all the cool other features. I'm just polishing up some of the script I'm used. Data. Name. Okay, now it's processing. There we go. Looks great. Beautiful script. Can we clean it up any bit? This is honestly good enough for me. I can drop these though. This typo. What this would involve, me fixing this typo would involve me destroying all the entries and then recreating them all. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to drop everything and then reinsert them all. Bandwidth be darned. So this will be await dot drop. Can I drop them all, right? This drops them all, I hope, right? I don't know, we'll find out. YOLO! Is this regex on line 19? Let's see. Ah, yes it is. So what this does is sometimes we have file names that are like season 1, episode 04 to 05. Like multi-part episodes, but sometimes they're not always dashes, sometimes they're colons, sometimes they're dots. So what this does is this takes that string of blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, and it extracts these parts of it. Oh, that was a bad selection. And so it extracts these parts of it. So it gives us these two little substrings, or however many substrings. I mean, there's no 3-part episodes, fortunately, but and it gives us these two strings. Then we map over them, and we get rid of the E. So we get the 05 and the 04. Then we use plus to convert that to an actual number. So it is a little regex, just a splash though. I didn't have to go through it, but it's easier to do that than manually string juggling and doing some splits or something on the letter E and all that stuff. But yeah, we're gonna drop it and then reinsert all of these things, folks. Let's watch it happen. Of course, yeah, happy to explain it. This is actually pretty a good way to introduce to regex. You know, capturing the E, which is the letter E, the \D, which is any digit 0 through 9. Then we say plus, which means the \digit is any number, so it's between 1 and infinite digits. I only have 2, so it grabs both of them. And then the G says perform this on multiple times. Yeah, Derivis, regex. Yeah, maybe I got it wrong. I thought it was 1 or more, because the asterisk is 0 or more. Man, I'm just remembering the phrasing wrong. G means global instead of the first match. Yep. One in thing versus 0 in thing, yeah. Oh, you meant about the G derivatives, my bad, yeah, I see now. Yeah, this is the global one. It makes it match all of them instead of just the first. Cannot read properties of null. Well, okay, things are on fire. Line 19. The literal code we were talking about. Ah, because I made a zips folder. Yeah, so I gotta move data zips out of here. Be gone. Well, I literally just threw that out of the whole system. Could add a progress indicator. Since the script is literally ran once, I don't care. Okay, 87,000 entries found. We're dropping everything, and then we were inserting everything. So I can move zips back in now. Move zips. Where are the zips? No, my terminal's dying. I can move them back into the root at least. Where do I get the data? So where I got the data is I literally searched the office captions SRT, and I just found them, you know, from on the internet. People make them, and people basically have them available for free. Hey, thanks for the follows. Adventures in the everyday. Hope your day, evening, or night is going good this day. But yeah, I literally searched the options, captions, SRT, and I just downloaded one of these two. So they're kind of user contributed in a way. Unfortunately, there's they're just SRT files, and then I took the SRT and I wrote that little script we were just looking at to turn them into little things for my database. I mean, now that you're asking, I guess I am becoming the API for these quotes, aren't I? Not necessarily. I mean, I guess they are technically in order too, yeah. So I am the API. Ooh. I should also make this thing. I'm making so many fixes to this thing. Yeah, I made my own API, which, I mean, I'll show you the database. I kind of forget where you left off at. But essentially, this is it. I created the... I'm going to click off, click on. There we go. 87,000 entries, 5 megabytes of data compressed, 11 on, and it's literally every captioned moment as an individual thing. This does mean we can't search for text between captions, but rely on good enough data, and there will be no things cut off between captions. Yeah, Flo, we had a literal prediction of like, okay, something's gonna crash. Is Node gonna crash? Is my browser gonna crash? Or are things gonna go good when I search for like 87,000 entries? And miraculously, everything kind of went good. Firefox is a bit of a slow loader, and I think honestly we haven't gotten to the part where I add pagination and stuff. Well, that broke. Okay, that's the error. That's the bug fix we have to push. But yeah, so you can get like 59,000 of them at once, faster than Chrome. Ayy! Can you search best boss? Best boss. Well, yeah, I can. When the server's online, I can do all kinds of searches. Yeah, I gotta do the push. I will, I'll get LG. Have I made a change? Okay, yeah, I will, get push Heroku main to get that the bug fix, not the bug fish. Oh, great, now I can't do anything for my terminal. npm run dev. But yeah, I can search best boss. Hurry up. There we go, search best boss. Search best boss. No, text index required for... I've broken it. I'm trying... we could search it, I promise. Everyone will tell you. It was working at one point. I just destroyed the text index, apparently. Okay, this is a great thing. We have this thing called a timeline. File saved. Oh, boy. How do you navigate this thing, though? Where is my query? Yes, here it is. Here's the comment. Yeah, timeline feature. Ain't that great, folks? I love that thing. So I don't know why I need this again, but I'm running it. So apparently I need it again. It's weird MongoDB search stuff. No, now what's wrong? Random. Okay, we got green and purple. That's a nice combo. Okay, so now that's broken. So I was in the middle of changing code. That's why it's all on fire. And it's the database that's on fire, not the actual thing. So episodes, save it, refresh it. Okay, there we go. I got you, Flo. I have the information. So apparently season 7 is where it's talked about a lot. So someone said best boss I ever had. Season 7, episode 22, 30 minutes, 35 seconds. People say I'm the best boss. I hear that saying. I think Michael would say, right? Literally episode 1. What a great way to open it. I used to say I was the world's best boss. Woo! Imagine what 7 seasons have done to people, huh? Derivis, yes, you are picking my brain of stuff I want to do of this. They even has a mug that says it. I mean, I would expect that. But yeah, Derivis, definitely. Oh, it's another cool feature. No. Stop coming up with a feature. The stream's never gonna end. Bold, found query thing. Yeah, pink star, random timer colors. If you give it a random color for one of them, it'll pick the opposite for the other one for contrast, or you can randomize both. Yeah. I mean, again, still limited to colors, cause lazy. Found query on the front end, and I'm moving this one up. I think I can do this one real easy. So I push the bug fix. What's this error? This is a nightmare you're having. Live feedback. I mean, it is. What kind of file is to do? Oh, okay. Allow me to quotes trivia game. Hey, well, as soon as I'm done with this API, all you Office fans out there, it's not going to be a who said this, because unfortunately I don't have the who. Like, I didn't make a script of, like, a talking script. They say this at what time. But if you find that data, it wouldn't be too difficult. But at the very least, with this API, you can say what season, episode, and general time was this quote said. So, it's pretty close. Okay, so did I fix this? Yeah, I did fix this. I mean, I didn't say it, but you can say it, Derivatives. I said nothing of the kind. So yeah, I think I've polished that script up. Apparently, if I just keep rerunning this, like the reason I removed this weird, what's this ain't working? I thought this would like hurt it if I kept creating indexes. Apparently it doesn't, so shrug, it works. Not gonna question it. I got all those zips too. I'll just keep ignoring them. Nothing will go wrong. Okay, what did I do here? I don't remember touching package JSON. Oh yeah, I moved the dev dependencies out. Okay, yeah, so this will be add database. No, database indexing. No. It doesn't go there. It goes in the upload script. That's where it goes. Yes. Might as well wait this at this point. Now I return. Okay, I might as well put this thing in a variable at this point. Const. Okay, actually, let's think of thoughts. I mean, I might as well make this thing work, right? Collection, or make this thing work extensively a little bit. Look at that wet code. Oh, look at me type things wrong. Boom, look at that dry code. Yeah. So I want to drop where things. No, I want to customize my drop. I guess that's how I do it. Show name. I'll just assume it works because I'm not using this drop command. Await has no. But it's a This is a promise. What is this? SeaWorld being splashed by Shamu? Is that a quote? Oh, it's not a quote. Okay, it's a reference. I'm just too slow to get it. Entries parts. That's a good message. Let's clean. It's wet code. Hey, there you go. I get it now. Took me a second. Yes, we are all in the splash zone today, folks. For the wettest of code. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We add the script. No, hang in there, VS Code. I think I'm going to have to restart VS Code after this. We are losing power somewhere. Probably could help if I close that window too. Let me check things. Yeah, things are good. Maybe it's the zips. Let me yoink the zips out of here. I can always re-download them, right? There we go. I'll figure it out. Add database. Fix episodes typo. Episode. I don't know. Weird. I don't know how to indicate that. It's good enough. I just said dat base. That's great. Had a Gallagher show over Hemo. Give her the poncho. Okay, you got me there. Oh, and someone asked. Apologies. What kind of file this to-do file is? So this is a file literally called to-do. What's making this possible? I'll search see who asked this. Hopefully. Still here is an extension called to-do plus. So to-do plus is the extension that makes it so you can basically write. It basically just adds these cool Unicode characters and highlighting when you like do stuff, and you can mark things completed, mark them canceled. If you want, they can have timestamps at the end. I don't really like those, so I don't have them. But to-do plus is the extension that allows any file called to-do to basically work like this. And yeah, they're also clicky. It's basically like, it ain't no Kanban board because this ain't a big enough project for it, but like the ideas started flooding in as soon as the MVP got complete. Okay, let's see. Do we need to push that to? We don't need to push that. We can push that to GitHub. Git push origin GitHub. Y'all can look at the code now. Enjoy. Bold found query on the front end. That's our next thing, folks. So the way I'm gonna do this, I had to be a little cheaty. So we can do some cool logic, or we can do some. Oh well, hold on. When I do this, I need to actually have the query available. That's okay. I can pass that. So when I get query. Yeah, I'm already having the quotes. I can really optimize that. Additionally, I can pass the query. Great. Now I have that to be able to bold it. Yeah, I think I can get along with that because there is none. Can I add some white space here for my eyeballs? My eyeballs are not loving this. I mean, in reality, I probably should put divs and spans and all kinds of stuff, but I'll get there. Season episode at. It's a little bit more readable for me, folks. Okay, this is working. Here comes the quote text magic. So I need EJS to escape raw HTML. VS Code, tell me the tags. No, tell me the tags. Output escaped. I don't know, we're about to find out. BR. No, we want B sup. B, right? I want to output this raw text. Yeah, that is the GitHub. I mean, nothing's changed yet, but I'll go ahead and do Heroku push. Oh, I also need a... Oh, not git push GitHub, git push main. Push Heroku main. And the code for this particular one is, if you want to see it and eventually go to the actual site, it's under that repo. Yeah, I pushed the command. I had the command wrong. That's why it didn't happen. But yeah, it's updated now, folks. Y'all can check it out. Or I'll even go check it out myself. Close that. There we go. Can't see anything yet. Spectrum internet is being very slow. There we go. 4 minutes ago. So it's updated now, folks. There we go. Now let's see if this dirty EJS trick will work. My favorite quote. Boom. Server's not running. That's okay. npm run dev. Thanks for pointing that out, by the way. I completely was like, commanders run, it'll do fine. Always check your commands, folks. Okay, EJS output raw HTML. What's the magic symbol? That's not what I... It's this little thing, apparently. But I have to do it as a string. Understood. That's a little weird. There we go. Okay, so I have no idea I'm going to format that, but let's do this. So what I want to do is I want to go through the quote text. I want to do replace. Place. This is where regex comes in. Don't go away. Stay. Don't leave. It's not that bad. Regex. No, wait. Don't worry. No regex. I lied. No, I didn't lie. There's regex. I tried to get away from it. So we are replacing the query. Then we're using the I and the G flag, so it's done globally. I tried to get away from it. I really did. And we're replacing it with B $1. I don't know if it's $1. I don't remember the syntax. And now once we do this syntax, we're going to be outputting a raw HTML onto the DOM. It's not $1. Rejects JavaScript. I need replace, not that. Just string replace MDN. This is where the docs be living. I'm expecting the internet to be there, not like loading. There's a special way when using the replace method in strings. In your second parameter, you can say like some string templating magic. $$$$1 $N. This is one index. It would help if I actually grouped it, right? So I need to actually group it, and of course this is somewhat injectable. That's on the client side. So if the client injects himself with fortunate formatting, it's their problem. There we go. Boom. Hey, who was Derivisvid? Highlighting of what you're querying. Let's search at PAM. Give us a big database search. Boom, look at all these boldened PAMs. Look at that. Boom. Let's check. We'll go ahead and save and commit that right now. Salt Bay, yeah, just sprinkle a little just a little regex. It's not even any regex. It's just weird strings at this point, you know? Not even regex. Bold in searched queries. I'm glad I know what that means. What changes are in here? Oh, I had to pass the query on. Good. commit. Stop the server. Why is there an error here? Oh, that's an old error. Okay. Get push Heroku main. Get push origin. I'll have to wait for this one. Get push origin main. There we go. Everyone gets a free push. Boom, boom, boom. What's the next thing? Add pagination. I do want to add pagination. How do I want to do that? Well, in order for pagination, I kind of need sorting to exist, right? So, collection find. How do I... MongoDB find options? Is that how sorting comes in? Oh, that's disgusting. Google, just tell me. Find and sort, because I don't want Mongo to do it. Yeah, we should definitely be sorting on the server side. Cursor.sort. Oh, that's it? That's it? You just call .sort? How's .sort work? Sort and sort direction. Okay, here's the thing. I want a multi-key sort, though. You can't... The key or keys. There we go. Okay, what am I, how am I supposed to... Okay, sort is a string or an exclusion of sort direction from a meta with a string, or an array of strings, or a string with a sort, or an object with a key of string. There it is. Okay. So this is where we start doing things. Season, sort direction. Oh, autocomplete. TypeScript. I love you. So I want seasons to go ascending, first season to last. Then I want episodes. This is going to be awkward since this is an array of values. But we'll let Mongo figure it out. Ascending. Then once we get that, we want time. Oh, it'd be lovely if I had the definitions for my model, but I don't. So I have to keep on going and remembering timestamp. And I want this to be ascending from smallest to largest. You know, I could all make this all customizable, but not yet. I don't want to sort anything else. That's the most accurate thing. Oh, this is going to be a good one, folks. Let's look at our badly sorted stuff. Episode 1, episode... You're embarrassing me, query. You're supposed to be unsorted, but this is perfectly sorted. Okay, Pam got really sorted, apparently. Sometimes... Ow. I'm on NodeMon, right? Well, I'm actually offline. npm run dev. Yeah, so I'll just flip some of these down to descending, see how it looks. I'm faster than you, NodeMon. Okay, so we got season 5 and season 6. If I do the other way, DESC, we're gonna get season 6. Okay, the sorting thing does work. As we see, it do be working. Oh, boom, sorting. That's not pagination yet. Okay, so this is where we actually do get pagination. We want... I'm gonna do it based on like numbers, right? Well, I could do it after last. Two different ways to do it. I'm not doing cursor-based pagination because that's a lot of... Wait, can I? No, I don't want to do that. Let's see if MongoDB has any built-in pagination. Because I don't know, I've never really used it this much. Skip. That seems neat. Useful in inputting paginated results. Okay. Find, sort, skip. Okay, this is cool. So I do a limit, then a skip. Okay, look at this. Look at this code, folks. It's literally giving me a pagination example. Could I ask for anything more? Don't think so. So I need to define number per page and basically page number. Okay, so I can pull this out of the query, right? So page math, page is greater than 0, page number -1. They're doing some weird indexing magic. I don't like it. Page gonna initialize to 0. Equals. There we go. And what we're gonna say? We're gonna say per page is also gonna equal 100. I say. I have to update that message earlier to have more. That's okay. So let's see what they do. Find, sort, skip, and then limit. So I've done the find. Let's indent this a little better. I've done the sort. And this indentation is horrible. Absolutely horrible. Let's drop it down here. I want to say dot skip page number times per page. So if it's 0 thing, page 1. I do see why they did it, because they wanted page 1 to be the first page, huh? I don't know. Maybe I don't use paginated results enough, but I think this is good enough. My API, I get to limit, or I get to say how many things happen. Limit to per page. So this is gonna work. I would still like a total results returned, though, you know? I don't know how I'm gonna get that, but we'll just see if pagination works as is. Oh, page. There we go. I was wondering why that variable was unused. So yeah, page 0 should get 100, which if I do dot, oh, it gives me exactly 100. Look at that. Oh, it's literally highlighting the entire thing. Awkward. So I'm gonna use your regex trick from earlier. There, learning always learning, to fix that little issue, because the dot has special meaning in regex. How do I do that to the query? Just say query, right? It's literally the same variable name. Can I ask for more? Yeah, search for the dot again. Boom, baby, look at that. Not only the dots are highlighted, you can't tell, but it's working. Let's do question marks while we're here. Ooh, look at how responsive this API is acting. What in tarnation? Is this just 15 seconds of people saying what's up to each other? That sounds hilarious. I mean, it's in the pilot, so I guess everyone knows about that one. Okay, we fixed that thing. Good bug fix there. Yeah, this working. Only saying 100 are found, though. So what I want to do is get a count before the limit, right? This is what I want to do. Ooh, exactly. Thank you, Stack Overflow. Right at the top. I have no idea what this facet thing is. Multiple aggregation pipelines. So I'm doing that. And I just... Good, is this it? Do I just do this? I don't know what this is. It's too scary. I'm not doing that. I still want the total to be returned, though. Because then I'll have to implement the pagination based on the total, right? Okay, I'll try to figure out what this facet thing is. Oh, look at all this. Oh, let's go back to Stack Overflow. I think I'll just copy and paste, because I have no idea what all that's about. Okay, so what they do is they do their actual query, right? They get all the things they want. And then they get the count. Wait, status A. Okay, yeah, so this is their query, their filter, their query filter, I suppose. Then facet, they count, name it count. So this is the what's being returned. Then sample is limit 2. I mean, this looks like what I want. So I'll just kind of figure out how to use this. So this is good code. Very good code. So I keep the good code right down here in the good code comment. The GCC. Now we're going to mess it up. So this is our query. So let's technically our filter. Cause filter equals this monstrosity of a thing. Let's see what they do. They call collection aggregate. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. We say aggregate. Then we pass it two objects. One is our filter. Another is our facet. No autocomplete. We're in wild territory now. So we say count is this thing. And this sample is this. I hope this sorts. Oh, so my limit's here, which means I'm ditching that. And my skip, all this behavior is being lost basically, ain't it? And I'm not dropping that one out, so we are console logging whatever this is. Yeah, good luck, because I have no idea what's going on at this point. Pipeline must be an array of aggregation stages. So maybe if I put this thing in this, right? Oh, it may be offline right now. Argument pipeline must be an array of aggregation stages. Got me any examples? No. Okay. Match objects where things are matching. Facet, count, sample, limit 2. Okay, and I'll try to read the actual documentation, but I don't think I'm going to get much far with this. Yeah, that didn't make much sense to me. So facet is an object of outputs and stages. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Rajaj. Appreciate it greatly. Stage 1, stage 2. So this is the thing it's yelling about. It's not an array of stages. I make it an array. I think that's what I messed up on. Oh, gotta wait for the node mon. Pipeline must be an array of. Boo. Okay, well I tried. We're not getting this. Yes, we're inlining this. Essentially, living life. Yeah, we're still going back to the original example. And okay, second parameter, I think. Yeah, that's the disadvantage there, Jim. We don't get. So, like, what we really need is essentially a. We need something that don't exist. We need a script, like name, thing happens, name, person, name, all those things. But yeah, SRT don't have those. At least the SRTs I have don't have them. They can be written with them in mind, but you have to find even higher quality data than free data I got. If I were to like put in the effort to try to attempt to obtain it from Netflix or like an actual officially watching thing, it would probably have the name of the people saying whatever it is they're saying. But I did not. I went for free code, or I went for basically free SRTs, therefore quality of the data matches. And hey, thanks for the follow, Alexanders. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. I'm so faster than NodeMon. Okay, so this is working. What I want to do, though, I need to make a double query. So this is where we haven't gotten to this part yet. Time to watch and no, no, that's not it. That's not it. That's not what's going on here. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Generino, Generino, Generino. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just a little VS Code inspired typing animation thing. Pretty neat. Basic front end HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Absolutely inefficient, but it's, I mean, yeah, I tried to be somewhat. That was the idea behind it. Like, I don't want it to be something different. So, function query db for quote. Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing, right? How's your day, evening, or night been going so far? Page per page. And then it'll be include total count. So as you can see, I'm starting to generalize this little thing. Or the animation of dragging the follower's name into a follower. Yeah, I never heard of that one, but yeah, that could be a way to go. Yeah. A little bit more visual, yeah. Definitely would be a cool one to do. Or like what I'm eventually gonna be doing is stuff like you see up here, you got like your avatars. I'm able to like pull them from Twitch. You can't see, like because of my overlay. Over here, the overlay is above the thing. Okay, so I have to point. You see how I have I'm able to pull your user avatars, so I could like do some cool stuff with that, like drag your avatar into a pit of other avatars as a new follower, or some cool stuff like that. I meant to get that during finish this stream, but all I got was the break floating in spaces. So if include total count async. Let's see. Let's say little const total count equals await. Well, it's gonna be optional. So if they ask for the total count, we gotta get literally this query, but to array length, right? So I can put this in a variable filter equals here, and I know there's got to be some way to variabilize this thing, right? Whatever you call this cursor. I just don't know how to do it yet. I just put the wrong thing in the wrong place. Filter. There we go. Sorting lovely to array. Can I just get length instead? Or count? Get the count. Okay, use estimated or count documents instead. Well, how do I do that? Use collection dot count documents. Oh, the specific counting thing. Oh, neat. How do I do that? Dot count documents. Get the number of documents matching the filter. Oh, that's true. When I'm counting, I don't. Oh, yep, good point. Got me a typo. Yeah, good catch there. Yes, Jim, that is the plan. That's why I'm kind of destructuring this out to its own function, because the JSON endpoint will be using this exact same function. So I'm noticing I'm kind of a little pre-optimizing, but not too much. So collection count documents by the filter, and then skip and limit. Hope that returns a number. We'll find out. Does that return a number? Oh, I have to colon. Put something in the name to difference. Put something. Well, no more comments. In the name to difference. Filter, you mean? Oh, yeah. Put something in the name to difference. In the filter. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure it out. So yeah, it's basically if the query length is greater than 3, I'm using this efficient one. Otherwise, I'm using the inefficient regular expression object. Fortunately, can't really dry it out anymore because one needs to use $ text and the other needs to use text. I'm trying to figure out what this limit, sorry, create documents. Count documents, yes, is for difference of the instruction, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Count documents. How do I do this? Actually, I don't want to do the skipping thing. My brain's so slow. There we go. So the total count is this, or undefined, right? Yeah, I'll make it undefined for now because I'll need to set it with the real count if they didn't ask for a count. There we go. It's a little bit working to get there, but we got there. I will add this as a collection though. At time. Yeah, I'm getting there, Jim. Now here comes the actual query, which is this logic here. Put 0. Number? Oh, you mean in this variable here? Yeah, this is going to be like all parameterized in a moment. Might as well do that now. But yeah, page is 0. I think that's what you mean. I'm trying, sorry. As you can see, it's 7 hours into this stream. I'm not as sharp as I was in the beginning. 7.5, yeah, I mean, when we're in the flow, right? So I think this is what we want next, is time for rest. It is, but I got more to do. You know, I'm not done just yet. So there we go, we get to use that filter again. Now the sort and the skip and the limit and all of that is going to be .to array. Doesn't mean all that. Total count 0 even if it false. Yeah, okay, yep, I see what you mean. So the way I'm going to do it is that it's going to be... yeah, I guess I will 0 it for false, breaking the boundaries. Yes, Raj. So I guess I haven't really decided what to go with total count to default with this failure. So this will always be a number here. So I can say 0. That might be where I'm going with. Or I can say something like null because the total count wasn't requested in the first place. Hey, Jim, thanks for both the hydrate and the posture check. I was shrimping over here. There we go. Yeah, now that we have that array. Yeah, and the stretch, okay. The failure can be managed in the self-fetch response. Yeah, I suppose so. Although, so the way it's going to be, maybe I'll explain the whole thing, is that it's going to be possible for them to include the total count. Now, they're not going to be able to do this. Well, it's going to be an option because this will increase it's going to make one more database request because I don't know how MongoDB works. So this is making it an optional to say it's false. So if they don't want it, they don't request it, less database request. Otherwise, they do want it, they get it, I'll send it to them. But if they don't want it, it's going to be undefined or null. Then we have quotes. Well, it is a DB query, but it doesn't matter so much because the said. Yeah, I know. So there's an efficient way to do this, like an aggregate with MongoDB, and I tried to I was trying to look at this facet aggregate thing, which basically allows you to make a single query to essentially do the logic. I couldn't figure it out though. This person figured it out with their simple example, but yeah, I didn't know how to get that far, so I was like, two database queries ain't gonna end the world. So yeah, now I get to return the quotes and the total count. I'll leave it as null because I like... you know what? Results. Yeah, let's make a results object. results equals quotes, and then if total count is not null, then I'll go ahead and add it. And flip the boolean. There we go. Very ugly response thing, but it works. Now I can replace this with, and you know what, I'll go ahead and do the empty query too, right? I'll put this empty query logic in here. So if empty query return quotes empty the total count, that's gonna be another conditional. I'll just say 0. I know this is yeah, gotta do it right. Okay, I'm just gonna go all Codewars here. Conditional. Oh no, it's not that one. MongoDB. Include total count is an object. If you wanted it, then you get an object total count 0. Otherwise, you get an empty object. Both of them get spread. Bah, be gone. Be happy. Get over it. Get over here. Format does nothing because this product is not set up. There we go. Okay, so we have that. And we have that. Timer to blue. There we go. Yeah, okay, I see the timer's not really looking like anything, so I'll set it for 5. There we go. So I guess purple's the closest thing to blue it gets. And the opposite of that is yellow. Now we can look at it. Gotta make sure that color actually looks like something. What is actually visible. There we go. So we have that set. Now we have to use this cool function. We have to actually ask here. So this is going to be true for the thing. So return query DB for quote, query page per page. Like I did all these manually, I think. Include total count is true because I am the API. I want to know how many there are. Then, you know what? I already see the optimization. Only asking for total count when the quote count equals over the thing. I'm doing it. Okay, so this is going to be the logic. If quotes.length greater than per page and include total count. This is where we start doing this weird logic. So total count will equal, there we go. So let's say let total count equals the length of the quotes initially. Yeah, so it's the length of how many quotes we got. That's how many we got. But if we got more quotes or equal to quotes, 0. Yeah, I mean, it's basically got to go to 0 now, don't it? Though we don't have to do, it does go to 0. It goes to whatever it is. Yep. So now instead, if there's only 99, we don't ask how many were there. There were 99. You figured it out. But if we have more quotes than there are per page, and you're asking for quotes, update the count to the thing. There we go. I can manage further. No, I probably could. I don't need that null check anymore either. So total count. I mean, I could just shove it on the thing. But only if they requested it, though. So if includes total counts, I want to save it. Yeah, it's a weird bit of logic. I know. It's very janky. But I think it works. Okay, so we have that, and we have then, what do we have here? We have quotes, total count, and this is where we start rendering stuff. So this is response.render. We're going to be rendering, I think I'll just copy this. Nah, I'm already typing it. Index.ejs, and then quotes, query, total count. Oh, there we go. It's all coming together. And let's not forget our catch, because we know this thing's going to throw me some errors. Boom. Let's clean this up a little bit. That's a little better. It's marginally better. Total count will be null if it is. well, what will it be? Total count will be undefined. So that's what my EGS logic is going in. So this is going to be if, basically, right? So logic, oh, here it is, logic. So it's going to be total quotes or total count. So if this is truthy, or if it's not undefined. So if it's undefined, return basically quotes dot length plus a plus symbol. Otherwise, it is literally total count. This looks good so far. I think this is actually it for this endpoint. Get this working. Yeah, so I'm searching for the dot. Server's probably offline. Okay, I got all of them, but now if I don't include the thing, so I swap this to false, let's check on our server, make sure it restarts. And now 100 plus. There we go. Weird behavior, but this is kind of what I wanted. Now, by default, we're going to leave this to true for the actual website. Now, yes. Yeah, it is now working. So now that's exposed for here, eventually when I implement my API endpoint for other people to use, this will be false by default as it is now, because I'm willing to spin the extra database request so you can see the cool number. Okay, a little janky, but it works. Let's check my to-do. Add pagination. All this for pagination. Thank you for the stretch, Raj. You were right on time. All this for pagination. I didn't even get there. So this is the EGS logic in which if there are more pages, I'll need to render a thing. Yep, page is basically 0. Yep, page equals 0. That's where we're at now. This is where things need to start getting customized. And it's also page equals 0 here. But I don't need it here. So good point out on that one. Geronima or Gerino. Now I need to actually add it to the front end. So I think I'll just add it kind of basically, well, pagination should be top and bottom, I suppose. I'll just throw it on one in the place and duplicate it otherwhere. So this will be if, where's my logic? I always confuse when I treat with quite data at the same time. Yeah, it can be confusing for sure when it's two different things or two different variable names, or the same variable name but has different variable values. You can definitely get you mixed up. So I want if total count and is greater than quotes dot length. I don't know. I might be doing too much on the front end, but we will see. Let's do the more template magic, template closey. And then what are we gonna see here? We say you got more. Let's see if that works. So searching for my dot, I know I got more, and that explodes. Unexpected token if. Oh yeah, using the wrong formatting. Missing catch or triangle. Missing the quotes. We're missing the curly braces. And I got more. Exactly. Use the logic outside of the view. Okay, maybe I will then. So what do I want to do? So I want to render, like the next and the previous buttons. I guess I'll have a has next basic logic, or has more. Maybe we don't need pagination that badly. Okay, no, I'm just gonna have a skip, right? It's gonna be skipping that many, basically. or it's going to be a start, right? Well, technically that's what page is already doing, so I already have that. It's just not doing anything. I can do page count by getting the thing divided by 100, right? So let's just figure out page count. See if I can get that outputted. PC is, let's see, per page divide. Nope, scroll wheel went crazy on that one. So it's technically it's total count divide per page, and it's probably ceilinged. Seal. Alright, let's see how that one looks. Total count is a number. Should be good. Refresh it. It's in the terminal. So at 591 pages for 590,000 entries. Plus one. Or seal. Yep, I went with seal. Hey, thanks for the follow. Expertise 33. Yeah, yes, I mean, seal I think works. Let's see if a lower query maths out correctly. There's one page, it's page 0. Yeah, this does not, seal does seem to be working. Plus one floor. Math, many ways to math it. So this is the page count. So now I want to do something with this page count. Again, I'm not doing this in the view anymore, so page count. And I'll go ahead and be returning the page that I returned. So now I get to loop up to for loop from 0 to page count, and it's just going to be an ugly for loop for that. For let I equals 0 or p equals 0, page equals 0, page under less than or equal to, because we want to include the last one, page count, and then that'll be page plus plus. And I'll just make a little what is it, nav. I mean the nav will be surrounding this nav. And then, oh, thanks VS Code, that helps a lot. I don't know, I'm just make some dirty code real quick. There we go, and then we can li with an anchor, href. This will go to search, question mark, query equals, gotta fill in the query that I searched for, and page equals, gotta fill in the page I searched for. And then here we get to have page. I'm not going for the next and previous thing, too much work. I might do an active class or something on the current one. I mean, they're anchors, so we'll get some free visited highlighting, right? Yeah, that'll be enough. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Amusins. Hope your day, night, or evening has been going well. So here comes the templating magic. Percent. Where is it? Percent equal. There we go. Templating again. For our query, I think I can use spaces here. If I can't, I will be really sad. Page equals. This is templating, so less than percent equal page percent greater than. With the total results count, I can create secondary variables to manage pagination as much as import page to create a simple paginator. Yeah, for sure. I definitely see how I could make this into essentially a component. Only take into account results retrieved. And the results per page. Yeah, I know you're suggesting a better way. I'm just not. It's not you. It's me. I'm not seeing it exactly. Although I can see that it will be better. Like once I figure out how to go for it, like it'll be more optimized and less wet of code. Secondary variables manage pagination as much as import. So I kind of, I inlined it with page count and total results count. Are only two variables to retrieve the others are secondary, as importance to create them. You're right, this one technically is created from these two, which you're right is already I don't need to create it here. It exists available on the front end. It's a derivative of them. So yeah, maybe once I have this working. Yeah, I can see. I'm just one thing at a time, right? You gotta write bad code before you write good code. Let's see if I at least got this. Well, I have to change that to this. I really tried that one. That didn't go nowhere. So page equals 0, page less than or equal to page count. Let's just dump page count on the page while we're here. Make sure that math's filled out. Nan. Well, I did good right there, didn't I? So page count, math seal, total count divided by per page. So total count got nanned for some reason. It's for remove, not mandatory variable infos. Yeah. Let me just hardcode 10 in here, see if this will work. Oh, that turned the server off. Yeah, I got most of it. Okay, so yeah, when I'm doing that, it works. I just gotta get the correct math in there at least. And yeah, it is very much not a mandatory variable. Only when we have a total count available. So yeah, this does technically gonna go up there, I suppose. Page count. Yeah, let me try make that move now because it was working above. Let's see, results dot page count. This was working up here. Math seal total count per page. Yeah, again, I didn't sleep for quiet hours. Yeah, hey, we're both on the same boat then, right? Yeah, I'm too tired to understand half of it. You're too tired to explain half of it. Hey, look at that. We have 500 pages. Absolutely beautiful HTML. Lovely. Very dirty. But hey, it works. Now we can ditch this. I don't even know if it actually works. So we're on page 0. Basically. Yeah, when the page is 0, I don't have to drop it. Yeah, I got a few on there, that's for sure. Let's see if page 1. So, season 1, episode 1, 6 minutes, 50 seconds. There we go, 6 minutes, 53 seconds. The fact that the pagination is working is more than happy enough for me, you know? It's working. It's ugly, but it works. I can do a little CSS styling here to... I think I'll touch it. Maybe I won't touch it with CSS. I want to make this a little better. So let's see what happens when I drop this to false. Server dies, as expected. 0 to 1. So yeah, when we do that, the front end does not like it. But, reminder to myself, this is always going to be true for the front end. So the fact that the front end depends on this is acceptable in my book. So let's make sure these exist, because this is front end specific code. Therefore, it's fine that it works only, the front end only works on this. In a private outside the object whenever my structure is done. You catch me? Yeah, I understand it. So like instead of putting it in results, putting it somewhere else, like outside of the response, and then calculating it from this. And then basically decoupling this fetching logic from the counting logic and the math logic for pagination. So because I can see that would make this a little easier. Because, yeah, you're right. I'm trying to design for two things at once when the second thing don't even exist yet. But, I mean, I can always clean it up after. Because maybe this ain't even include total count anymore. This is just include counts. Yeah, an interface. I mean, oh yeah, for this, the database, yeah, I can definitely see an interface. Like right now it's one function, but most for definitely, this thing's going to be in its own file, its own little database, as a call controller or whatever, where we have the query, we got the random, we get the previous, we get the next. Yeah, it's very much going to be interfaced out, but it ain't there yet. Hey, Leah, it's going good, it's going good. How has your night been going so far? We over here making an Office Quotes API, or a full stack thing, with an API, eventually, someday. As we can see, you search sometimes I'll, and it shows you whenever someone said that thing, what episode, what season, and at what time. Let me see, you're not up just yet. I also got a few Codewars in, but this has been the main projecto. Hope everything's been going good this Saturday. Just stare at this code, see how bad it is, how better I can make it. Yeah, I think this is about as good as this one gets. Oh, congrats. Yeah, nice housewarming party. Yeah, identity theft. Oh, that's a good one. Identity theft. Identity theft, they say it twice. Literally, quote for quote, too. Season 3, episode 20, and 3 seasons later, episode 14. Would you look at that? Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Oh, looks like my for loop's a little too happy there. So yeah, if you ever wanted to quote something, but you didn't want to actually like put it in your thing, like I've seen those yearbooks where people are like, oh, and this is my yearbook quote: The Office, season 5, episode 14, 10 minutes 14 seconds. Yeah, so now you can make those. You search what you want, and you can find your time code for it. I don't need that thing on anymore. Goodbye. Jim was mocking Dwight. I mean, I can pick up a little bit of the sarcasm here, or the sass. I can see it a little bit. Yeah, I think I'll put this at the top now I'm thinking about it. It belongs at the top. Yeah, it looks great. It looks like the rest of them, but it looks great enough. Okay, we added pagination. The pranks Jim does on Dwight. Yeah. I hear. Yeah, first I want to stage this fix here. The info is relevant, so it deserves to be kept in something outside the self-info, but accessible by the notebook, whatever you name the container that shows you info. Yeah, I agree. Gennaro? Yeah, ideally be on the top and bottom of it, but that's what you were mentioning before with the making it a component or the equivalent. Nothing of this is styled yet, so that's why it's not exactly there yet. Styling is going to be one big step by itself. So I'll stage this a little bit to fix front end rejects character escaping. Lovely. And then for the rest of it, we added pagination. What happened to this file? Or this line? Weird. Oh, converted. I don't want that. add pagination. A lovely, lovely random quote endpoint. We also got the rest of the endpoints we gotta do. Let's see. I already have the sorting working too. That's good. A intelligence, yeah, welcome on back. I mean, it deserves to be kept not only as a simple variable info, at least in an interface, but take the point of view to create a network pore or whatever where you show the info fetched. Yes, I'm appending it to the current results object. It should be a separate, basically, info thing. So, eventually you can create a notebook class or something like that. Yeah, I see that the interface kind of like object-oriented approach to it instead of this mix-in style approach that I have right now. Yeah, and it'll all be, instead of being as globals, it'll be on a thing. So you have page count and what is it? Page counts, honestly, yeah. Also, you have total count. So yeah, these two things are more together than the actual quotes, and they're all part of a singular section. Yeah, I see that. Definitely gonna have to do that when that HTML point comes around. In the meantime, though, we gotta add some API endpoints. So I think, what is it? App.route. Oh, I don't remember this. As prompt helps in storing value and variable, is there anything console related to storing value? That is a good question. So I'm assuming you're referring to window.prompt, or well, we don't have to put window, but basically prompt. So when we prompt helps in storing variable and variable, anything in console related to storing value. Not that I'm aware of. MDN console that can like store variables. I'm not sure if there is, Raj. Yeah, for sure. Genitaro is a class to give it a all the stylings and stuff that I eventually will. Assert, clear, count. I mean, this count. Was that store stuff? No, it just probably returns. Console log don't return stuff. Yeah, I don't think not that I know of, Raj, any of these console things are for storing. I mean, yeah, we'll give it a class eventually because I'll have other sections, but semantically it'll be a section probably with a class. Just haven't got, as you can see, there is 0 CSS. For sure, yeah, it's definitely, I mean, we can already see the interface structure taking structure, like these three things. They're just not there yet. Got cooler things to do first. See this checklist. Gotta get this checklist. See how low CSS is? It is down there, you know? Not really one of. It's more of an API, less than a full stack thing. Yeah, for sure. Like, it's just different. Like, for you, CSS is a little bit more up here. For me, it's a little bit more. CSS and the structure front is a little more down here. So, how do I use app? I need to import cores, so npm I cores. I do want folks to be able to use this. So I want the, actually I don't know how to do this. App.use cores. I know how to use cores, but specifically then to subroute it. Import cores from cores. There we go. Then I can say, no, I don't want to use it on the global though. I want to use it on /API. Then I can say dot route. And I can say get, or next say search. Basically what we have here. Request response and next. I think this is the way we do it. We'll find out when I fail. Okay, and then basically we want to do this stuff. We'll just use the query again because easy peasy. And instead of rendering EJS, we will return all this as a lovely object. Well, response.send. We already got it here. And we want to make that an option for include counts. And since this is the API, we definitely want to default some of this out. So query defaults to this. Again, not the best validation, but it do be working. And include counts. Default all this stuff accordingly. Then when we pass it, including include counts, this should be good, and we'll find out if this works locally first. So fetch API search, then I gotta actually look at the response. Great, that's not working because the server's not on. npm run dev. Okay, glad to hear it. Syntax error. The JSON has failed. Look at the network tab. Response 404 not found. Cannot use API search. Okay, so let's just bring out a router. That's how we do it. And then we say the router can use cores. Because obviously I forgot how this worked. Take a look to cores. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even using cores at this point. I'm just... Oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm using and routing. Yeah, this weird chaining is definitely not what I want. I was trying to figure out the fancy one line to do it, you know? Turns out we gotta bring out the whole router, I think. Now on the router, I can say get on the, it's only an intuition. I mean, it's a good intuition. Hey, thanks for coming on by, Flo. Hope you had a good night. Ah, also I didn't give a type to this either. I just said route. Well, no wonder it didn't work. INTP. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Make another fetch. It's working. I didn't give it a query though, so it's not doing much. So say quote query equals sometimes, and boom, API is looking good. Get 100 quotes, and we don't know anything about page information. Now I think, what happens if I do ask for include counts, right? I want to be able to ask for that. Equals true. Right? Or is it not true? Oh, it's just working true. There we go, I think. Okay, so now we have a number of pages. There are 2 pages, 0 and 1. There we go. API is looking beautiful. Oh, I'm giving out the object IDs. I don't want to give you all that. No offense. I've done something weird. Yeah, usually you don't want to give these ideas out. I will trim it down. Technically, you never want to see these IDs. So good thing I wrote this as a single function. I can now get rid of them all. Quotes will be quotes.map. App is, I'll just destructure out the underscore ID, keep the quote, then I return quote. Ta-da! Now I should have no database IDs. Poof, they are gone. A lot of extra stuff here still, but API is usable, and it should be cores usable. This is looking really good now. So I've created an endpoint specifically for search, much like I have the existing one. Add some pretty lines. It's good now. It seems mostly good now, yeah. Hey, KevXB, how you doing? Thanks for stopping on by. Okay, so I think this logic is basically done. Yeah, so this endpoint is good. Let's see what I want. JSON endpoint for search. Good. I can make this as a commit message. Hydrate, hydrate. I shall, Raj. Thanks for the redemption. Info equals page max info. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's any truthy value, not explicitly true or false. So you're right. It's not sanitized at all. Geranine. But yeah, it's definitely like it just works. Now people can mess it up however they want. So like we're gonna do it per page. Probably input a negative number. Things catch on fire, you know. Per page equals -5. Watch what happens. Brimstone and fire, everything dies. So yeah, lots of things. Oh, it also needs to be an integer, which apparently this does not do. Yeah. So lots of pagination stuff. Maybe plus page, we'll get through that. Let's see what that error is. Limit requires an integer. Oh, I did it to the wrong thing. Yeah, so lots of these, so that's actually a good reminder there. Gotta plus them up. Same thing. Well, you know, I'm gonna remove. No, I'll keep that. Yeah, kind of. If you throw junk at the API, you're gonna get errors thrown back at you. One thing I'm sure is that you keep some of the info in a private object. I could keep all the count information in a private object. I can definitely do that. So I can like separate the counts into a different thing and all that. I could do that. Call it pagination or location or meta or something like that. Or info, and then put quotes and data for sure. Yeah, that is the response. And it's all on one giant object like you're mentioning. It's not really the best pattern. So yeah, I could definitely clean that up a little bit. So not kept in my script. I mean, it comes from the script, from Node.js specifically, but it's, I mean, EJS is still doing its thing, rendering the view for the other endpoint, the service generated half. Yeah, but on the server, I'm also exposing this endpoint for other people to use. I think I'm fixing that thing right now. API search endpoint. And then we will go ahead and give this a good push. And pushed away it goes. And again, very amazing API docs here, but it will be improved at a later date. Okay, and hopefully I'll go check Heroku. Surrender also, but in point of view, keep it not temporary info. Yeah, I guess I could persist some of this information. Oh, this thing's on fire. Yeah, you go get hydrated. Total count is not defined. Yeah, it's on fire. For sure. Do a Glovo now. So I gotta fix this thing, because I haven't touched this in eternity. What's the thing it's yelling about? Total count is not defined. Okay, so I wrote some code, and the code is freaking out. So total count. Ah, okay. EJS is rare. I forgot total count wouldn't be that way. Proper way for check this having existence and a variable. Type of. Okay. Or locals dot thing. Okay, so type of local count equals undefined. There we go. And now for page count. Page count. It's not page count, but we're gonna find out, aren't we? The reason none of this was showing up before is because I had all this stuff in the search. Well, also would help if I'm running the server. There's the server, and here's the error. There's the error. Page count is not defined. So, page count, so it'll be type of page count is undefined. Otherwise, I mean, you basically use this other thing, which is actually, if there in addition needs to be a page count. So if there's no page count, there's no navigation. So this will be an if statement. EJS if page count and not equal undefined, then I do all this stuff down here. And indent this code. There we go. Now I refresh. It's working. Instead of 0 plus, this will be quotes.length. I'll leave the plus there for now. Okay, this will be quotes.length. This will be then. So if there are any quotes found, it'll be this. Otherwise, no quotes found. Put parentheses. Now I want it to be completely unreadable. Yeah, I should definitely do some parenthesis logic here. There you go, it's a little bit more readable. Got this double nested ternary. It's a little bit more readable. Functionally it's the same, but parentheses do make it a lot easier to read. So when there are no quotes, it's there. But when you got something, it beautiful, renders out beautifully. Pagination is right there. Interesting. Oh, something's broken here. That's old code. 162. I'm rendering 100. And I can do page equals 1 to get more. Page equals 2. It says 162. Let's go back to the dot. We trust the dot. The dot knows all. Trust the dot. Oh, the dot's eating my computer. Rip the dot. Take a look to the response. Okay. Probably referring to the network. Oh, the network one. Okay. Search. Not even happening. Yeah. Completely dead. Let's close the tab and reopen it. Oh, I closed it just as it was working. Great. Okay, I think my internet's... Someone's just being a little bit slow on the pipeline. In the meantime, though, just look at this. I think it's right. Just gotta wait for it to load. Here it comes. I can see the light. Tell me your response. There it is. So we got all the quotes, and pagination is gone. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, pagination literally stopped paginating. Oops. I made a mistake. I bypassed pagination. Oh, because I did plus, right? And I didn't pass it. And I see what I did. I recently changed that to take a plus. No. I mean, I can literally just console log the input at this point. See what my variables are getting set to. So let's see, what is it doing? You know, while we're here, we can just tell it to resend. Include count. Yeah, typos wouldn't help. Let's give it another run. Pew! Julia put one get variable not properly omitted. Oh yeah, look at all these. They turned into nans. Ah! Terrible. Yeah, you're right. My get variables are all messed up. So what happened was I was like, we don't need to default these. These are perfectly fine as is. Foolish mistake. And then, yeah, again, all this weird validation stuff that I'm like, I don't need to do it. But turns out I did need to do it. I still need to do it too. So I'm just bypassing it with a default value. There we go. Now that we do this, we get all of our billions of pages. It's a little better, yeah. Intuition, And now it's lovely. Yeah, it was there. I just didn't want to do it. And let's see. I really gotta style this thing too. Oof. 6 minutes 53. There it is. Follow me back, man. Yeah. I know there's good ways to do it. I need to get rid of that console now. As an award, alarm starting here. Only if you want, always. Yeah, sure. Always happy with it. Yeah, sorry, brain was slow down like we're doing things and now we're not. Okay, so I got that fixed. And once we go back to the main page, ooh, streaming cloud solution test. Oh yeah, let me go check that out. Click. Azure, oh, all the fancy stuff, eh? Yeah, my Firefox is not like loading things. Let me pull that open up in a Chrome. Yeah. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Cloud front end, Azure. Oh, pause sound. I paused the sound. There it is. Yeah, cloud computing. That's above my head for sure. I got you followed, man. Appreciate the appreciate coming by and helping too. Some fancy stuff, that's for sure. I might not understand most of it, but I will lurk. That's my only guarantee. I will be there, and I'll just be like, those were the words. I understood some of those words. Hey, cool. Yeah, man. A lot of multilingual out there for sure. Okay, I think I have this thing working. The quizzes are in English. That's cool, yeah. Let's get that added. What are we going to call this one? Fix pagination. You know, I think I'll just literally amend it to the previous one. Amend. Yep. Because this was the code that was supposed to be there in the first place. Get push Heroku main force. Get push origin main force. There we go. All the pushes are done. Heroku should be done. There we go. And this is still working. Lovely. Now let's do a cooler one for the question mark. Pagination is ugly, but it does be working. Yep, there it is, working as expected. And finally, the API. I can make a good old fetch from anywhere I like. Gotta hard code it now. Here it is. Codewars, yeah, using a negative per page at your own risk, of course. And boom, API completely available to other folks. Yeah, we got it all, that's for sure. That is for sure. Well, let's see. I mean, I got this is much further as far as MVP as I was expecting to get. On the last page, that's a good question. Let's go check it out. Well, let's not check it out there. Let's check it out down here. So we might get no entries, or we might get a few entries. So we get 44. Oh yeah, the last page does some warrior info. Yeah, I'm keeping the info for sure. So yeah, last page does some weird logic. Or is it just any page above 0? No, it's specifically last page. So yeah, I broke something there. Use that variable in the view. Yeah, that is what we're doing. Already the info parsed. Oh yeah, using the instead of EJS. Yeah. Let's see 164. That works. Trying to see what 165 is weird though. 44 quotes. Skip the page. You know what? Not my problem right now. Okay, I will fix that. That's at the bottom. Fix last page. Yeah, it means if you got. Oh, I have one more. That's what it probably is. What? Because look at the math. 165. So I should have 166 pages. 0 to 165. Because I'm counting by 0. Yeah, I mean, this seems like the right amount. Yeah, you're right. It's probably a 1 over. I told me 0. Yeah, you tell me 0. It's 0. I start with 0. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, I remember. It's my fault. I know. Let me see how I did it. So I was like, math seal is totally good enough. But that does give me the last one. So I'm including counts. I mean, I just got console log it to see at this point. So let's console log the arguments. Hey, thanks for the parser check, Pink Star. Let's console log the results. Yeah, it's all by experience, ain't it? Okay, unfortunately this is on development, so I gotta go back to the server. Page equals 0. Okay, y'all are pointing out something to me I'm not seeing. So, yeah, the 0th page is here, and the 165th page is here. You highlighted page equals 0. And my page equals 0? Page equals 0. I'll find it, don't worry folks, I'll find it eventually. So I'm using it those 3 places. Page count. So my page count did not get set. So that's the variable total count versus per page. Per page is still 100. Total count should be better. Let's literally see what it is. So I gotta run this locally. Over here. I'll find it, folks, don't worry. I will find it. I know y'all found it. I gotta find it now. Yeah, so these are my search right here. Okay, now we have it ran. We have the data. Okay, so we have all the things. Page count equals 1. Oh, total count. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm seeing it now. So if quotes.length is greater than per page, and my logic is around. So if I want to include the counts, I should always include the counts, but I should default it to if. That should just always be included, I suppose. Yeah. At this point, I don't even need a variable. Yeah, so it equals this. So drop that. Results total count. There we go. That should make it work. Pages plus 1. Okay, we'll see. 165 returns me. So we'll do 165 plus 1. Then we'll go to 166 basically. There's nothing on page 166. If you count from page 1 instead of 0, I suppose. I think you're doing well. No, you're not confusing. I suppose none of these issues would arise if I was counting from page 1. Oh, you're all highlighting page 0 because that's the problem, not the solution. Okay. Okay, yeah, so I can rewrite everything to count from page 1 instead. Let's start from the top. Everything goes from page 1. So now I need to skip page -1. Well, I need to put that in parentheses. And then page count. I think I can floor this now. Everyone goes to page 1. You go to page 1. So everything's page 1 on the back end, and then on the front end, gotta start on page 1. I think we have to end at page count. I don't mind the disturbance at all. It's not a disturbance. It's an experience, you know. We all gotta figure it out. It's easier to see when you're not in the picture of the whole picture, you know. Okay, so starting at page 1, we see the beginning, and starting at 165, we see the end. Hopefully, season 9, episode 23. Let's go one more, just to see if 166 has got anything to look at. Ooh, it does. How about 167 at this point? Yeah, I'm still not a live nerd. So my page count needs to go up on the server side. Yeah, definitely. I got the UL tag. I need to make it look better, but so I turned it into a seal. I turned it into a floor. It obviously needs to be a seal. And now a lesser equals each li for page. Yep, I had it as seal, but then I was like, I'm changing it by 1, so I go floor. Oh yeah, and it's definitely used to be horizontal for sure. Yep, we got pagination, nerd. We got a whole bunch of it. So if I jump back to 166, this should be the last page. And there it is. Okay, pagination's working. Page 1. Yeah, they all won't fit. I'll have to do some trimming or something like that, or horizontal scroll bar or something real ugly, but yeah, definitely a front end problem. And there we go. Okay, so we have updated the page to be 1 based instead of 0 based, which makes a lot of things better, I think. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it does. I at least wrote this to be a little easier after finding that one bug. Should take advantage of a module. Yeah, for definitely sure. It's only one function right now, but yeah, as soon as it gets to be more, it's going to be its own module. A GUI component. I mean, the endpoint is like, as you can see, the endpoint's ready for it. Well, I guess it's a little query for now, but definitely it's ready for it on the front end. But yeah, I mean, like a select thing instead of this giant UL might be easier to manage from a UI perspective, or might be easier for me to write at least. Yeah, for sure. What's the to-do list? So I'll fix last page. We did that. Woohoo. We got the sorting. You know, let's fix that UI up now. Let's see. So yep, we have this logic up here. Let's chuck in a field set. I like these. I don't use them correctly, but they look cool. Controls. Yep, very bad usage, but it's okay. We will swap out for, so we have search. I'll just call this thing submit now. Query. Yeah, and I'll fill that in with a value later. Let's make it a select. I can make it a select or a number. I'll make it an input number. Yeah, there's a bit of logic to like, because you have to like, if you only want to show 5, then you gotta show like what, 2 before, or you gotta show the first one, then some blank space, then 2 before, current, 2 after, blank space, and the last page. Definitely not gonna be doing that. We got label, then we got page. Yeah, GUI component. Definitely easy way to go. Value equals, and this is, well, I won't do that part. I will do it here since it's the easiest one available to me. Value equals quotes, the thing, query, and then closing. So use the previous query. Type of query equal undefined, empty string, or query. There we go. This one is name page min equals 1, max equals, got to do that logic there, value equals, I don't have the current page, so I'll need to pass that along. Well, how do I pass that along anyway? Quotes, query, total count, page count. I do have the current page. I lied. page. I have it sometimes, otherwise it will default to 1. Very bad code, I know. So if it ain't there, then we're on page 1. Otherwise, we're on page whatever. And finally, max is going to... No, not max length. I don't know what that one is. This is going to be page count. If it's not undefined, otherwise the thing will be disabled. I'll figure that out in a moment. Type of page count equal... I know, very bad EJS code, but we're getting there. So it's undefined, then the max is 1, because you got nothing to look at. Otherwise, it is page count. Let's close this. Use the proper opening tags. Very, very bad code. Drip out this nav. Quotes found. That's still fine. Hey, an anonymous cheerer. I appreciate the bits. We are getting there. That is for sure. Appreciate the bits for sure. The thing took a good moment loading, didn't it, folks? Oh, type is not number. That would help. Hoping I have double max. Okay, so page 1 to page... It'd be awkward if the max didn't exist, but I think it's 165. Boom, 166, and then I submit, and I go to page 166. Oh, would you look at that? It's a bit of a nuisance to navigate, because you can't really tell what min and max is. But it works. It's a lot cleaner to look at, that's for sure. Okay, this is good. I'm liking this UI redesign. Code looks atrocious, but that's okay. Let's make sure this works without the values. Sometimes oh, lovely. Okay, yeah, this is working good. Let's try to clean this a little bit up. I don't really know a good way to, so I'm just gonna chuck it on multiple lines. Good enough for me. Nope, don't break that Q in half. Hope that got indented weird. There you go, this is already looking a lot better to me. I know, who cares about all these new lines, right? At least it's readable now. And bada boom. If only the auto format could have done that. Oh, look at what it's doing. Bad auto formatter. Bad, bad, bad. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica, huh? Is that a quote? Okay. Do you ever watch... Oh, Bears do not... Okay, so this is where that contextual button is going to be very useful to see what the previous and next quotes were. Battlestar Galactica, Bears do not. Oh, we're going in React. Oh, we ain't in React yet, folks. But yeah, I do think I know. I haven't used this module in a bit. But yep, that's the pretty pagination. Show the first, the blank, the current, around, the blank, then the last. Yeah, that's the pretty way of doing it. Oh yeah, I mean, I know React, but this project at least, we ain't going React yet. We're just doing basic stuff. And this is basic enough for me. But yeah, I've definitely... I mean, honestly, I wouldn't probably be too concerned about the dependency cost of using an extra library if I'm already using React. Improved pagination, user interface. EJS, embedded JavaScript, that's this templating language. I mean, it's vanilla JavaScript with these tags. Basically allows you to do templating and embedded JavaScript in your HTML. It's not a front-end framework. It's a templating language for like generating HTML and stuff, kind of like how PHP does. So yeah, I've used React, but not this particular project. So yep, get push everywhere. And with that, going back to the list. See, I don't think I'm doing any filtering. Maybe not. Yeah, it's like vanilla for HTML generation on the front end, but done by a server. I'm not doing that today either. Don't use a React component. And then yeah, I would have to bring in all of React in order to do that for sure. Okay, these context buttons. Let's go for the random quote endpoint. It's a bit easier. Yeah, it's a view engine for Node/Express. Yeah, for sure. Yep, EJS. I'm sure there's a really easy random thing around here. At this point, let's go ahead and start getting this out. Controller.js. Where are my imports? Figure it out, folks. I also need to get my variables in here to access the client. It's okay, I can make a database. Database.js. Yep, we're going multi-files. Here we go. It's going crazy. Let's yoink my database. Export. Nope, not that file. This file. Paginate. I mean, I'd be surprised. Hey, would you look at that? Mongoose. That's literally built for it, huh? Plugin returns a function accepting objects. Gain access to the module. Paginate the data length base URL. Use the rendering, passing the things. Yeah, nice. I mean, yeah, it does appear to be Mongoose required, and it's only 226, 7 years old. The odds of it still working. Yeah, I mean, it does fit. At this point, though, I kind of already have it working. Like, it working enough for me, for sure. But yeah, it's definitely, if I were doing this for real, I'd definitely be using this form of a library. Let's see if there are a newer reference. Yeah. For sure, yeah, it fits well. Okay, let's see. Starting with 3.2, you can get n random docs using the sample aggregate pipeline. Man, this weird pipeline stuff. Weirdo. I figured out though. So, export default client. Very amazing. Awesome code. What an impressive module this is. It's 2 lines. Just to basically move around a global variable. And we keep client connect here. And that's going to be import client from database. I wonder if I get the exclusion of the dot. That'd be cool. Import. Yeah, I guess I will need the controller. And controller needs to export first. For sure, yeah. So import client from database. Enjoy that. No auto format. That's fine. Export the query. Then in the server. I didn't mean to import that. Take a quick look before to the variables required. Okay, let me look back at it. Oh, I didn't mean to double click it. Let's have a looky-loo. Let's see. Per page, current page, the actual data. You give it how many you're able to retrieve, how many are per page, and what is the current page. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be. I mean, that's why they give you a non-mongoose use, so you can see how it's usable yourself. So yeah, pagination render base URL. It would work. I have to install it, get it working. Hopefully, 7-year-old module still work. I'm a little curious of what it's doing. Yeah, there's very little changes that I need since I already have all this info. I'm trying to figure out what it's actually going to do that I'm not already doing. Okay, so first we're bringing in Jade. That's cool, I guess. Next page, separator. This is very much component based. Just do it and cross our fingers, eh? Nah, I don't know if I got the energy. So we have a div ul, each page, in left, separator, next. Okay, I can kind of see this. Yeah, so they're doing this proper thing. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, it's also that. It's also that this. I know this isn't a good pagination component, like this search thing, but it's enough for me at the moment, basically. So, like, the benefit, basically getting that pretty pagination thing, isn't worth the effort, especially this late in the day of basically just going with a gamble. Basically, 7 years old, figuring all that out. I mean, yeah, I definitely would like do a commit before I did all this to see how it went. But I like to, like, there are other things that I like cleaning up the code and multi-filing this out first, just to kick it away. I mean, it's definitely like I'll put on the list when I get there eventually. Improve. So it's on the list. See. I just want to clean it up a little bit too, because I'm almost done with basically the main list. Don't want the scope creep to get in there. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Query DB for quote. Not from database, from controller. There we go. And now this, yes, everything should be literally working the same. Module crashed, could not import. I was wondering why it wasn't giving me the extensions. Turns out I needed them. Thinking it's TypeScript or something. Gonna guess as good as mine. Okay, we good now? Mongo client's not defined. Of course, it needs an import. Can I get an import? Yeah, we can. I like that to be in single quotes though. And there we go. I think I can export this directly. It's not an object, so it won't be immutable. Nope. There we go. What a very useful file. And then this still works. Good. Pay Evernote and do it there. Yeah. It's just a little text file's good enough for me. Don't need nothing fancy. Okay, so we got those in. We got the for to-do list, I assume so. I mean, this is like a project-based to-do, so I don't need anything fancy from it. Okay, so we don't need this endpoint. Don't know what I was doing there. You know what? We can chuck this into the database, since that is database related. Lovely. Yeah, you're right. It's not. It could be implemented a lot better for sure. Now we need to get this variable apparently up to the database. Thankfully, import order is good. And at this point, why I'm not even using the variable. That was a good catch. Okay, so we got the express, got the routes, got the API router. Let's get a bit cleaned up. Let's now get that random endpoint. This will be the easier one. So yeah, first we've got to write the function. This is going to be an easy function, thankfully. Async function. that probably doesn't need to be async. Query random quote. And we're gonna use this thing. Yeah, thankfully this random is not as complicated as the actual querying, since it's literally gonna be a one line of client DB collection quotes dot aggregate. Then we use this array of objects to sample the $ sample object size 1. I'll return this, of course. Then we want this to go to array, which is a promise that resolves to the quote. Then quotes, technically it's an array, so we gotta deal with that. Quotes.map. And now what I want to do is I want to remove the quote, or minify the quote. So what is this? Function quote to strip quote, which is return. I mean, I might as well just, it's my map function, right? Yeah, here it is. And boom, absolutely perfect. Now I get to use that there. And boom, my query random quote wants to be converted to async. It's fine as is. I'm gonna go for the endpoint first because I don't have a button on the front end. Router get random. Yeah, it's nice. It got a little bit dry in there. Press response next, and then we will return fetch. What did I call it? Query random quote. And then we'll catch if it all goes bad, pass it to our event handler. Then we have the fact that it's random quote and I'm returning an array, not a fan of, so we will de-arrayify it. We'll say quotes 0. We'll pass that to strip quote, so we'll always be returning a single quote. Feels a bit better. There we go. Now we have the quote and response.send, since this is just an API method. Quote. Okay, I think this should, well, this is just a JSON endpoint rather. Do the trick. Well, that's awkward. Don't take a callback function, it's a promise. Let's then quote. That's how promises work. I remember. There we go. Let's see how this random endpoint works now. Here we go. Fetch API random. Yep, we catch at the last, and if there's an error, we pass it off to the express error handler, which will handle the error. Except I didn't forget it here or on the other two, thankfully. Then r.json. Probably should log it. Well, I guess something went wrong. Is it with you? Ah, yeah, it's with you. Not try. I'm asking. Can't remember. Yeah, so the way the promise works is that if you put catch on the end, if any of these throw an error, it will be caught by this one, and then it'll pass the error to this function. Now I'm using it next because that is if you pass anything to this, it'll be handled by the next handler, which in the chain of handlers will eventually become the express global error handler, which if you're in development gives you this stuff. If you're not in development, it gives you 500s and basic anonymized stuff. Query random quote not being defined would be useful if I imported it. That would be useful. Boom, there is a random quote. You know, we're gonna have to try a little bit harder. Oh, that was yeah, I know a lot of this is gonna be bad. Thought you were their fearless leader. Oh my god, he's making you look like such a fool. Wow, okay, most of these are actually pretty good. Okay, now we got the boring ones. But yeah, that endpoint is looking great. I do want this somewhat visible on the front end, but we'll take it one step at a time. We add random API and add random quote. Yeah, and then we'll do some little front end working in a momento. Nope. Oh, I didn't just add them all, did I? I think I did. I think I did. Oh, I had no idea. Leah jumped on real quick. Oh, thanks, Google Captions. I love you so much. Put debugger and inspect variables. Okay, which... There's a lot of files here. Which are you talking about? So darn it. Keep adding and removing the wrong ones. Okay, there we go. Got that one. So probably in the server you were talking about. That's where we last were. So in the random, you mean you want to inspect these variables around here, or not sure where? You can use arrows into Chrome DevTools to inspect. Yep, that's right. Oh, so you wanted to debug client-side code. Okay. I don't believe we have any client-side code at the moment. I got luck. No, we have no client-side JavaScript. Yeah, I know how to debug on Node.js though. Well, I think I just tell VS Code to hit a breakpoint F5. Just tell it to go in Node.js. It should work. Thankfully, there's no TypeScript, so it just works. Hey, thanks for the raid there, Appreciative Geek. Okay, yeah, so debugging has started. Return is a problem. Try to keep into a variable. Oh, I didn't realize that would break it. Let's hit the endpoint. Okay, wrap, turn off word wrap to see this, and then put it in a variable and then return it. Okay, I can do that. Const promise equals get thing, then return the promise. I want to attach all the thinning to it though, so I guess I'll do it up there. Not really sure how it's different. Debugging in a return is not so comfortable. Yeah, that's true. Oh, okay, so we're doing this so we can debug it easier. I gotcha. Okay, let's see what we're trying to debug. I mean, I was able to step through it before, but we'll still step through it again, see what we're missing. Okay, so stepping into here, we're doing this thing. Oh, I do not want to go into the Mongo client. Gotta get out of the Mongo client. Okay, yep, so we're in here. Word wrap is making it look atrocious. Oh, you want to use the debugger keyword instead of breakpoints. Okay. I mean, it's effectively the same for me. We'll use debugger instead. It skipped it. Ah, it skipped it. I think I have to do a restart of the server. Okay, let's try it again. Now we're using debugger instead of breakpoints. Okay, we made it. Not sure what we're looking for though. Inspect from Chrome DevTools. Oh, yeah, I can launch this from Chrome DevTools. It's a bit of tedious. Node server double hyphen inspect. At least it was the last time I tried to run this thing. Nope, it's not double hyphen inspect, it's double hyphen inspect forward. Yeah, I'm leaving VS Code. Give me a moment. Let me open up Chrome. So, about, where is it? Oh, there it is. It found it. Okay, I'm trying to get to the file now. Okay, we made it back to the server. And there we go. Let's make the fetch again. There we go. So yep, we're back in here again. So we can step on through to somewhere. Don't know where we're going though. I mean, we're here. There it is. Ooh, what are we looking for? The arrow pointing down. Oh, you want me to step into it? Okay, it's gonna put me in the Mongo client though. I don't think we want to be here. That's putting us in the Mongo client again. So yeah, I think I know where we want us to go, but we gotta step through it to get to our arrow function, right? Ooh, abstract cursor. Async hooks. Oh, I think maybe I went too far because now I'm in the quote. Now I'm in another promise hook. Let me set the breakpoint into here or here. One of these two. Come on, click. There we go. You can't use the second you don't want to inspect into. Yeah, it's thing. Okay, so now I have the full quote object, if that's what you were looking for. I'm not sure what we were looking for. This random quote looks... I mean, that's quite the quote there. But yeah, we do have it. Maybe as it's async, you cannot do it easily. So, I mean, I can get to wherever I want to go. I just don't know where I want to go. Like, I can get to any function I want. Like, I don't know. We'll go through it again, I suppose. Okay, so here we are. Now I want to go into query random quote. I'll jump in there. I want to go to my arrow function because I don't care about theirs. So I will click on this one, declick that. Nope. Click, click. Hit next breakpoint. Now I'm inside here. Quote is an array of Mongo objects with the IDs. Don't really want that, so I can step into my strip quote function, which destructures ID. Well, it will once I run it, I guess. Yeah, so ID becomes whatever that thing was. Quote is now that thing. Now I'm going to return the rest of quote, the destructured rest parameters. Hey, the gaming burrito. Thanks for coming on by. Open watch. Okay, what variable do I want to watch? Quote. Unwrap. I want to watch unwrap. Oh, I didn't know. I don't know. Maybe you meant something else. Unwrap does not. You can add there. I mean, there are only two things in scope, quote and ID, right? Yeah, yeah. Glad to hear it. The problem. So, okay, what are we trying to achieve, though? I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve. Because I have access to every variable at every point. I can step through it appropriately. I can step out. I can get to what I'm looking for. Except for when I do that. And then I can step into this endpoint if I want to get to the that thing there. Well, I skipped past it, I think. But where is it that we can't access because it's async that we want to access? Though technically I'm not using async away, I'm using promises, but it's probably what you meant. Yeah, at least I remembered. I was able to get to this Chrome debugger a little easier this time instead of fiddling through a bunch of URLs. That's for sure. Yeah, it's right here apparently. Who would have known? To catch the event at load. Catch the event at load. But maybe it will be a headache. Whoa. I don't. So I'm trying to figure out what we're gonna go. Well, what are we looking for? So like, I can go from the beginning to the very end. So I can get from the database. I can literally go into the database. I don't care to do that. I can listen on this callback. I can listen to this one. The response is received, I mean. Ooh, the response is received from the client you're talking about. Oh. Don't need those dev tools. I mean, we can get the sending from the express side, but you're right. You're chaining all. Chaining all. Yeah, so query. Yeah, it's all very much chained. That's the promisey way to do it. The response. Oh, you mean when I'm taking the. Let me drop this on the next line. So when I get the 0th quote, I'm not going through all of them. I'm only taking the 0th quote. Keep variable by variable. Yeah, I guess I can destructure this into a single quote, so I'm not accessing it as an array. It's still the same character count. Info then. Info, huh? I mean, this one doesn't really have put a debugger there. Oh, I can put a debugger here, yeah. I don't even need the statement, but I'll go ahead and go full statement. Wake up, VS Code. VS Code, wake up. Oh, there it is. Apparently debugger is a very angry keyword. There we go. Let's jump back into this. Okay. And we already stepped past this part. Oh, I got a debugger here. This is going to be fun. Let's hit the fetch again. Oh, yeah, because I'm using node inspect, so I have to... that's annoying. Find Chrome again. Dev tools. There it is. Node.js. We ain't in there yet, so let's drop these 2 breakpoints. Make the fetch. There we go. So we're at this one. Let's go to the other one. Okay, so we're here. We have the single quote. We are passing it to strip quote. Yeah, it's a full object. I think you beat your record. Hey, I might have actually, Pink Star. Yeah. I didn't even realize it. Yeah, I probably did beat my record. So inspect now freely. Yeah, what am I looking for? Genario or Generino? Like this is. So yeah, I can see what the database responds with. Yeah, it responds with an array of quotes, but it only returns one because I gave a sample size of one. And I want to remove the ID from it, so I use my strip quote to do so. I ask you the same. Oh, I'm actually completely satisfied with this function. I think I'm happy with it. What are you looking for? I'm looking for a single quote from the database, which is right here, and I'm going to get rid of the ID of it, so I pass it to strip quote, which is a function I already defined earlier that destructures out the ID, keeps the rest of the quote, and returns the rest of the quote. Put into watch. Sure. Let's see what happens. So we got our full quote with the lovely object. Let's step in. Quote becomes undefined. Quote's undefined. Now our quote is missing our ID. So we are successful. And then we are. This is weird because it's showing that thing, but in reality we're returning something else. It's just not visible in scope right now. Because sometimes it takes the value from other this scope, I mean. Yeah, because it does it by name, which is weird, I know. Sorry, I'm in no fresh, Yeah, I'm good. Now we do weird promisey stuff. Let's step back out. And now we see our quote is, as we expected, without the, the ID. And this is right before we send it to our lovely response. Hours of sleep and drinking beer. Yeah, we're not fresh, I know. So yeah, I don't see any errors, it seems to be doing what I want. I'm pretty satisfied with it. Good code. Let's see, well, I think I made some changes over here. Yeah, I got some changes over here too. Got some white space. I did make this a little prettier though. That was a good improvement. And there we go. Our API endpoint is created. What did I change here? Now you know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and stage and just amend. Basically the same. Lovely. Okay, so with that, let's do our way up. Context buttons. And let's not do that. CSS, let's do a little of that. Also, as a promise, so asynchronous ×2 or double asynchronous because I'm not detecting your last goal, but I catch some impressions. Yeah, so the last goal here was to create this endpoint, API random, that would return a random quote from the database, and that's it. It would just send the random quote from the database to whoever requested it. I haven't yet made a front end button for it, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to. Right now I'm pretty good not having a front end because I still gotta write documentation and all the other stuff for how to use this API in the first place, which I think I'll just do on the front end. So yeah, let's check this at the bottom here. And the footer is a good place. Put another debugger into catch. Hey, Pink Star, of course. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, you were here for a while. We can see how long you were here for by running a cool command. That's how long you've been here for. Hey, thanks again for helping me fix that one too. Yeah, it's a little inaccurate because the bot got restarted, but you were there for more than that. So yeah, thanks for coming by. You have a good night too. If you want, Leah is actually streaming right now. They just started up a bit, doing some Codewars. If you don't want to sleep, but hey, hey, Dian Bull, yeah, a whole day and 2 hours, 24. Okay, everyone wants to play with the command now, then the not broken command. Yeah. Can we get this footer here? Where I'm gonna put my API docs. Now let's just make it code, right? We'll just say, hey, that thing's working too. Very raw. Hey, thanks for coming on by. Rest button pushed. I'm glad you rested. Yeah, hope your evening's been going good too. I just want to put this thing here basically. /API/search/query equals query and page equals 1 and include counts equal true, and what other query parameters I got lying around here? Per page equals 10. Yeah, that's the way the catch works. It is a last function in the chain that retrieves the info. Oh no, it only does it if there's an error. So the catch will only be executed when there's an error. So we go from here to here. Then if there are no errors, we don't go anywhere. But if this has an error, we skip to catch. Or if this has an error, we skip to catch. So yeah, the reason, maybe that's what you were looking for, why catch wasn't executing, because we didn't have any errors. Hey, thanks for the follow, reset button. Yeah, happy to have you. So we have that one there. Then we have random. This is my very amazing API documentation. It's just 2 tags, something the same. Yeah, it's very, very nearly identical there. Very slight differences. Say it 2 times, you'll probably get it wrong, you know? Nope, don't want to go to that one. Oh, this is a little not pro-formatted pretty. I'll try to get some of this looking alright. Oh, I appreciate it, Reset. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of us, you know. That's JSON API. Very amazing documentation. Suppose I should have an H1 around here. Yep, very amazing UI. I think I can improve this a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna do something forbidden. Don't worry, no one snitch on me. We're gonna do inline styles. What does my timer represent? So the timer represents. That's really awkward. So the timer is supposed to be a Pomodoro timer for, like, take a break every 25 minutes. But as we can see, I have gone 103 minutes without taking my break because I've just been so in the zone. So usually it looks something like this. Like two different colors and all. You're not wrong, Ryan. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Why do you gotta be so right? As soon as I get this UI a little prettier, it'll be time. Almost there. Not there yet, though. Not there yet. In the zone. Submit. Also on a reset button. That would be cool, wouldn't it? I love reset buttons. Because why not? Go. Gotta give this 4 query amazing variable names. ID must. Yeah, you gotta have a reset button. Can you call yourself a web page without one? Page input. And this is for page input. Amazing. And now with these amazing inline styles. Oof. Yikes. Grid template columns. That's what I want. What I really, really want. There we go. And we want the width to be max content. Even in the bad code, VS Code is helping me out. I think I'll text. I want margin auto, but also want it to be text align center. Yeah, every day more key features. Gotta have them. Can't be without them. Okay, I'll make this a little better. I'll do styles in the head. I'm cosplaying as Amazon here, folks. I just can't make another network request. Gotta save those milliseconds. H2, H1, text, align, center. Yeah, that looks a little better. Let's style this thing while we're here. Field set. All these here. Oh, look how much better and professional that's looking already. And yeah, let's actually make a request. Yeah, this ain't the worst. This thing needs to be centered. My favorite quote. I mean, this one's a pretty good one. This one I've been testing on. Sometimes I'll start a sentence and don't even know where it's going. There's more to it, but problems to fix at another juncture. I also want P to be text align centered. Well, what's your favorite quote reset button? I can tell you exactly what second and what episode and what season it was. I guess it's centered. It's kind of looking a little weird now. Maybe, yeah, so I'm going to leave this as is because, again, styling. I could spend all day on this, but maybe I'll go with some form of table or card-based thing where it's like top left, top right, quote in the center. But for now, this is good layout. I got layout. Style, front end, and finally, let's check out this to-do. Use LI. I believe I am using LIs. Am I not? OL and LI. Oh, it's an ordered list. Good one. Yeah, I'm not using the ordered list. I'm calling it an unordered list. Good call. This will give me the numbers, right? Oh, UL and LI. Oh, I mean, it's good. It's good. You sold me with your confidence, Back to the bullets. Yeah, I got the ULs and LIs. I got that far at least. What did I change? Oh, VS Code. It's for confused. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna check it because I can. There we go. Get push Heroku. Get push. Oh no, I don't want to push you first. Get push origin, then get push Heroku. There we go. Your account has reached its concurrent builds limit. Ooh, my last push. I didn't cancel it quick enough. Okay, that's fine then. It means it's building. Where's the log? Where's the log just now? Okay, I guess it's happening. I'm learning all the time. My tombstone will be my diploma. That's a good one. My tombstone will be. It's offline. All my work has been for nothing. Okay, let me go to the actual site now. Might as well test it on here. Well, that's not right. Tombstone will be. There we go. No more than 0. Well, okay, I broke this. Awkward UI things. No, what's wrong with it? My tombstone. Okay, yes, I've broken this thing a little bit. I can see it's not liking it when the page. There you go. My tombstone's already made. Huh. Maybe so again, this isn't a good data set. Control Shift F. My tombstone's already made, as you know. Oh, wait a minute. This ain't an office quote, is it? I'm sorry. My brain's not full of firing on all cylinders. Probably not even an office quote. Goodreads. Quotes from Eartha Kitt. I don't think they wrote The Office. That's a good quote either way, yeah. Let's hit up this one real quick. There we go. This is looking good. Cash. No, I'm not cashing yet. No, I'm... The only thing... Yeah, there's lots of things. There's, what do you call it? There's rate limiting. There's caching. There's so many things that could be added. But they could be. Not that they will be. The weird thing is about the weird page max thing. I'll fix that later, but... No more than 0. Yeah, I'll fix that part later. An actress in the original Star Trek. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good quote, though. My tombstone will be my diploma. Yeah. Oh, hey, thanks for the follows, both Fried Fish and Ricky Dobby. I appreciate the follows. As that timer is telling us, though, that timer actually means something this time because, well, there's always more to do. There will always be more things to add to code and to things. The code is here for those of y'all who want to see its source, see it, come play with the website yourself, look up your own office quotes, or using this very own API, build your own thing with it, some random guesser, games, whatever it is you feel so inspired, feel free. But with that, I will be heading off. If there's no one y'all really love, a fellow 100 Devers, which, for those of you who do not know, I am a member of the 100 Devs agency with a free training program. They're live here on Twitch twice a week or so, or 3 times a week, so you can tune in there, jump the Discord, all that cool stuff. You'll find a whole bunch of people from beginners to experts. First African American. Wow. That is amazing. Learned about her right time in life. Yeah, I cannot imagine being the first like that. But yeah, if no one's got any particular favorites, we're going to be rating a fellow 100 Dever, Leah Codes, because they appear to be the main one on. My OS is Pop OS. It's a variant of Ubuntu. So, Pop OS. There it is in text, so you can copy and paste it. It's basically just Ubuntu, a version of Linux or a variant of Linux. Yeah, and hey, thanks for the follows at the end there. Hack zero value changing with dev tools. Yes, there is absolutely zero server side protections, Genario. I know. Like I said, we can spend all day making this cute little API more secure than Fort Knox. Yeah, I appreciate the raids at the end, but hey, you don't have to go too quickly. Lee over there, they're pretty cool. They do some code wars, some stuff like mine. They're doing some questions. They're also working on an API apparently, so if the office ain't your thing, you want to check out another one, you can go check them out too. Yeah, see you next time. VODs are available for those who missed it. Otherwise, thanks everyone for coming on by. Hope you all enjoyed something. Maybe learned something, one way or the other.